In a world fraught with peril, Lin Mo awakened to the extraordinary ability of hearing the thoughts of others upon his arrival in a chaotic amalgamation of the American comic universe. I'll be damned, it seems my new armor design has a flaw, mused Iron Man. How many HYDRA agents remain within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who can I trust? Pondered the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gathering all 6 Infinity Stones, a mere snap of my fingers will render the universe perfect. Ha ha ha, chuckled Thanos. From Wall Street to Gotham City, and from S.H.I.E.L.D. to Asgard, Lin Mo, armed with the astonishing secrets gleaned from his newfound ability, began to manipulate the gears of fate. As the Avengers suffered from their internal conflicts, he quietly consolidated resources from both factions. When Thanos' fleet descended, he sat in the shadows, calculating how to acquire the most alien technology. While the deities arrogantly judged humanity, they remained unaware that their destinies had long been inscribed in the script of an ordinary mortal. He established Echo, an organization that transcended all others, and he became the singular Mr. Edict, a name that instilled trepidation in both heroes and villains alike. Years later, when the denizens of the universe gazed upon the deepest shadows, they would finally comprehend that he was the sole puppet master of this era. Chapter 1. The Comic World. New York. Times Square. Lin Mo stood amidst the throngs, feeling as if he might spiral into madness. A cacophony of sharp, chaotic voices pierced through his mind like a myriad of glowing steel needles. Damn it, I'm going to be late. That wretched boss will surely dock my pay. Oh heavens, my new LV bag. Don't shove, you bunch of bumpkins. The Knicks are guaranteed to win tonight. I've bet my entire fortune. That girl's legs are so long, if only I could. The Wayne Enterprises stock has plummeted again. When is Stark Industries unveiling their new weapons? I need to sell immediately. Mom, I want a hot dog. Desires, anxieties, anger, greed, scheming sorrow. Countless negative emotions and trivial thoughts converged into a tsunami within his mind, threatening to obliterate his sanity. Lin Mo's visage turned pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, attempting to sustain his last shred of lucidity through the pain of his flesh. He was not of this world. A month prior, he had been an ordinary office worker on Earth, only to awaken in this simultaneously familiar yet alien realm, having become a young Chinese man named Lin Mo, orphaned and inheriting a modest antique shop in Chinatown, New York. To make matters worse, he discovered that the major corporations in this world bore the names Stark Industries, Wayne Enterprises, and LexCorp. At that moment, Lin Mo nearly fainted. This was a universe woven with comic book threads. A place where gods roamed freely, and villains were as abundant as weeds. To be struck down by an alien's laser on the street would be considered a dignified demise. And just as he worried for his life, a far more terrifying power awakened the ability to read minds. He could hear the thoughts of everyone within a 10-meter radius. The initial exhilaration lasted less than 3 minutes before it was replaced by endless torment. Information overload. As he walked the streets, he felt akin to a super server left unmuted, forcibly absorbing the mental refuse of those around him. For the past month, he had scarcely dared to venture outside, confining himself within the small antique store, relying on meditation and specially crafted earplugs to barely maintain a semblance of normalcy. Today, he resolved to venture into the densest throngs without any external aids, striving to hone his control over this ability. The outcome was all too predictable. He had overestimated himself. Lin Mo gasped, feeling his temples throb violently, the world around him beginning to blur. He had to leave immediately. Straining his body, he navigated through the crowd like a drowning man desperate to reach the shore, finally escaping Times Square. After rounding several corners and entering a relatively secluded street, the overwhelming mental noise receded like a tide. Lin Mo leaned against a cold wall, exhaling a long breath, feeling as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, his body drenched in cold sweat. The world was finally tranquil. He closed his eyes, seeking to regulate his breathing and concentrate his mind. This was a technique he had developed himself, envisioning his mental energy as a barrier, actively filtering out those extraneous thoughts. Gradually, the mundane musings of passers-by, "The weather is lovely today, what should I have for dinner?" became indistinct and faded from his consciousness. He succeeded. A weary smile finally graced Lin Mo's lips. Though still tenuous, he had taken the first step toward mastering his ability. He could finally walk the streets of the city of sin like an ordinary person. Half an hour later, Chinatown. Lin Mo returned to his antique shop, aptly named One Daoxian. The shop was modest, spanning just over 40 square meters, adorned with an array of indistinguishable porcelain, calligraphy, and curiosities, its dim lighting suffused with the faint aroma of aged wood and ink. This was his sole sanctuary. At last, I have survived. Lin Mo collapsed into the familiar pearwood armchair, pouring himself a cup of hot tea, feeling the warmth coursing through his throat as his taut nerves finally relaxed. He gazed out the window at the bustling street, his expression growing profound and complex. In this world, the powerless were akin to ants. To survive, or even thrive, one must possess power. And mind reading was his only reliance, his sole asset. Though it came at a staggering cost, the benefits of mastering it were boundless. At that moment, the wind chimes on the shop door jingled, and a middle-aged Caucasian man, clad in a gray jacket with beady eyes, entered. Upon entering, he quickly scanned the shop's interior with his murky gaze, and upon spotting the noticeably youthful Lin Mo behind the counter, a flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed his eyes. Simultaneously, a clear thought resonated within Lin Mo's mind. Just as I suspected, a fresh-faced Chinese kid. Looks like he'll make a killing today. I acquired this treasure from a nearly bankrupt farmer for $50. I hope to swindle a few thousand. Lin Mo's grip on the teacup faltered momentarily. Here, he was the harbinger of fortune. He discreetly lifted his eyelids, donning a benign and harmless smile. Good afternoon, sir. What can I assist you with today? Oh, just browsing, just browsing. The middle-aged man feigned nonchalance as he strolled about the shop, picking up a blue and white porcelain vase, tapping it before setting it down, eventually extracting a tarnished bronze wine cup, caked in dirt, from his canvas bag. He placed the cup on the counter, adopting an air of feigned mystery. Little boss, take a look at this. A friend of mine is descended from a noble who participated in the Crusades. This is a family heirloom, supposedly brought back from the East. What do you think? Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the bronze wine cup. The chalice, with its ancient design, was adorned with verdant patina, and its surface bore indistinct engravings that hinted at its age. Just a month ago, Lin Mo might have been easily swayed by the man's elaborate ruse. Yet now, as he pretended to scrutinize the chalice through a magnifying glass, he subtly focused his mental energy on the middle-aged man before him. This fellow appears quite earnest. His performance is commendable. Alas, this is merely a replica unearthed last week, and the aging technique was one I taught that farmer. The engravings mimic those from the Roman era, which most would fail to discern. If he perceives me as an ignorant fool hoping to score a bargain, I shall turn the tables on him. If he bids below 5,000, I shall walk away to apply some pressure. As he listened to the man's inner monologue, Lin Mo struggled to suppress a smile. It turned out he was not merely a swindler, but a con artist among con artists, engaging in a game of I anticipate your anticipation. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered someone with an edge. Lin Mo lowered the magnifying glass, allowing a perfectly blended expression of astonishment and hesitation to grace his face, reminiscent of a young apprentice who had stumbled upon a treasure yet feared revealing his discovery to the seller. He glanced up at the Caucasian man and tentatively inquired, Sir, what price do you intend to set for this chalice? Witnessing Lin Mo's expression, the middle-aged white man felt a surge of elation, maintaining a facade of composure. Hooked. That expression, so naive. Feigning gravity, he shook his head. I am not well versed in this. Young sir, you are the expert here. Name a price. If it is reasonable, I shall part with it. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo extended 2 fingers. $2,000. Instantly, the man's thoughts brimmed with disdain. He truly believes he can score a bargain with a mere 2,000? He underestimates me. He promptly adhered to his script, seizing the chalice and scoffing. Young sir, are you dismissing me? $2,000? I would rather keep it as a family heirloom. With that, he turned to leave. This was a psychological game. He wagered that Lin Mo would call him back. Sir, please hold. As anticipated, Lin Mo spoke up. A smug smile curled the corners of the middle-aged white man's lips as he thought, the lad is still too young. He turned back to see Lin Mo, feigning anguish, declare, 3,000. $3,000. That is the highest I can offer. My small shop has limited capital, and I truly cannot go higher. The man frowned. Only an additional 1,000? It seems I have yet to apply sufficient pressure. No, I must escalate further. Shaking his head, he firmly stated, no deal. Anything below 8,000 is out of the question. He audaciously raised the price to an ostensibly impossible height. Lin Mo's face contorted into an expression of distress and conflict as he fixated on the chalice, as if grappling with an internal struggle. Half a minute passed. Just as the man was about to lose patience, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, as if making a significant investment, and resolutely proclaimed, "Fine, 8,000 it is. However, I have a condition. You must provide documentation regarding the origin of this item." The middle-aged white man was momentarily stunned. What? Did he actually agree? $8,000? Surely I am not dreaming? A wretched cup costing less than $50 is being sold for 8,000? Huh, I have struck gold. This lad is a complete fool. What need is there for documentation? Does he fear I might have abscond? Simpleton. Overwhelmed by elation, he could hardly contain his excitement. No problem. Of course, no problem. You are a splendid fellow. Where are the pen and paper? I shall sign immediately. Lin Mo retrieved paper and pen from beneath the counter, observing as the man hastily concocted a fictitious origin, claiming it belonged to the Gattuso family from Florence, and signed his name, John Reed. Then, Lin Mo withdrew $8,000 in cash from the safe, counted it meticulously before handing it over. With a thick stack of bills in hand, John Reed trembled, gazing at Lin Mo as if he were witnessing a benefactor. What a delightful fool next time. I must find a more convincing artifact to exploit. With money in hand and such thoughts, John Reed left the one Dao Xian contentedly. As Lin Mo watched him vanish around the corner, the warmth and feigned anguish on his face evaporated, replaced by a cold, mocking smile. He picked up the so-called Roman chalice and gently twisted a hidden section at the base with his finger. With a soft click, the base unscrewed, revealing a hollow compartment. Inside lay 3 gleaming coins, radiating a brilliant golden light. The obverse of the coins displayed a lifelike double-head eagle, while the reverse bore intricate Latin inscriptions. These were Florin coins, secretly minted by the city-state of Florence during the Holy Roman Empire. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare commemorative editions of the double-head eagle. In the eyes of true collectors, each coin was worth at least $50,000. 3 coins, thus, amounted to $150,000. This revelation was not derived solely from Lin Mo's own insight. Rather, during his earlier eavesdropping on the con artist John Reed's thoughts, he had unearthed fragments of the man's subconscious memories. John Reed, when purchasing the chalice from that farmer, had inadvertently overheard the farmer drunkenly boasting to someone that his grandfather had told him the cup concealed the eagle's treasure. However, his family had searched for decades without uncovering any mechanism, eventually dismissing it as the ramblings of a drunkard. John Reed himself had not taken it seriously, merely hoping to swindle a bit of money based on the chalice's existence. This fragment of memory, overlooked even by him, had been precisely captured by Lin Mo, exchanging $8,000 for $150,000. Lin Mo weighed the 3 coins in his palm, feeling their cold, substantial presence. This initial windfall was rather effortless. He returned the coins to their hidden compartment and secured the base. The chalice itself was the finest vessel for concealment. However, the smile on his face did not linger for long. $150,000 might seem like a fortune to an ordinary person. Yet in this city, amidst the impending chaos about to unfold, such an amount would barely create a ripple. At that moment, an aged television set mounted on the antique store's wall broadcast a news segment. Renowned genius inventor, billionaire, and playboy Tony Stark will embark on a journey to Afghanistan tomorrow to showcase Stark Industries' latest weapon, the Jericho missile, to the military. Reports indicate that this will be. Lin Mo's gaze became fixated on the screen, where a charismatic man beamed with confidence. Tony Stark. Afghanistan. Jericho missile. The combination of these keywords was crystal clear to him. The day of Iron Man's birth was fast approaching. Lin Mo's pupils constricted suddenly. He realized that his abilities might enable him to pursue endeavors far more valuable than merely uncovering hidden treasures in an antique shop. That a mad and audacious plan began to quietly take shape in his mind. Chapter 2: The First Seed. Lin Mo sat alone in the darkness. His fingertips gently caressed the 3 cold Florin coins. $150,000. This sum was sufficient for him to purchase a fine apartment in New York, to drive a luxury car, and to indulge in the opulent lifestyle that countless individuals yearn for. And then, in a year or two, when the Chitauri army tore through the sky, transforming New York into a sea of flames, he would be crushed like an ant, mercilessly obliterated. Lin Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, as keen as a blade. He would never acquiesce to such a fate. Having arrived in this world, and possessing the extraordinary ability of mind reading, to merely seek refuge and survive would be an utter affront to this divine gift. What he desired was to live. To stand atop this world, holding the fates of all in his hands. Before him lay a unseen lifetime opportunity. Tony Stark. This name was a veritable goldmine, a gateway to power, wealth, and cutting-edge technology. If he could establish even the slightest connection with him, the benefits derived would be exponentially greater than those $150,000. However, the risks were equally immense. Who was Stark? A man under constant scrutiny from S.H.I.E.L.D, potentially observed by HYDRA and countless intelligence agencies around the globe, 24 hours a day. Any suspicious individual attempting to approach him would be thoroughly investigated. With Lin Mo's background, which was so clean it was nearly non-existent, once he drew attention, he would be swiftly dealt with as a spy. Risk and reward coexist. Lin Mo murmured, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. In his mind, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One urged, "Steady. Do not act rashly. You are merely a novice in a beginner's village. Provoking a high-level expert is akin to courting death. Focus on growing steadily, earn some small sums, and only then take action when your abilities have strengthened." The other roared, "Fool. This is the beginning of the plot. It is a golden opportunity to change everything. Miss this chance, and you may never find another. Risk? In grand endeavors, is there ever a lack of risk? Take a gamble, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle." After a lengthy deliberation, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. His gaze settled, completely devoid of hesitation. He chose to gamble. For he understood that in this chaotic world, the greatest risk lay in inaction. The plan must be flawless. There was but one core principle. He must not expose himself. His aim was not to prevent Tony Stark from experiencing the abduction, as that event was a necessary catalyst for Stark's transformation into Iron Man and could not be altered. What he sought was to plant a seed of doubt in Stark's mind. A seed that would lead him to question the randomness of this attack. A seed that would allow him to more swiftly connect the dots to the existence of other forces behind the Ten Rings. More importantly, a seed that would make him aware of a mysterious information source in this world that even he could not fathom. Without delay, he set to work. He first donned a pair of brand new medical latex gloves, isolating all his fingerprints. Then, from a dusty corner of the shop's warehouse, he unearthed an old Remington typewriter. This relic, inherited from his predecessor, was purely mechanical, devoid of any electronic traces. Click-clack, click-clack. The crisp sound echoed through the silent shop. Lin Mo selected the most commonplace beige stationery and meticulously typed out a brief, anonymous letter. The content of the letter was refined through several iterations. It could not be overly detailed, lest it resemble the confession of a kidnapper. Nor could it be too vague, or it would be dismissed as mere spam. Ultimately, the letter read as follows. To the caged lion. The deserts of Afghanistan are not a hunting ground, but a trap. Your Jericho will become the requiem you write for yourself. When the banner of the Ten Rings rises, the dagger of the betrayer will already be at your heart. From one who does not wish to see Stark Industries fall, a friend. In just a few words, the letter conveyed immense information. The deserts of Afghanistan, Jericho, precisely pinpointed the time, place, and event. The banner of the Ten Rings directly pointed to the perpetrator, the Ten Rings. And most crucially, the phrase "the dagger of the betrayer." Lin Mo knew that the mastermind behind the abduction was none other than Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command at Stark Industries, Tony's uncle. This line was crafted specifically for Obadiah. Once Tony laid eyes upon this letter, regardless of whether he believed it or not, the seed of suspicion would be sown. In the future, when he discovered Obadiah's true nature, he would instantly recall this letter, fostering an unparalleled curiosity and reverence for this anonymous friend. After completing the letter, Lin Mo removed the ribbon from the typewriter and incinerated it with a lighter, reducing it to ashes. He then folded the letter and placed it in a plain brown paper envelope. Everything was in place, he merely awaited the right moment. The following day morning. New York, Midtown Manhattan. The towering Stark Industries building pierced the sky like a sword, shimmering in the morning light. Lin Mo, clad in the most ordinary leisure attire and sporting a baseball cap, blended into the bustling crowd of office workers, utterly inconspicuous. He did not approach the building, but instead settled into a window-side seat at a CAF across the street. He ordered a cup of coffee, ostensibly leisurely reading the newspaper while his mind was intensely focused, akin to an invisible radar quietly enveloping the entrance of Stark Tower. Damn it, I didn't sleep well again last night. Pepper will surely kill me. Mr. Stark is departing today. The security plan must not falter. Oh my God, is that Happy Hogan? Mr. Stark's driver and bodyguard. I would love to get his autograph. Countless thoughts flooded his mind, but this time Lin Mo skillfully filtered them, precisely capturing the information he needed. His target soon appeared. A stout man with a kind face was sternly directing security personnel as they inspected a black armored Audi. Happy Hogan. Tony Stark's most trusted driver, bodyguard, and friend. There was no more fitting target. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. The moment was nigh. He concealed the letter within the rolled-up newspaper and rose from the CAF, making his way towards Stark Tower at a leisurely pace. He calculated Happy's movements, the flow of pedestrians, and the timing of the traffic lights. In that instant, his brain transformed into a sophisticated supercomputer. Finally, the opportunity presented itself. After discussing matters with a security officer, Happy turned to enter the building. At that very moment, a boy on a skateboard zipped past him at lightning speed. Happy instinctively sidestepped. Now was the time. Lin Mo seemed to have been inadvertently nudged from behind, stumbling slightly and accidentally colliding with Happy's back. "Oh, my apologies, sir." Lin Mo quickly expressed his regret, placing a hand on the man's arm. The entire interaction lasted less than a second. "It's nothing," Happy replied with a furrowed brow, glancing back at the somewhat clumsy Asian youth, not particularly concerned. What a bumbling fool. This was Happy's internal monologue. With his head bowed, Lin Mo hastily departed, seamlessly merging into the crowd, vanishing around the corner. At the moment he turned, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. That letter had, unbeknownst to anyone, slipped from his newspaper into the inner pocket of Happy's suit jacket. Mission accomplished. For the next 2 days, Lin Mo remained indoors. He stayed in his antique shop, researching potential avenues for selling the 3 gold coins, while obsessively following every piece of news related to Stark Industries through television and the internet. On the news, everything appeared as usual. Tony Stark, brimming with confidence, boarded a private plane bound for Afghanistan. Stark Industries' stock price experienced a slight uptick due to the demonstration of the Jericho missile. Everything unfolded precisely as he remembered from the narrative. Had that letter truly vanished without a trace? A ripple of unease stirred within Lin Mo. He understood he had done all he could. The rest lay in the hands of fate. Until the evening of the 3rd day. A breaking news story detonated like a bomb, shaking the world. Our latest report states that Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, has been attacked by unidentified armed forces in Afghanistan, with the entire escort convoy annihilated. Mr. Stark himself is missing, his fate uncertain. Lin Mo's pupils constricted abruptly. Here it comes. He fixated on the television screen, his heart racing uncontrollably. Though he had long known the plot, the reality of it unfolding still rendered him breathless. Soon, a deluge of news bombarded the airwaves. Stark Industries' stock price plummeted dramatically. The Pentagon convened an emergency press conference, declaring they would spare no effort in the search and rescue. The entire world plunged into chaos due to the disappearance of this man. Lin Mo switched off the television. He understood this was not the end, but merely the beginning. He needed to ascertain whether the seed he had sown had taken root. He returned to the vicinity of Stark Tower. This time, the atmosphere was 100-fold more tense than during his previous visit. Police, journalists, and somber Stark employees surrounded the building, creating an impenetrable barrier. Lin Mo activated his mind-reading ability. Countless anxious, sorrowful, and fearful thoughts flooded in. Oh heavens, Tony, you must be all right. With the stock price crashing like this, my retirement savings are obliterated. Who is responsible for this? The military is utterly useless. None of this was what Lin Mo sought. He concentrated his mental energy, penetrating the throng, extending towards the interior of the building. Finally, he caught a familiar voice. It was Happy Hogan. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, fists clenched, his eyes filled with guilt and anguish. Lin Mo immediately engaged in deep eavesdropping. In the next moment, a tumultuous and painful fragment of Happy's memory surged into Lin Mo's mind. It was the day before their departure. Happy had discovered the mysterious anonymous letter in his suit pocket. He had been drenched in cold sweat at the time, promptly handing the letter over to Tony Stark. In the vision, Tony, lounging with his legs crossed, read the letter with a nonchalant expression. Huh, interesting, Tony chuckled lightly, tossing the letter onto the table. The 10 rings? Traitors? The person who penned this should be writing novels instead. Perhaps it's that fool from Hammer Industries trying to make me paranoid. Happy urgently replied, but Tony, what if this letter is genuine? Tony rose, patting Happy on the shoulder, his trademark confident smile gracing his face. Relax, Happy. There are enough people in this world who want me dead to form a line to California. If I took every threat seriously, how would I live my life? However, He paused, a flicker of perceptible insight flashing in his eyes. You did the right thing. No threat should be overlooked. Increase the security level by one more tier. Also, investigate this 10 rings to uncover its origins. The memory abruptly ended. Lin Mo gradually withdrew his mental energy, leaning against the cold wall, exhaling a long sigh. A triumphant smile finally graced his face. It worked. Although Tony feigned indifference, he had ultimately become suspicious. He had bolstered security and initiated an investigation into the 10 rings. This indicated that the seed had successfully taken root within him. Perhaps it was this letter that enabled him to quickly identify the direction of the mastermind after his kidnapping. When he eventually escaped, becoming Iron Man and personally unmasking Obadiah, how would he reminisce about this letter that seemed to originate from the future, this oracle? What thoughts would he harbor regarding the mysterious friend who delivered the oracle? Lin Mo seemingly glimpsed an invisible golden thread, quietly connecting him to the future protagonist of this world. He, Lin Mo, would forever remain concealed at the other end of this thread. In the deepest darkness, he smiled as he observed the first piece fall upon the chessboard. Chapter 3. The Vultures of Wall Street, New York, Wall Street. The stock price of Stark Industries has plummeted, descending not merely in a dive, but in a free fall. On the television news, financial analysts, their faces etched with worry, utter phrases such as epic collapse and catastrophic consequences, while the glaring green line on the screen cascades down like a waterfall, a sight both shocking and disheartening. Countless shareholders and institutions holding Stark Industries stock are likely queuing on rooftops at this very moment. Yet, Lin Mo stands at the entrance of a securities exchange, observing the chaotic scene within, listening to the myriad voices of despair, anger, and panic surrounding him. His expression remains as tranquil as a still pond. There is no pity, no sympathy. He resembles a vulture drawn by the scent of decay, with eyes solely fixed on his prey. The misfortunes of others are but a feast for him. The disappearance of Tony Stark and the subsequent plummet in the company's stock price is an inevitability. However, Lin Mo understands better than anyone else in this world that Stark Industries will not falter. In 3 months, that man will return, clad in a simple suit of iron armor, triumphantly emerging from the deserts of Afghanistan. By then, not only will Stark Industries' stock price rebound robustly, but it will soar to unprecedented heights, buoyed by innovations in new energy and concepts. The resulting value gap created in this back and forth will be akin to a treasure trove, wide open for the taking. A capital of $150,000 is far too meager to secure the largest slice of this capitalistic carnival. One must leverage their investments. As Lin Mo strides into the bustling hall of the securities exchange, the cacophony of voices and the tumult of emotions instantly envelop him. It's all over. My pension. Sell. Hurry and sell. If I don't sell now, it'll be worthless. Who is it? Who is shorting the stock? Such a massive sell-off. They're intent on destroying Stark Industries. Lin Mo dismisses this superfluous clamor, his mental acuity weaving an invisible net, meticulously filtering for potential targets. He requires a broker, one who is greedy, audacious, and cornered, willing to take risks for a commission. Soon, a promising prospect falls within his perception. In a corner, a disheveled white man, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the screen, radiates an aura of desperation. His suit is crumpled, and his tie hangs askew, embodying the essence of a man at his wit's end. Lin Mo approaches him slowly, concentrating his mental faculties, beginning to eavesdrop deeply. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So close. Why did I trust that bastard-ass words and heavily invest in Stark Industries? Now I'm trapped. Client money, my own money, it's all gone. What am I to do about next month's mortgage? What about my daughter's tuition? If I can just break even, if I can avoid bankruptcy, I would do anything. Oh God, please save me. A cold smile plays upon Lin Mo's lips. He has found his mark. He approached the broker named Peter and gently tapped his desk. Good day, Mr. Peter. Peter looked up, his eyes filled with despair as he regarded the unfamiliar young man of Chinese descent. Impatiently, he replied, What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? If you wish to open an account, go to the front desk. I wish to short Stark Industries. Lin Mo's voice was flat. It resonated like thunder in Peter's ears. Peter froze, then regarded Lin Mo with the incredulous gaze reserved for lunatics. Short? Now, he exclaimed, Brother, it has already hit rock bottom. Everyone believes it cannot possibly fall further. Are you looking to hand Wall Street your money? His professional integrity was speaking, but his inner thoughts betrayed him. Shorting? Is this fellow a fool? Yet if he persists, this commission might just allow me to catch my breath. I insist, Lin Mo stated succinctly. Moreover, he paused, fixing his gaze into Peter's eyes, articulating each word with precision. I wish to leverage. Tenfold. Peter abruptly sprang from his chair. Tenfold leverage. Are you insane? He nearly roared. Do you comprehend what that entails? A mere point drop in stock price would mean instant liquidation. You would lose everything. His inner voice screamed in turmoil. Tenfold. My heavens. This man is a gambler, a complete madman. But if he truly invests 150,000 with tenfold leverage that amounts to a 1.5 million position, my commission would suffice to clear my debts. Let us do it. What does it matter if he loses? It's his own request. Lin Mo observed the myriad of expressions flitting across Peter's face, a cold smile forming within him. Greed ultimately triumphed over reason. This is my principle. Lin Mo slid a bank card across the table. 150,000. The password is 6 zeros. I only require the outcome. The process is of no concern to me. Here is my contact number. Upon my instruction to close the position, execute immediately, not a second's delay. Peter trembled as he accepted the card, as if grasping a searing hot iron. Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed? He asked one last time. I am certain. Lin Mo's tone brooked no argument. Very well. I shall do it. Peter gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a crimson hue, reminiscent of a gambler who had lost everything, clutching onto the last lifeline. Having secured the funding, Lin Mo did not linger at the exchange. He turned and left this den of greed and despair. His next step was to verify the intelligence. Half an hour later, outside the Stark Industries building, Lin Mo sat on a park bench, appearing as an ordinary visitor, sipping a cola, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the towering structure. He gradually released his mental acuity, seeping in like mercury, silently infiltrating the premises. In the grand hall of the first floor, the research department on the second, and the administrative department on the third, the myriad voices of countless employees flowed through his mind. Director Fury has arrived again. It seems the pressure from the military is immense. Mr. Obadiah has taken charge of the company. I wonder if he can stabilize the situation. I heard Miss Pepper hasn't slept in days. How pitiable. These fragments of information were automatically filtered by Lin Mo. His objective lay at the pinnacle, the boardroom. He concentrated, channeling his perception into a beam, arduously ascending. He pierced through the dense steel and concrete, navigating the interference of various electronic devices. At last, he heard it. A calm and magnetic voice was soothing all the board members in the conference room. Everyone, please remain calm. Tony's disappearance is a heavy blow to us all. However, in times like these, we must unite. I assure you, I will do everything in my power to stabilize the company's operations and cooperate with the military to locate Tony as soon as possible. It was Obadiah Stane, the uncle who had brought ruin to Tony's parents and had stabbed Tony in the back. Listening to his heartfelt speech, one might have been moved, had Lin Mo not already known the truth. Yet, in the next moment, Obadiah's true thoughts resonated clearly in Lin Mo's mind. A bunch of fools. Do they really expect to find Tony? By now, he has probably been picked clean by the vultures in the desert. That scoundrel, who had clearly developed the technology for the arc reactor, yet refused to militarize it. Now, this magnificent technology shall be mine to inherit. Those worthless fools in Afghanistan still Haven T delivered the core components of the reactor. Once I have the goods, I will silence them all. No one will ever know the truth. My armor, my ironmonger. Soon the world will witness who the true Stark is. Boom. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck Lin Mo's brain. Ironmonger. He was indeed secretly fabricating his own armor. Moreover, he awaited the 10 rings to deliver the miniature arc reactor that Tony had constructed in the cave. This intelligence was worth a fortune. It not only validated Lin Mo's memories, but also provided him with an exceptionally clear timeline. As long as Obadiah had yet to acquire the reactor, he would not relent, and the turmoil within Stark Industries would persist, causing the stock prices to continue their decline. However, once he obtained the reactor, Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. He knew what he must do. He retrieved a cheap disposable phone and sent Peter a text. Continue shorting for 3 days. Then await my instructions. After sending the message, Lin Mo snapped the phone in half and discarded it. along with the SIM card, into a nearby trash bin. For the next 3 days, Lin Mo did nothing. He remained in his antique shop, engrossed in reading and sipping tea, as if the tumultuous storms of Wall Street bore no relation to him. Meanwhile, the stock price of Stark Industries, as he had anticipated, experienced a brief stagnation before plummeting once more due to an official announcement from the military, which declared that the chances of Tony Stark's survival were exceedingly slim. Following a fruitless search and rescue operation, countless individuals lamented their losses, reduced to ruin. Peter incessantly dialed Lin Mo's now-defunct number dozens of times each day, only to be met with silence. He felt himself on the brink of madness, convinced that Lin Mo had vanished, leaving him to grapple with the impending catastrophe alone. On the afternoon of the third day, the stock price descended to an unprecedented low. Lin Mo's new phone received a message from an anonymous informant he had stationed on Wall Street. The target, Obadiah, had received a cryptic package from the Middle East and was in a state of extreme exhilaration. Upon reading this message, Lin Mo smiled. The fish had taken the bait. He promptly used another phone to send instructions to Peter: liquidate all positions. Then, with all available funds, purchase Stark Industries stock with the highest leverage you can manage. Afterward, dispose of this card. Following the message, the phone was again destroyed. In the stock exchange, Peter Kennelly, who had not slept for 3 days and appeared almost deranged, was rendered speechless upon receiving this text. Liquidate? Now, at the lowest point? My God, we've struck gold. We are immensely wealthy. With a principal of 150,000 and leveraging tenfold, this short position has multiplied at least fivefold. No, sixfold. $900,000. After deducting commissions and fees, this young Chinese lad has netted over $700,000 in just 3 days. 700,000. Is he a god? The overwhelming elation nearly caused Peter to faint. Without a moment's hesitation, trembling hands executed Lin Mo's second instruction. He pounced on Stark Industries' seemingly lifeless stock with that considerable sum, leveraging every permissible option available to him, like a ravenous wolf. Chapter 4. The Echo and the beginning of the layout at the New York Stock Exchange. Peter Kennelly slumped in his office chair, feeling as though his very soul had been drained. On the screen before him, the green line representing Stark Industries stock price lay like a deceased worm at its historical nadir. Yet, within his personal account, a dizzying array of figures flickered enticingly, exuding a devilish allure. It was a staggering commission he had never dared to dream of. In a mere 3 days, his life had soared from the depths of despair to the heights of euphoria. He had orchestrated a transaction worthy of being enshrined in Wall Street textbooks, a classic maneuver in an epic collapse, employing tenfold leverage to short sell and then, at the lowest point, executing a full buy-in. Such a masterful operation transcended mere audacity. It was nothing short of divine prophecy. It was that enigmatic young man of Chinese descent, the one who referred to himself as Lin, who orchestrated all of this through a mere few text messages. Peter shuddered violently. A fear more potent than the ecstasy of acquiring vast wealth surged from his coccyx to the crown of his head. Who exactly was that individual? He was no gambler. Gamblers possess a streak of luck and indecision. Yet he was not one of them. Every one of his commands was as cold and precise as a surgeon's scalpel, devoid of any emotional nuance. It was as if he could foresee the future. The moment this thought crossed Peter's mind, he trembled in terror. With quaking hands, he grasped his phone and dialed the number from which he had received his instructions. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service," came the chilling mechanical voice. Undeterred, Peter rushed back to the bank, seeking to uncover the identity of the account holder connected to that principal card. However, he was informed that it was an anonymous bearer account from a Swiss bank, which had been automatically deactivated the instant the funds were transferred. All leads had been severed. The mysterious Mr. Lin had, like a specter, circled above Wall Street, absconding with a vast fortune, only to vanish without a trace. Despondently, Peter sat on the steps outside the bank, gazing at the substantial check in his hand, yet devoid of any joy. He was instead consumed by endless awe and yearning. He knew he had glimpsed a fragment of a realm forever beyond the grasp of ordinary men. He longed to encounter that deity once more. For this, he was willing to pay any price. Meanwhile, within the antique shop window auction, Lin Mo leisurely savored a cup of preemptively de Hong Pao. The fragrant tea wafted gently, soothing his senses. The tumult of Wall Street seemed to belong to another world entirely. He was fully aware that Peter would exhaust every means to find him. Yet this was all part of his design. A useful tool must first comprehend who the master is and cultivate sufficient faith in him. A timely disappearance is the finest method to foster an air of mystery. Presently, his account held over $700,000 worth of Stark Industries stock. In 3 months, this sum would multiply at least tenfold, if not more, a nearly $10 million war chest. It was ample to accomplish many ambitions. Establishing an empire truly his own required more than mere wealth. He needed an indomitable fortress, an utterly loyal team, and a name that would instill trepidation across the globe. Echo. Lin Mo whispered the name softly. Everything in existence bears an echo. I hear your innermost thoughts, and my will shall resonate as the echo of your destiny. He set down his teacup, his gaze deepening. His first act was to utilize that clean sum of $150,000 to register a shell corporation named Echo Capital in the Cayman Islands. The legal representative is a fabricated persona, through which all financial transactions traverse intricate encrypted channels, circulating through the accounts of numerous banks across various nations, rendering even the most astute financial investigators powerless. This marks the embryonic stage of his future commercial empire, serving as a FA-ADE for laundering money and executing clandestine operations. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to a map of New York. He sought a genuine stronghold, one more concealed, secure, and capable of harboring his ambitions than this street-side antique shop. His finger glided slowly across the map, ultimately resting upon an area at the intersection of Queens and Brooklyn. There, in the near future, a colossal green behemoth would spiral out of control, transforming the landscape into ruins. At that time, land values would plummet to the point where it would be virtually worthless. For now, however, he required a temporary base. Through Echo Capital, he anonymously acquired an abandoned underground air raid shelter in Brooklyn's industrial district. This shelter, a relic of World War II, lay 30 meters beneath the surface, fortified with 3-meter-thick reinforced concrete walls, effectively shielding it from most physical detection and electronic signals. In the ensuing month, Lin Mo devoted nearly all his time and energy to renovating this subterranean base. He anonymously enlisted top engineers, cybersecurity experts, and security system designers from around the globe via the dark web. These individuals never met, each responsible solely for their specific tasks, often unaware of the true nature of what they were constructing. A dedicated power and internet line was surreptitiously connected. The most advanced server arrays were installed and calibrated. Layers of encryption formed firewalls capable of withstanding military-grade cyber assaults. From physical intrusions to signal monitoring, 32 security protocols transformed this space into a genuine underground fortress. Standing in the center of this vast, cold, and futuristic underground base, Lin Mo experienced a profound sense of control for the first time. This would be the brain of the Echo organization, the inception point from which he would disseminate his proclamations to the world. In addition to establishing the base, Lin Mo did not neglect the enhancement of his own abilities. He understood that his body constituted his greatest vulnerability. No matter how adept he was at reading minds, a single bullet could end his life. He eschewed extravagant martial arts in favor of the most straightforward and practical disciplines: mixed martial arts, Israeli Krav Maga, and extreme physical conditioning. He invested heavily in hiring a retired Delta Force operator as his personal trainer, enduring grueling workouts in the newly constructed training facility of the base. Each day, he pushed himself to his limits, muscles tearing in agony, lungs burning with pain, and sweat saturating his clothing. These physical trials paradoxically provided a peculiar relaxation to his mind, which was perpetually tense from information overload. His physique was transforming at a visibly rapid pace, becoming robust and formidable. His gaze grew increasingly calm and composed. Simultaneously, his mastery over telepathy became ever more refined. He no longer needed to consciously shield himself. The cacophony of chaotic thoughts had faded into mere background noise, incapable of disturbing him. His perceptual range expanded from an initial 10 meters to an impressive 50. He could even eavesdrop on the subconscious of a passerby 50 meters away amidst the clamor of the street, effortlessly sifting through their memories of last night's meal, all while the individual remained blissfully unaware. This sensation was akin to that of a deity, one who could unveil the secrets of mere mortals. Time slipped by silently, and a month had elapsed. Lin Mo felt it was time to activate the first piece in his grand scheme. On this day, a nearly frantic Peter Connolly received an encrypted call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end was a processed voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. Peter Connolly. Upon hearing this voice, Peter jolted upright from the sofa, a shiver coursing through him. It was him. He knew it was him. Is it you, Mr. Lin? Peter's voice trembled with excitement. Lin is dead. The voice replied coldly and indifferently. From now on, you will serve me. You may refer to me as Mr. You. Mr. You? Peter mulled over this moniker in his mind, a chill rising from his feet. Oracle, prophet, he is indeed no ordinary man. Yes, Mr. You. I am willing to do anything for you. Peter declared his loyalty without hesitation. Excellent, the voice responded, seemingly pleased. Your allegiance will reward you with wealth and status beyond your imagination. Now for your first task. Please instruct me. Resign from your current position and use your commission to establish a private investment consulting firm. I want you to leverage your identity to approach someone. Whom? Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Industries. The voice paused, adopting a tone laced with mockery. That buffoon will soon be making a spectacle of himself. I require all his dirt, everything from his financial indiscretions to his personal life. Remember, do not compromise your identity. You are merely a common Wall Street investment consultant seeking to ingratiate yourself with him. Peter's mind raced. Hammer Industries? Stark Industries' primary competitor? Mr. Yu, are we planning to take action against Hammer Industries? He dared not inquire further and promptly replied, yes. I understand. Very good. From now on, I will contact you through this channel. Complete the task, and you shall be rewarded. Should you fail or betray me? The electronic voice trailed off. Yet the palpable chill of murderous intent seemed to penetrate the airwaves, leaving Peter ensnared in a figurative ice cavern. I shall never betray you, he swore, pointing skyward. The call was abruptly terminated. Peter clutched his phone, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Following the terror came an exhilarating rush. He understood that his life had irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, in a subterranean base in Brooklyn, Lin Mo ended the call, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. Justin Hammer, the fool who had caused Tony considerable trouble in Iron Man 2 and even allied himself with Whiplash. At present, Tony was still hammering away in a cave in Afghanistan. Lin Mo intended to meticulously orchestrate the downfall of his adversary. His goal was not to obliterate Hammer, but rather, akin to how he manipulated Peter, to seize control of all of Hammer's secrets, transforming him into a loyal hound, one that could be unleashed upon Stark or anyone else in the future. Now, all that was required was to patiently await the return of the armored man for the grand feast to commence. Chapter 5, the next target, the Hulk 2 months later. Brooklyn, 30 meters underground. A chilling silence pervaded the air, infused with the metallic scent of wires. This was Lin Mo's meticulously crafted lair, a steel heart that eluded the gaze of any official map. He had named it the Hall of Silence. At this moment, Lin Mo stood in the central control room of the Hall of Silence, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. The control room was a vast, semicircular expanse, dominated by a colossal curved wall composed of dozens of high-definition screens, silently cascading data from around the globe like a waterfall. Financial indices, military intelligence, dark web transactions, public opinion, all of existence seemed distilled upon this wall, transformed into a sequence of cold data awaiting his scrutiny. Buzzing. One of the screens illuminated with a notification for an encrypted email. Sender, Peter. Lin Mo directed his gaze toward it, and the content of the email expanded to the center of his view. It contained all the sordid details Peter had painstakingly gathered over the past 2 months concerning Justin Hammer. Financial fraud, bribery of legislators, theft of trade secrets, a chaotic personal life. The document spanned over 100 pages, meticulously detailing even the identity of the third-rate star with whom Hammer had spent the previous night. It must be said, Peter proved to be an exceedingly useful tool, driven by both monetary gain and a healthy respect for Mr. Lin. His potential had been maximized. However, Lin Mo gently shook his head. It was insufficient. Such information could only wound Hammer, but it was not enough to render him a completely obedient dog. Politicians and capitalists are most adept at survival through cutting off their tails. These so-called scandals, if managed with appropriate public relations and financial resources, can invariably be suppressed. What he requires is an ultimate weapon capable of utterly dismantling Justin Hammer's resolve. rendering him quivering at the mere mention of Mr. Yu. Such a weapon, however, is beyond the reach of mere mortals like Peter. Lin Mo set down his coffee cup and donned a black trench coat from the metallic rack. It appeared necessary to pay a personal visit to Mr. Hammer. Half an hour later, an inconspicuous black Ford sedan occupied a parking space at the corner across from the Hammer Industrial Building. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses, seemingly resting his eyes. Yet, his mental prowess had already transformed into an invisible net, silently penetrating hundreds of meters, transcending the barriers of reinforced concrete, and precisely enveloping the chairman's office on the top floor of the building. Inside, Justin Hammer was exuberantly engaged in a phone conversation. Indeed, that fool Stark is doomed. The military contract will soon be ours. Ha ha ha. Tony Stark, you who eternally dwell in my shadow, have finally met your end. Since our school days, you have overshadowed me. Now it is my turn. Once I secure the military contract, I shall immediately initiate the ex-wife project. Who would dare claim my armor inferior to Stark's then? Listening to his shallow and arrogant musings, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. The ex-wife project? Was it not the clumsy imitation of the Iron Man suit, capable of snapping a soldier's spine with the mere twist of a waist? Lin Mo held no interest in such trivialities. He concentrated his mental energy into an invisible probe, piercing through Hammer's superficial consciousness, delving deep into the recesses of his memories. This was a newly acquired skill of his, more aggressive and perilous than mere eavesdropping, akin to a hacker forcefully breaching the firewall of another's mind. Hammer's memories resembled a filthy landfill, brimming with envy towards Tony Stark, greed for wealth, and a myriad of hedonistic images. Lin Mo sifted patiently through the clutter, discarding the inconsequential information. Finally, in a corner of memory locked away by layers of protection, he discovered what he sought. It was a memory from over a decade ago. In the scene, a much younger Hammer stood in terror within a lavish villa. On the floor lay an elderly man, devoid of life, his father, the founder of Hammer Industries, Old Hammer. In his hand, Old Hammer clutched a will, stipulating that 70% of the company shares were to be bequeathed to his illegitimate son, rather than to Justin Hammer, the wastrel son who knew only indulgence. The scene shifted. The young Hammer cast the will into the fireplace, then seized a heavy trophy, orchestrating the scene to resemble a robbery gone awry. His innermost thoughts reverberate within the corridors of memory. You old fool, do you intend to bequeath the company to that illegitimate child? Dream on. I am the sole heir of the Hammer family. No one shall usurp what rightfully belongs to me. He's been found. Patricide. In a bid to usurp the family fortune, he personally extinguished his father's life. This is the profound sin residing in the depths of Justin Hammer's heart. The ultimate dread he dares not expose to the light of day. Lin Mo gradually withdrew his mental energy, leaning back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. The forceful intrusion into another's deep memory exacted a considerable toll on him. Yet, a satisfied smile graced his face. With his card in hand, Justin Hammer would become the sharpest and most obedient knife in his arsenal. He started the car and departed quietly. Throughout it all, Justin Hammer, within the Hammer Industries building, remained oblivious to the fact that his darkest secret had been completely unveiled. In the days that followed, Lin Mo's life returned to a state of extreme discipline and tranquility. In the morning, he engaged in grueling physical and combat training in the Silent Hall's training room. Whoosh! Retired Delta Elite Mark executed a powerful roundhouse kick, slicing through the air towards Lin Mo's ribs. If struck, an ordinary person would likely suffer at least 3 broken ribs. However, just as his foot was about to make contact with Lin Mo's body, a thought flashed through Mark's mind. Left rib. He can't evade it. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo's body retreated at an astonishing angle, narrowly avoiding the strike by half a second. Simultaneously, his elbow shot forward like a cannonball, precisely landing on the vulnerable spot exposed beneath Mark's armpit. Ugh! Mark let out a muffled grunt, his entire being jolted as if electrified, staggering backward several steps. His face etched with disbelief. How is this possible? It's as if he can foresee where I will attack. This is no longer just quick reflexes. This is precognition. No, it's foreknowledge. Observing the coach's bewildered expression, Lin Mo withdrew his offensive, calmly stating, "That will be all for today, Mark." "Yes, boss." Mark gazed at this employer, who was a decade his junior, with a mixture of awe and respect. He increasingly felt that he was not instructing an ordinary wealthy individual, but rather a formidable entity. In the afternoon, Lin Mo would attend to various investments of Echo Capital, remotely monitoring global developments. In the evening, he would immerse himself in the profound exploration of mind-reading techniques. He discovered that his abilities extended far beyond mere auditory perception. When he concentrated his mental energy, he could even exert a subtle influence on the psyche of his target. For instance, he could cause someone lost in thought to suddenly forget what they intended to do. In the depths of one's subconscious, a seemingly trivial thought may take root, such as the desire for a Coke today. Although the effect remains feeble, it has nonetheless opened a gateway to a new realm for Lin Mo. If his mental prowess were sufficiently formidable, could he, like the professor, directly alter the thoughts and memories of others? This notion sent a thrill through Lin Mo's being, for it would be a power reserved for deities. Time, in its quietude of dormancy and growth, slipped away unobserved until one fateful day in the third month. Boom! A breaking news story erupted like a nuclear explosion across the globe. Our station has just received word that billionaire Tony Stark, missing for 3 months, was successfully rescued earlier today by the United States Air Force in Afghanistan. He is currently en route back to America. In that moment, the world ignited with fervor. Meanwhile, in an underground base in Brooklyn, Lin Mo gazed at the familiar visage on the screen, a long-awaited smile finally gracing his lips. The grand feast was about to commence. Wall Street had gone utterly mad. Stark Industries stock, after a halt of several hours, surged skyward like a rocket upon reopening. 10, 30, 70, an avalanche of buy orders flooded in, the crimson line piercing the eyes of all, establishing the most extravagant single-day increase in the history of the New York Stock Exchange. Peter Connolly fixated on the screen, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. His blood surged with excitement, his hands trembling violently from the sheer anticipation. Rising, still rising. The figure in his account had transformed into an incomprehensible astronomical sum. He dialed the encrypted number repeatedly, yet remained perpetually unreachable. Mr. Yu, where are you? Issue the command. If we don't sell soon, we'll miss the peak. Just as he was on the verge of despair, his phone chimed with a message, a text from that familiar, anonymous number. The content was a single word, wait. Upon reading it, Peter felt as though he had been doused with cold water, instantly calming himself. He exhaled deeply and returned to his chair. He knew not what Mr. Yu awaited, yet he chose to believe unconditionally, for divinity does not err. Seconds turned to minutes. Stark Industries stock price, having reached a zenith, began a slight retreat. Entering a period of fluctuation, countless individuals started to cash in on their profits, and Peter's heart sank once more. Just then, the news featured Tony Stark's image. He appeared somewhat haggard, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. He purchased a cheeseburger and subsequently convened his first press conference since his return. During the event, he made a startling announcement. After considerable reflection, I have decided that Stark Industries will permanently cease its weapons manufacturing division. A gasp resonated throughout the room. The global investors were left in utter shock. Stark Industries no longer produces weapons? What remains? The stock price began to plummet instantaneously. Peter's face turned pale, and he felt as if he were suffocating. This was it. The genius had miscalculated. However, just as despair enveloped him, his phone chimed once more. It was the same number, with just a single word, sell. Grasping this last lifeline, Peter instinctively poured every ounce of his strength into executing the command on his keyboard. Sell everything. The moment he completed the transaction, Tony Stark uttered another statement at the press conference. He pointed to the arc reactor embedded in his chest, a trademark confident smile gracing his face. For I have discovered something even cooler. It will usher in an entirely new era of energy. The market reversed once again. Everyone recognized the immense potential of this new energy source. The stock prices halted their descent and surged upward with even greater fervor, soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, Peter had successfully exited the market. His exit point aligned perfectly with the pinnacle just before Tony announced the closure of the weapons division. Right before the stock price began its rapid decline. Not a cent off. Peter slumped in his chair, his mind blank. He gazed at the final balance in his account. $8,740,000. With an initial investment of $700,000, he had multiplied his fortune over 12 times in a mere few hours. He had succeeded. No, it was Mr. Yu who had triumphed. He not only anticipated the rise, but also precisely predicted Tony Stark's announcement and that fleeting peak. Such mastery of information is terrifying. In the silence of his sanctuary, Lin Mo calmly observed the over $8 million as it flowed through numerous encrypted channels into the Echo Capital account. His expression remained entirely unperturbed, as if this were merely a simple game. He lifted his now-cold coffee and took a sip. Capital secured, base established, and the first piece on the board positioned. It was time to proceed to the next step. He brought up a new window on the massive screen wall, revealing information about a university, Caltech Department of Physics. An image of a bespectacled man, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, was magnified at the center of the screen. Bruce Banner. Below the photograph, a series of related news articles followed. In the vicinity of Culver University, a series of unexplained micro-earthquakes have recently occurred. The military has cordoned off the area, citing a gamma radiation leak exercise as the reason. A woman named Betty Ross has repeatedly attempted to breach the restricted zone. Lin Mo, observing this intelligence, couldn't help but smile with a sense of intrigue. The plot of Iron Man has just begun to unfold. Another colossal entity is also on the verge of losing restraint. Lin Mo's finger gently tapped on a photograph of Bruce Banner. It is you, he decided. The Hulk. Chapter 6. The True Prey Within the Sanctuary of Silence. Lin Mo's fingertips lightly traced the enormous curved screen wall, where all information regarding Tony Stark and Stark Industries receded like a tide. In their stead emerged countless satellite maps, academic papers, and intercepted reports of encrypted military communications. All information pointed to one location, Culver University in Virginia, and one name, Bruce Banner. Lin Mo gazed at the image of the refined man on the screen, devoid of any sympathy, his eyes reflecting the calm and scrutiny of a hunter observing his prey. The Hulk, a being of boundless power capable of confronting an army with sheer physicality, a walking source of gamma radiation, a colossal green treasure that moved. Yet, Lin Mo's objective was not the Hulk himself. Controlling the Hulk? Nonsense. That creature was a ticking time bomb, beyond even its own control. The true value lay in the knowledge that birthed the Hulk, the amalgamation of gamma rays, Vita rays, and the super soldier serum, the key to ultimate power. Lin Mo's gaze shifted from Banner's photograph to another individual's profile, Samuel Stern's, a genius with significant contributions in the field of cell biology, yet ostracized by the mainstream academic world for his radical research direction. This was the true prey. A playful smirk graced Lin Mo's lips. He recalled vividly that in the narrative, Dr. Stearns, in his quest to assist Banner, replicated Banner's blood samples. In the climactic battle between the Abomination and the Hulk, he was injured by the Abomination, and Banner's blood inadvertently dripped into his wound, leading to a mutation of his brain. He was destined to become the future leader of a new breed, an exceptionally intelligent supervillain, a top-tier scientist endowed with Hulk genetic data and having undergone super evolution himself. Such talent could not fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military's ineptitude. He must belong to Echo. A meticulous plan rapidly took shape in Lin Mo's mind. He needed chaos, a monumental upheaval capable of diverting everyone's attention. The birth of the Abomination would serve as the perfect smokescreen. Lin Mo's fingers delicately danced upon the keyboard, summoning the profile of another individual, Emil Bronsky, a premier soldier seconded from the British Royal Marine Corps to the United States Special Operations Command. A war machine born for battle, an impeccable instrument for creating chaos. The chessboard was set, and the pieces were positioned. Lin Mo rose and approached the control console. It was time for my Echo to make its voice heard in the world for the very first time. He refrained from deploying Peter Connolly. The Wall Street pawn was reserved for the financial battlefield. To confront military forces and bioengineered entities, more specialized tools were requisite. Through Echo Capital's account, Lin Mo dispatched a hiring contract to a private military contractor renowned for its efficiency and discretion, headquartered in Geneva. This company, known as Phantom Solutions, held a formidable reputation within the dark web. They only accepted substantial contracts, catering to clients who were either affluent or influential, and were said to never miss their mark. The contract stipulations were straightforward, objective, ensure the safety of a scientist named Samuel Stern, who is currently a faculty member at Culver University. We have reason to believe that both military and commercial adversaries are attempting to forcibly extract him. Mission 1. Establish a comprehensive, round-the-clock surveillance network surrounding Culver University, with a particular focus on Dr. Stern's laboratory and the movements of military personnel. 2. Covertly document the entire confrontation between the military and an unidentified target, Hulk, without revealing their presence. 3. Await my instructions and, at the most opportune moment, escort Dr. Stern and all his research materials to a designated location, ensuring their safety. To enhance credibility, Lin Mo remitted a substantial advance payment of $3 million. For Phantom Solutions, this was merely a typical task of safeguarding and extracting a scientist amid commercial rivalry. They would not inquire as to the reasons. Their sole concern was remuneration. In less than 24 hours, a ghost team composed of 12 elite operatives seamlessly infiltrated Culver University, dispersing as if they were phantoms. They disguised themselves as electricians, plumbing maintenance workers, exchange students, and even vagrants, establishing a web of high-powered cameras, listening devices, motion sensors, and miniature drones throughout the university town. All intelligence was relayed in real time to a mobile command vehicle stationed several kilometers away, transmitted via military-grade encrypted satellite signals to Lin Mo's sanctuary of silence. In an instant, his screen wall illuminated with dozens of live surveillance feeds. He observed General Ross seething at the temporary command post, Betty Ross anxiously searching for Banner, and Blonsky exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess on the training grounds. Most compellingly, he witnessed Samuel Stern in his laboratory, revealing an obsessive and fervent expression as he examined a mysterious blood sample. Everything was under control. 3 days later, conflict erupted as anticipated. Between the central lawn of the campus and the library corridor, General Ross's troops finally cornered Bruce Banner. Open fire. Use the sonic wave cannon. Stun him. General Ross's roar resonated through the nearby listening devices set by the Ghost Squad, reaching Lin Mo's ears with clarity. On the screen, Banner collapsed in agony under the sonic assault. However, in the next moment, a terrifying roar, unlike any human sound, seemed to shatter the screen. Banner's body began to swell before the eyes of all, transforming into a vibrant green. A green monstrosity, towering over 3 meters and bulging with sinewy muscles, exuding devastating power, emerged into view. The Hulk had arrived. The soldiers' thoughts, transmitted through the ghost agents near the battlefield, intermittently reached Lin Mo's mind. My God, what is that thing? Open fire. Quickly. Don't let him come closer. Mom, I don't want to die here. Fear spread like wildfire. The Hulk disregarded the bullets that merely tickled him, charging through the military lines like a runaway tank. Humvees were tossed aside like toys, and the sonic cannon was crushed underfoot. The soldiers were in disarray. Yet one man chose to advance as all others retreated. Emil Blonsky. He brandished his rifle, his eyes devoid of fear, instead ignited by a morbid excitement. Now this is real combat. This is true power. I want that power too. He fired at the Hulk while skillfully dodging debris hurled his way, displaying remarkable combat instinct. But all of this proved futile against overwhelming strength. The Hulk swatted him aside, and Blonsky's body crumpled like a rag doll, crashing into a tree, his bones shattered, lying in a pool of blood. On the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo showed no sign of surprise. He knew Blonsky would not perish. This disastrous defeat would undoubtedly ignite a fierce flame within General Ross. Indeed, after the Hulk fled with Betty Ross, General Ross surveyed the chaotic battlefield and the heavy casualties. His face a mask of fury. Bring Blonsky back. Use the best medical methods. At any cost, keep him alive. General Ross bellowed his orders, his heart brimming with resentment and madness. Yet another failure. I need stronger soldiers. A super soldier who can contend with that monster. It is time for that long-buried plan. Lin Mo smiled. The fish had taken the bait. Yet, he needed to stoke the flames further. A fire ignited within General Ross, compelling him to decisively inject the unrefined serum into Blonsky's body. He retrieved a satellite phone, fortified with multiple layers of encryption, and dialed a number. On the other end was the commander of the ghost team, codenamed Phantom. Mr. Phantom's voice resonated with calm professionalism. Phantom, have your operative discreetly relay intelligence to a young lieutenant by the name of Claire, who stands close to General Ross. Please proceed. The message was clear. Blonsky was the sole soldier capable of confronting the monster without succumbing to despair. His willpower was pivotal for enduring the transformation brought about by the serum. Opportunity was fleeting. This moment could not be squandered. Understood, Phantom replied, not inquiring about the rationale behind the directive. He was merely an executor of orders. Upon terminating the call, Lin Mo gazed at the screen displaying Blonsky, barely clinging to life on a stretcher, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He recognized that the lieutenant, Claire, was an ambitious individual, eager to prove herself before General Ross. This intelligence would serve as her ladder to ascend the ranks. Meanwhile, Blonsky was poised to grasp the power he had long coveted. Amidst the expectations of many, Lin Mo took a sip of his coffee, then turned his gaze to another screen. There, Samuel Stern was fervently watching footage of the Hulk wreaking havoc, his eyes ablaze with zeal akin to that of a fervent believer. I hope you are ready to welcome your new master, he mused. Chapter 7. The birth of the super soldier in a clandestine military medical facility located in Virginia. The acrid scent of disinfectant permeated the air, intertwining with the oppressive odor of gunpowder emanating from the officers in the corridor, creating a stifling atmosphere. Incompetent fools. A pack of worthless wretches. General Thaddeus Ross, like a lion ensnared within a cage, paced agitatedly in his makeshift office. His weathered face flushed a deep crimson with rage, and his graying hair seemed to stand on end in indignation. On his desk lay a mountain of battle damage reports, each word mocking his ineptitude. The loss of tens of millions of dollars in equipment, the casualties of numerous soldiers, and most intolerably, the sight of that green monstrosity absconding with his daughter right before his eyes. Such a disgrace. Bruce Banner, you traitor, monster, I will retrieve you and tear you to shreds. He bellowed. I require power, the strength to crush that beast. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Enter. Ross barked impatiently. The door swung open to reveal a striking young lieutenant, Claire. She possessed a captivating beauty, yet her gaze betrayed an intensity and ambition far beyond her years. General, Claire stood at attention, her voice crisp and powerful. I have new insights to report regarding Emil Blonsky. Ross glanced at her. This informant he had placed near his daughter, though youthful, had consistently demonstrated a keen sense of propriety. Speak, he commanded, squeezing the word through clenched teeth. Claire took a deep breath, fully aware that her next words would determine her destiny. This intelligence had come from a mysterious caller claiming to be in the know. Yet she must transform it into her own credit. General, I believe Blonsky's catastrophic defeat only underscores his unparalleled worth. Ross's brow furrowed. Worth? He was nearly reduced to pulp by that monster. Is that what you call worth? Claire, seemingly reading his thoughts, pressed on. I reviewed the psychological assessments and combat footage of all engaged soldiers. When confronted with that target, over 90% exhibited varying degrees of psychological collapse. Their fighting spirit shattered in an instant. Yet Blonsky did not. Her voice grew fervent. Not only did he show no fear, but he also exhibited a fierce desire to attack. He was the sole soldier bold enough to initiate an assault after witnessing that creature's terrifying power. His will is as unyielding as steel. Claire's words struck Ross like a hammer upon his heart. Observing a shift in the general's demeanor, she seized the moment, casting forth her final bait. General, the greatest obstacle in the weapon enhancement program you have sought to revive is the inability of the test subjects to withstand the serum's impact on their psyche. Blonsky's willpower is the very vessel we have been searching for to endure this strength. She paused, lowering her voice in a tone brimming with seduction. Opportunity knocks but once. He is our sole chance. The office fell into a profound silence. General Ross bore down on Claire with a penetrating glare, his eyes sharp enough to pierce her. He was filled with doubt and inner turmoil. The serum, severed from the super soldier program decades ago, was highly unstable. One misstep could unleash a beast more fearsome than the Hulk. Yet, as thoughts of the Hulk's massive green form and the image of his daughter being taken by that monster flooded his mind, reason was consumed by a raging fury and insatiable desire. He needed a Hulk who would obey his commands. He needed a rabid dog capable of slaying another beast. After a long pause, General Ross slammed his fist onto the table, producing a thunderous sound. Notify the medical department. Initiate Project Avenger 1. Utilize the highest authority. Administer the serum to him. I want him alive. I want him stronger than that monster. Yes, General. An uncontrollable joy flickered in Claire's eyes. She realized she had placed her bet wisely. General Ross let out a cold snort and added, Lieutenant Claire, I greatly admire your keen insight into the battlefield. From this moment onward, you will be wholly responsible for the coordination of Project Avenger 1. Do not disappoint me. Rest assured, General, I shall not fail your expectations. Claire replied, her face flushed with excitement. Within the silent hall, Lin Mo observed the unfolding events on the screen, a cold smile gracing his lips. He gently swirled his coffee cup, the brown liquid creating ripples akin to a small pebble cast into the tranquil lake of General Ross's heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. Project Avenger 1? How ironically named, he mused softly, to designate the birth plan of one supervillain with the name of a future arch-nemesis. This world is steeped in dark humor. The screen transitioned to the sterile operating room of the medical center. Emil Blonsky lay upon the operating table like a shattered corpse, tubes protruding from his body. His vital signs were faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. A cadre of elite military physicians cautiously opened a metal briefcase marked with biohazard symbols. Inside lay a syringe containing a pale blue liquid that emitted an ominous glow. Dosage confirmed, 320 milligrams. Life support systems ready. Adrenaline prepared. The lead surgeon inhaled deeply, slowly injecting the syringe filled with devilish temptation into Blonsky's carotid artery. The cerulean fluid coursed into his body. In the next moment, beep, 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 the heart rate monitor emitted a piercing alarm, the numbers soaring to a terrifying height. Blonsky's body began to convulse violently. His pallid face instantaneously flushed crimson, veins bulging beneath his skin like twisted earthworms, emitting inhuman cries of agony. Crack, crack. The nauseating sounds of bones fracturing and reassembling echoed through the operating room. Blonsky's bones, interrupted by the Hulk, were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Growing sturdier by the second, his muscles swelled as if inflated, threatening to burst through his skin. Stabilize him. Quickly. Increase the dosage of sedatives. The doctors were thrown into chaos as several robust nurses struggled to restrain Blonsky, feeling as though they were grappling with a rampaging bull. Finally, the convulsions on the operating table ceased. Blonsky abruptly opened his eyes. What sight those eyes were, no longer reflecting any semblance of human emotion. They were cold and bloodthirsty, resembling the slitted pupils of a reptile. He slowly sat up, effortlessly tearing the tubes, connecting him to the machines with the expansion of his muscles. He glanced down at his hands, clenched them gently. Underneath him, the surgical table crafted from a special alloy was contorted by his bare hands. A low, husky laughter emanated from Blonsky, who reveled in the explosive power surging within him. His face twisted into a grotesque, yet satisfied grin. The sensation was exhilarating. He twisted his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of crackling beans. He felt invincible, capable of punching through walls and outrunning bullets. His fangs were sharpened, and the wild beast was unleashed. Lin Mo lifted his coffee cup, savoring the last sip. Excellent. The target to attract fire was now prepared. It was time to seize his true prey. His fingers glided across the console, and the screen shifted to reveal the private laboratory of Samuel Stern at Culver University. The future mastermind, donned in goggles, gazed obsessively at a blood sample under the microscope, exclaiming, "It's perfect. This gene, a divine masterpiece. If only I could combine it with Vita rays. If I could inject it directly into my body." Lin Mo's gaze turned chillingly cold as he observed Dr. Stern. He picked up the encrypted satellite phone. "Phantom," he stated, "Phase 1 of the plan is complete. The mad dog will soon be unleashed to bite." His voice was devoid of warmth. "Now, execute Phase 2. Half of your personnel should disguise themselves as General Ross's special forces, while the other half poses as unidentified third-party armed forces. I want you to stage a three-way struggle for Dr. Stern at Culver University. On the other end," Phantom paused momentarily. Was this to incite conflict among their own? To expose themselves to military scrutiny? Yet, he voiced no dissent, responding calmly, "Understood. Chaos is our forte." "Excellent." Lin Mo's lips curled into a cruel smile. "While all eyes are drawn to the chaos you create, that will be your true opportunity. During the fray, inadvertently dismantle all surveillance equipment in Dr. Stern's laboratory and orchestrate an explosion of moderate scale to ignite a fire. Then I want you to right under everyone's noses amidst the smoke and flames. Lin Mo paused, articulating each word with precision, completely erase Dr. Stern and any of his laboratory specimens from this world. He sought not mere abduction, but rather the total obliteration of Samuel Stern and all his research, rendering him a phantom that existed solely within the echoes of their organization. Chapter 8. The clamor of smoke and shadows. The night draped Culver University in a shroud of inky darkness. Yet, this tranquility was destined to be utterly shattered. Action. A cold and concise command reverberated through an encrypted communication channel, simultaneously echoing in the tactical headsets of a dozen ghost operatives. In the next heartbeat, the symphony of slaughter struck its first note. Bang, bang, bang. 3 Spectre agents, clad in black combat gear, their faces obscured by night vision goggles and gas masks, adorned with the insignia of a non-existent military special forces unit, forcefully breached the side door of the biological research building with a battering ram. They were a unit, masquerading as General Ross's clandestine team, eager to retrieve experimental subjects. Their movements were swift and professional, forming a standard triangular assault formation, providing alternating cover as they advanced deep into the building, their objective clear: the private laboratory of Samuel Stein on the 3rd floor. Don't move. The 2 university security guards on duty had just raised their handguns when they were struck by the whistling rubber bullets, which accurately hit their wrists, causing them to scream and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building opposite the research facility, the target had entered the arena. The unit was prepared to greet their guests. The commander of the ghost team, Phantom, lay at the edge of the rooftop, coldly observing everything through a high-magnification scope. Beside him were 4 similarly clad snipers and observers, portraying a third-party armed group intent on seizing the scientist. Rat-a-tat-tat, just as the 3 operatives from the unit were about to rush up the staircase to the 3rd floor. Fierce flames erupted from the ventilation shafts above their heads and from the shadows to the side. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, igniting sparks and debris against the walls and floor. The 3 operatives reacted with remarkable speed, scattering to find cover and immediately returning fire. Ambush. Requesting support. Repeat, ambush. The unit's leader bellowed into the communicator, perfectly embodying a soldier caught in a trap. An intense and authentic gunfight erupted in an instant. Flames flickered wildly in the dark corridor. Gunfire shattered the tranquility of the campus. Countless students and faculty members were roused from their slumber, screams and alarms intertwining. As chaos engulfed the entire university town, within the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo sat elegantly in a throne-like command chair, the enormous curved screen wall before him broadcasting this action blockbuster, which he had meticulously orchestrated in a split-screen format. He could even experience every detail of the battlefield through the cameras mounted on the helmets of the unit's operatives, immersing himself in the first-person perspective. His mental prowess loomed over the battlefield like an omnipresent deity. Inside the 3rd-floor laboratory, Dr. Samuel Stein frantically stuffed the most crucial hard drive and blood samples into a safe, trembling with fear. General, the biological research building is under attack by unidentified armed forces. Gunfire is erupting. In one of the surveillance feeds, Lieutenant Claire was loudly reporting from General Ross's temporary command post. The general's face turned ashen. Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to act on my territory? Immediately dispatch troops. Seal off the area. Whoever it may be, the living must be seen, and the dead must be identified, and bring that old coot Stern out unharmed. General Ross roared in fury. Excellent. The 3rd party has also entered the fray. Lin Mo lightly tapped the console. The Phantom, the audience has arrived. Let the performance reach its climax. Culver University. Several military Humvees roared in, their tires screeching against the pavement. Armed soldiers leaped from the vehicles, quickly establishing a defensive perimeter surrounding the entire experimental building. Those inside, listen. You are encircled. Immediately lay down your arms and surrender. The military's voice echoed through loudspeakers into the night sky. However, their response was met with even fiercer gunfire. Boom! A shell flew from the 3rd-floor window of the experimental building, accurately landing beside a Humvee, erupting into a massive fireball and shockwave. The group was declaring war on the military. Return fire. Open fire freely. The commanding officer, infuriated, issued the order to attack. In an instant, a chaotic 3-way battle officially commenced. The military's bullets rained down simultaneously on the groups inside the building, while the groups, amid the fierce exchange, coordinated to direct some of their firepower towards the outside military. The entire experimental building transformed into a bloody meat grinder. Bullets flew erratically, and explosions echoed ceaselessly. No one knew how many factions were inside. No one knew who the enemy truly was. This was precisely what Lin Mo desired. The perfect cacophony of smoke and chaos. Phantom, the time has come. Lin Mo's voice, cold as ice, transmitted through the satellite phone into Phantom's ear. Received. The Phantom on the rooftop pressed a detonator in hand. The next moment, boom, a sound more terrifying than all previous explosions resonated from the third floor of the experimental building. A massive fireball surged from the laboratory window, illuminating half the night sky as if it were day. The violent shockwave shattered all the glass within dozens of meters. Samuel Stern's laboratory was reduced to a sea of flames. The detonation was successful. Group, it is your turn. Phantom coldly stated into another channel. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the earth-shattering explosion and the raging inferno, no one noticed 3 firefighters clad in uniforms, equipped with breathing apparatus and carrying firefighting tools, bravely pushing against the tide of fleeing individuals into the smoke-filled experimental building. They were the group, the true harvesters. Ignoring the fierce gunfire between their colleagues in the corridor, they skillfully navigated the flames, arriving at the entrance of the lab, now unrecognizable after the explosion. In a laboratory, Samuel Stern was thrown to the ground by the force of an explosion, disoriented and battered, his ears ringing and his face covered in soot. As he gazed upon the inferno before him, witnessing the instruments and documents melting in the flames, his heart bled. Just as despair consumed him, 3 firefighters rushed in. "Doctor, do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you," the leading firefighter shouted. Upon seeing them, Stern felt as if he had encountered saviors, his eyes rekindling with hope. Yet, in the following moment, the firefighter approached him not to assist him up, but rather, to his astonishment, withdrew a syringe from behind him and swiftly plunged it into his neck. "You," was all Stern could utter before a powerful wave of paralysis coursed through his body, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. "Target acquired. Secure the area and prepare for extraction," commanded the team leader, hoisting the unconscious Stern over his shoulder as if he were a mere sack. Meanwhile, another team member quickly opened the slightly deformed safe, retrieving the hard drives and blood samples within and placing them into a specially designed fireproof and shock-resistant case. Having completed their task, they did not exit through the main door, but rather approached a breach in the wall on the opposite side of the laboratory, securing a rope and vanishing like phantoms into the shadows behind the building. 5 minutes later, the gunfire from both teams ceased in perfect synchrony. Utilizing the cover of flames and thick smoke, they silently retreated from the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. When General Ross stormed into the experimental building with his troops, he was met only with a scene of utter devastation. Shell casings strewn about and the laboratory on the 3rd floor still ablaze, emitting a noxious, charred odor. "Report, General. No sign of Dr. Stern at the scene. Given the force of the explosion, he has likely been vaporized," a soldier reported, his face pale after surveying the wreckage. "Vaporized?" Ross stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. He stared at the raging fire, listening to his subordinates' theories about at least 2 factions clashing to seize the doctor. His face turning a deep crimson. "Ah!" He roared like a wild beast, kicking over a scorched laboratory table. Who did this? My scientist. My research. All gone." The unending fury threatened to incinerate his reason into ashes. Little did he know that the true prey he sought lay in the trunk of a speeding black van, en route to a hidden lair he would never discover. Time passed, though its measure was lost. Dr. Samuel Stern, emerging from the depths of chaos, gradually regained consciousness. He found himself lying on a soft bed, clad in a pristine white lab coat. "Where's this place?" Bewildered, he sat up and surveyed his surroundings. The room was exceedingly spacious and bright, with walls and floors made of a metallic white material that exuded a sense of futuristic technology. One side of the room was a transparent glass wall, beyond which lay a super laboratory filled with an array of cutting-edge precision instruments, far more advanced than his previous laboratory by at least 50 years. Just as he was grappling with his confusion, a cold, electronically synthesized voice suddenly resonated in the room. "Welcome, Dr. Stern. Or should I refer to you as the Chief? Chapter 9. The Birth of the Chief. The moment Samuel Stern heard that title, it felt as though he had been struck by a billion-volt electric current. Chief. What is this? A nickname? A code name? No. The word seemed to possess a strange enchantment, precisely tapping into his innermost desire for leadership and control. A yearning he had not even been aware of. Dr. Stern abruptly leaped from the bed, fearfully scanning the empty, pure, white room. Who are you? Show yourself. Who are you? He shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. The cold electronic voice echoed once more in his ears, tinged with a hint of mockery. Your questions are meaningless. Dr. Stern, you only need to understand that from the moment you entered this room, your former identity has ceased to exist. You are dead, died in that explosion, along with your laboratory, reduced to ashes. Dr. Stern's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the explosion, the fire, and the firefighter who had knocked him unconscious. His brain raced at 1,000,000 miles per minute, desperately trying to analyze his current predicament. Yet, the next moment, that voice, like a specter, shattered all his assumptions with chilling precision. Do not equate us with the mortals you see struggling. Do you think we are military? A bunch of brutes who know only how to use force? Hammer Industries? A refuse heap established by a clown who sees power through patricide. As for Stark, he is currently preoccupied with crafting a splendid tin toy, too busy to concern himself with a minor character like you. Boom! Dr. Stern froze, as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart. He felt his blood freeze in an instant. How could he know? How could he know my views on General Ross? How could he know the secrets of Hammer Industries? Patricide? What a scandal of epic proportions. Did he even know that Tony Stark was crafting combat armor? In that moment, the pride of Dr. Stein, his intellect revered as genius, utterly malfunctioned. He felt as exposed as a newborn stripped of its garments, laid bare from within, both corporeally and spiritually, scrutinized with unrelenting clarity. There were no secrets left. This sensation instilled a terror within him far greater than that of death. What exactly are you? His voice quivered violently with fear, his teeth chattering. We are echoes. The voice replied flatly. And I am Mr. You. As for what I am, the electronic tone paused, then spoke with a cadence as if unveiling a profound truth. You may perceive me as your new master, or perhaps your deity. No sooner had the words left its mouth, the vast glass wall separating the room from the exterior super laboratory transitioned instantaneously from an opaque milky sheen to complete transparency. Dr. Stein's breath halted in that singular moment. He beheld it. He witnessed a scientific sanctuary he had only dared to envision in science fiction. A holographic interface suspended in midair, a miniature particle accelerator conducting atomic-level collision experiments, rows of automated gene sequencers operating at a speed that would put the world's most advanced supercomputing centers to shame. He even glimpsed a cosmic cube energy reactor, ensconced within an energy field, slowly rotating and emanating an ethereal blue glow. This was cutting-edge technology that Stark Industries had never unveiled. This is impossible. Dr. Stein, like a madman, lunged at the glass wall, pressing his hands against the frigid surface, his eyes wide as saucers, his face a canvas of fervor and disbelief. Click! A wall behind Dr. Stein silently slid open, revealing a robot cradling a silver briefcase, which glided toward him. It was the very safe he had salvaged from the laboratory. The case opened to reveal the hard drive and blood samples, more precious to him than life itself, intact and unscathed. Your research is intriguing, yet remains merely that, interesting. Mr. Yu's voice carried a note of condescension. You have only witnessed the fury of gamma rays, yet failed to comprehend their mastery. You understand replication, but not the essence of creation. You have lingered at the threshold for far too long, Dr. Stein. We shall grant you the key to open that door. Doctor. Stein abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on the intangible voice within the room, his breathing rapid like a worn-out bellows. What do you want me to do? Quite simply, Mr. Yu's voice resonated with an icy grandeur. We require you to refine it, to transcend it, and, ultimately, to command it. What we desire is not a beast of fury, like Bruce Banner, who cannot even control himself. What we seek is an army, a legion of super soldiers, imbued with unwavering loyalty, controllable strength, and the potential for mass production. And you, Samuel Stern's esteemed leader, shall be the architect of this formidable force. Boom! The term architect resonated like a celestial spark. illuminating all the shadows and ambitions within Dr. Stern's heart. Fear? Imprisonment? Such thoughts had long been cast into oblivion. In his eyes, there remained only boundless fervor and exhilaration. His mind trembled with unprecedented thrill at this grand, nearly mad scheme. This was the pursuit he was destined for. This was the stage befitting his genius. "I'm willing," he nearly shouted, akin to a devoted acolyte pledging allegiance to a dark lord. "I am eager to serve you, my master." He did not hesitate to employ the term master. Before the undeniable power and irresistible allure, a genius's knee is remarkably inexpensive. Within the control room of the silent hall, Lin Mo observed the screen, where Dr. Stern, now utterly consumed by fervor, began to ramble incoherently about his future experimental plans. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Another significant pawn secured. He severed communication with Dr. Stern and shifted the display to another window. The window revealed the latest developments regarding Emil Blonsky. The super soldier, having undergone the first phase of serum enhancement, had, after a brief recovery, achieved the pinnacle of human physicality. He could effortlessly lift a ton, sprinting faster than the most elite sports car. General Ross was exceedingly pleased with him and could hardly wait to deploy him into combat. "Blonsky, go capture that green monster for me. This time, I will make him aware of who truly resides at the apex of the food chain." General Ross brimmed with vengeful delight. "What a pitiable fool," Lin Mo muttered, shaking his head. He knew that Blonsky would falter once more, and this failure would drive his thirst for power to an uncontrollable zenith. In time, he would compel Dr. Stern. No, he would force that unfortunate soul, whom he mistakenly believed to be Dr. Stern, to grant him a second and final transformation. He would irrevocably metamorphose into a loathsome monster. The epic confrontation between two such creatures, poised to unfold on the streets of New York, would serve as Lin Mo's second grand gift to this world, to Nick Fury. Into S.H.I.E.L.D. He picked up the phone and dialed Peter Connolly's number. "Mr. Yu." On the other end of the line, Peter's voice resonated with awe and excitement. "Prepare the funds." Lin Mo's voice was as calm as still water. "Soon, there will be an exceptional opportunity to capitalize on the New York real estate market, particularly in Harlem." Chapter 10, Mad Dog, Iron Skin, and New Prey Under the Cloak of Night. The campus of Culver University once again transformed into a battlefield. Yet this time, it was not a clash between human armies and unknown monsters. Instead, it was a mad dog unleashed from the depths of hell, hunting a more ferocious beast. Within the silent hall, the massive arc screen before Lin Mo displayed dozens of surveillance feeds, broadcasting this heart-pounding chase from various angles in real time. "Target locked. Repeat, target locked." Emil Blonsky's voice crackled through the military channel, infused with a morbid exhilaration and cruelty. In the footage, he darted like a bolt of black lightning between buildings and foliage, his speed so astonishing that he left a trail of afterimages in the surveillance cameras. Each leap effortlessly spanned distances of over 10 meters, and with each landing, the hard concrete cracked like a spider's web beneath his feet. The super soldier serum had transformed him into a flawless hunting machine. His prey, the Hulk, resembled an enraged bull, fiercely protecting Betty Ross while bellowing in fury, demolishing every obstacle in his path with his colossal frame. The Hulk's heart seethed with rage at the violation of his territory. "Fire!" General Ross's command echoed in the ears of all soldiers. In the next moment, a dense net of fire enveloped the Hulk from every direction. Tear gas, high-voltage nets, armor-piercing rounds. The military deployed all their arsenal in an attempt to subdue the beast. Yet this time, their true trump card was Blonsky. With a roar, the Hulk was ensnared in a specialized titanium alloy net, high-voltage currents coursing through him, eliciting a painful cry of rage. Just as he was on the brink of breaking free, Blonsky arrived. Like a cannonball, he descended from above, delivering a powerful knee strike that crashed into the Hulk's back. The sound was a resounding thud, reverberating like a drum. The Hulk's massive form staggered from the impact, toppling forward onto the ground. "Effective. Attack successful," Lieutenant Clare exclaimed excitedly from the command center. In General Ross's eyes, a spark of vengeance ignited. "Well done, Blonsky. Just like that. Tear him apart." However, Lin Mo observed the screen and gently shook his head. So naive, the Hulk not only remained undiminished, but grew even more ferocious. Roar! An unprecedented roar of fury erupted, as if to rend the very night sky asunder. Hulk's eyes turned a vivid crimson, and his muscles swelled visibly once more, as if imbued with an insatiable fury. The green hue of his skin deepened, darkening like a storm cloud ready to unleash its wrath. With a sudden heave, he tore apart the titanium alloy net, capable of lifting a tank. As though it were mere parchment, Blonsky's pupils constricted, shock painting his face for the first time. How could this be? Why is my strength insufficient? Before he could ponder further, Hulk's massive fist, akin to a cauldron, hurtled towards him with a sonic boom that split the air. Blonsky crossed his arms to endure the blow. The impact reverberated, sending a colossal shockwave radiating outward from the two figures. The ground beneath Blonsky's feet cracked and splintered, burying him like a nail driven into wood. His arms emitted a sickening crack as his bones fractured and contorted. A primal roar of agony escaped Blonsky as he writhed in pain. Hulk, relentless, seized his head and, as if he were a mere doll, slammed him into the ground with brutal force. Once, twice, thrice. The earth trembled with each impact. When Hulk finally released his grip, Blonsky lay in a puddle of ruin, his body nearly devoid of intact bones. Were it not for the unstable super soldier's serum desperately mending his shattered form, he would have perished 100 times over. Witnessing this spectacle, General Ross's expression shifted from elation to shock, then to a pallid hue, ultimately settling into a dismal gray. Defeated again. This time, the loss was even more thorough, more grotesque. Within the silent hall, Lin Mo observed calmly as Blonsky was reclaimed by the military, and as Hulk vanished into the night with Betty Ross. Behind him, the data analysis system flickered frenetically. Hulk's peak anger data has been recorded. Super Soldier Serum, Phase 1, combat data has been collected. Conclusion: Phase 1 serum stands no chance against Hulk, who has surpassed the threshold of anger. Excellent. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, shutting off the surveillance feed. Everything unfolded precisely according to his script. Blonsky, like a rabid dog, after enduring 2 crushing defeats, had his thirst for power catalyzed to its zenith. He would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seek out Dr. Stern, the one who could grant him greater strength. Meanwhile, General Ross, cornered and desperate, would inevitably acquiesce to this pursuit. The path to the final battlefield in Harlem had been laid bare. At that moment, another window on the screen wall flashed an urgent news update. The headline was concise yet staggering. Tony Stark admits, "I am Iron Man." In the scene, Tony Stark stands before a multitude of flashing cameras, adorned with that signature smile that exudes both arrogance and pride, uttering words potent enough to alter the course of the world. Lin Mo gazes at this news with a smile. He extends his mental prowess like intangible tendrils. To another corner of New York City, the tin toy makes its entrance. The Green Giant is also poised to invade the city. S.H.I.E.L.D is about to step from the shadows into the spotlight. The stage of this world is becoming increasingly vibrant. He lifts his coffee, his gaze shifting from the bustling streets of New York to a pinned, encrypted file on the screen wall, codenamed Spark. With a gentle tap, the file opens, revealing photographs of 2 adolescents, seemingly no older than 15 or 16. The boy possesses silver hair and a defiant gaze, while the girl, with her chestnut locks, appears timid. Yet her eyes harbor a disquieting darkness. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff. Beneath the photographs lies an intelligence report from the Eastern European nation of Sokovia. The Maximoff twins, orphaned by a Stark Industries manufactured missile, harbor a profound hatred for Tony Stark. Recently, during an anti-American protest, they awakened latent mutant abilities. Wanda displayed feeble telekinesis and psychic interference, while Pietro acquired superhuman speed. Currently, they have been secretly contacted by Baron Strucker's subordinates in Sokovia, attempting to enroll them in the Inhuman Research Program. Lin Mo's fingers lightly tap the table. In the original narrative, these twins would be exploited by Baron Strucker, subjected to inhumane experiments with the scepter, ultimately becoming Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. They would serve as accomplices to Ultron, causing significant turmoil for the Avengers. Tragically, Quicksilver would sacrifice himself to save Hawkeye and a child, meeting his end in Sokovia. Such a waste. A glint of cold calculation flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Hatred is one of the most potent driving forces in this world, and the twins' animosity towards Tony Stark is so pure, so delectable. They are born weapons. Yet, they do not belong to the foolish ideologues of HYDRA. They should belong to Echo. Lin Mo surveyed Tony Stark's exuberant visage on the screen and then glanced at the photographs of the twins, their eyes brimming with animosity. An ingenious plan began to quietly take shape in his mind. He picked up an encrypted phone and dialed a number he had never contacted before. On the other end, a young, efficient voice devoid of emotional fluctuation responded. "Pendulum, awaiting your instructions, sir. This is the sharpest blade he has secretly forged, a core member of the Echo organization. A ghost loyal only to him." The Pendulum, Lin Mo's voice, tranquil as a still lake, delivered a new mission to you. Journey to Sokovia. HYDRA has discovered an intriguing pair of toys there. I care not for the methods you employ, be it deception or forceful acquisition. A cruel smile curved Lin Mo's lips. I want you to procure them before HYDRA does. Furthermore, in the name of Echo, grant them the hope of vengeance. Inform them that we shall provide the finest resources and the most professional training to assist them in harnessing their powers. We have but one request. Lin Mo's gaze shifted once more to the haughty Iron Man in the news. One day in the future, let them bring Tony Stark crashing down from the skies with their own hands. Chapter 11. An invitation from the shadows. Eastern Europe, Sokovia. This war-torn nation bears the scars of conflict, its ruins a testament to its suffering. While the air is thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the stench of poverty, in a dilapidated apartment, even the light hesitated to shine, casting a dim yellow glow. Wanda Maximoff curled in the corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, her brown eyes hollow as stagnant water. Before her on the floor lay a rusted, inert shell, quietly resting, a blurred red hue faintly visible on the side of the shell. This name, like a venomous thorn, deeply embedded in her soul, coursing with the poison of hatred day and night. "I'm hungry," a voice broke the silence. Her twin brother, Pietro, leaned wearily against the wall. His signature silver hair, now dulled and lifeless due to malnutrition, hung limply. The bakery owner said he won't sell to us anymore unless we pay. Pietro's voice resonated with youthful frustration and helplessness. Those damned peacekeeping forces have driven prices sky high. Stock. Once again it's Stark. He used a shell to kill our parents, and now he sends his lackeys to torment us. Pietro's heart brimmed with seething hatred for that billionaire. Wanda remained silent, her gaze fixed on the shell, a fleeting glimmer of crimson light flickering deep within her eyes. The only loaf of bread in the apartment trembled slightly. Just then, a series of heavy knocks echoed abruptly. The siblings instantly became alert, like startled young wolves. "Who is it?" Pietro whispered, grasping a half-meter-long steel pipe nearby. Outside the door, there was no response. Instead, a faint click resonated. The frail wooden door of the apartment was easily unlocked from the outside. 3 men clad in black trench coats entered the room, their expressions as cold as steel. The leader, a man with a hawk-like nose, cast a sweeping glance around the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on the pair of twins, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips. "Who are you?" Pietro barked, positioning Wanda protectively behind him, his voice a facade of bravado. "Who we are is of little consequence." The hawk-nosed man replied in a patronizing tone. "What matters is that we can bestow upon you power that will end your hunger and shield you from oppression." He paused, his eyes lingering on a Stark Industries shell, convinced he had struck a chord. Even the power to exact revenge upon Stark. "Fraud!" Wanda scoffed, her disbelief evident. "Get out!" she screamed, unleashing a wave of invisible psychic force that collided violently with the hawk-nosed man. He emitted a muffled grunt, feeling as though his head had been pricked with needles, instinctively taking a step back, surprise flickering in his eyes. It seemed a more forceful approach was necessary. With a cold chuckle, he signaled to the 2 men behind him. The 2 hulking figures grinned maliciously as they advanced on the siblings. In a fit of rage, Pietro charged forward, brandishing a steel pipe. Yet, his strength paled in comparison to the trained HYDRA agents. One brute easily seized his wrist and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. Pietro cried out, curling into a fetal position and collapsing to the ground. "Pietro!" Wanda screamed in despair, witnessing another giant's hand reaching for her. In that critical moment, a barely audible whoosh pierced the air. The advancing brute suddenly froze, a minuscule red dot appearing on his forehead. His enormous eyes lost their luster, and with a heavy thud, he fell lifelessly to the floor. Silence engulfed the room, a stillness so profound it was almost palpable. The hawk-nosed man and the remaining giant were frozen in shock, their menacing grins obliterated, replaced by sheer terror. A sniper? Where did that sniper come from? Have we been compromised? Who? Who is there? The hawk-nosed man exclaimed, fear gripping him as he drew a handgun and shouted aimlessly toward the doorway. Yet the entrance stood empty. Then a young, composed voice, devoid of any emotional tremor, echoed ominously from the shadows surrounding them. Hydra scum are always so inconsequential. Before the last word had dissipated, another soft thud resounded. The remaining giant clutched his throat as a spray of crimson erupted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Now, only the hawk-nosed man remained. He collapsed utterly, like a headless fly, frantically firing at the empty room. The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets striking the walls and sending debris flying. Yet, it was all in vain. Enough. A voice, tinged with impatience, resonated once more. This time, the source of the voice was unmistakable, right behind the hawk-nosed man. The man's body went rigid with dread as he spun around. Before him stood a visage he would never forget, an agile Asian woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit. Her expression was devoid of emotion, and her eyes were as tranquil as an unfathomable abyss, reflecting not a glimmer of light. When had she appeared behind him? How had he remained blissfully unaware? He barely opened his mouth when the woman, known as the pendulum, made her move. Her actions were as swift as lightning, yet carried a precision and grace reminiscent of a pendulum swing. She effortlessly evaded the gun aimed at her, and with a deft twist of her wrist, a glimmering tactical dagger was pressed against his throat. The chill of the blade rendered the hawk-nosed man completely paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Inform Baronstrack. The voice of the pendulum echoed, close yet seemingly from another realm. The Echo organization has taken over. Echo? What is that organization? Before he could ponder further, he felt a sudden chill at his neck. His final awareness was of the woman dismissively pushing him aside, as if he were refused. Throughout the encounter, her heartbeat had not quickened in the slightest. Eliminating 3 HYDRA agents had been as effortless as crushing 3 ants. The pendulum turned, her gaze falling upon the siblings, who were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Her eyes softened, no longer icy, now infused with a hint of compassion and understanding. She did not approach, but maintained a safe distance, speaking in a calm, almost gentle tone. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff, your parents perished in the flames of war, struggling for survival amid hatred and despair, awakening powers beyond the realm of mortals. Her words sliced through the siblings' deepest wounds like a surgeon's scalpel. Pietro, leaning against the wall, rose to face this enigmatic and formidable woman, his eyes brimming with caution and a flicker of curiosity. How do you know? The pendulum did not respond to his query, instead directing her gaze towards Wanda. I can feel your anger. Wanda is like a flame on the verge of spiraling out of control. Wanda's body jolted as she lifted her gaze, finally confronting this powerful woman. Do not be afraid. The sound of the pendulum resonates with a soothing power. Your ability is not a curse, but a gift. Yet, you have yet to learn how to wield it. She gradually crouched down, meeting Wanda's gaze, who was curled up on the ground. This gesture instantly bridged the distance between them. We are not exploiters like HYDRA. We are guides. In the depths of the pendulum's eyes, a certain radiance seemed to flicker. We hail from an organization known as Echo. Our leader, Mr. Yu, has witnessed your suffering and recognized your potential. He sent me not to coerce you, but to present you with a choice. She extended a hand that had just unhesitatingly severed 3 throats, now appearing so clean and steady. The first choice is to remain here, continuing a precarious existence until HYDRA's next batch finds you, or until you are consumed by forces beyond your control. The second choice, her voice dripped with lethal allure, is to follow us. We will provide you with the safest sanctuary, the finest mentors, and the most abundant resources. We shall teach you, Wanda, how to harness your reality-bending mental powers, transforming you into a true sorceress. We will instruct you, Pietro, on how to push your speed to its limits, making you the Silver Phantom, a being faster than light itself. Pietro's heart raced. Sorceress? Silver Phantom? Wanda fixed her gaze upon her, demanding, what do you want? The pendulum smiled, the first smile she had shown since her arrival. It was beautiful, yet bore a hint of icy sharpness. We seek but one thing. Her gaze slowly drifted to a shell emblazoned with a symbol in the corner. Your hatred. Mr. Yu asserts that hatred is the finest fuel. We shall stoke the flames, And you need only unleash this fire of vengeance upon the man known as Tony Stark in the future. We want you to become stronger than him, and then, on a grand stage, to snap his wings and drag him down from his lofty throne in the sky. Will you accept this bargain? The air seemed to solidify. Pietro looked at the pendulum and then at his sister. He felt a profound stirring within him. Meanwhile, Wanda gazed at the woman before her, scrutinizing her sincere yet sharp eyes. She sensed not a trace of deceit emanating from her, only the essence of kinship and an incredibly clear, enticing blueprint for revenge. After a long pause, Wanda extended her trembling hand, gently placing it in the palm of the pendulum. We are willing. In the silence of the hall, Lin Mo gazed at the screen, watching as the pendulum led the Maximoff siblings into the enveloping darkness of Sokovia, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Scarlet Witch Quicksilver, two powerful pieces capable of reshaping the world's order, had already been secured. He need not resort to the crude methods of the Mind Stone. Merely offering them a sliver of hope for vengeance was sufficient to ensure their willing service. At that moment, a crimson alert window suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the control panel. Lin Mo's swiftly shifted. Urgent intelligence. Target Emil Blonsky has escaped military control and is racing towards New York City. Route analysis. Target heading directly for Culver University. Predicted final destination. The ruins of Samuel Stern's laboratory. Lin Mo's expression instantaneously turned cold and sharp. That mad dog could no longer contain himself. He was off to seek his creator. Of course, he would not find the true Stern, but he would stumble upon another surprise that Lin Mo had prepared for him. The ultimate showdown in Harlem was about to unfold. Lin Mo's finger gently tapped the control panel, establishing a secure communication channel. On the other end, the fervent and adoring voice of the chief, Samuel Stern, resonated. Master, your humble servant is at your beck and call. Stern, Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet authoritative. The opportunity for you to showcase your research has arrived. Deliver that little gift to our guest. Let all of New York witness the artistry unleashed by gamma rays. Chapter 12. The Birth of Abomination, Culver University, Virginia. The ruins of the laboratory lay beneath the military's cordon, resembling the skeletal remains of a slain beast. Silently recounting the madness of that night, a dark shadow, ghostly in nature, silently crossed the perimeter, landing at the heart of the debris. It was Emil Blonsky. He appeared utterly wretched, his combat suit tattered and his body adorned with ghastly wounds and dry blood. Yet his form was healing at an unnatural pace, defying the laws of nature. Broken bones were forcibly reconnecting beneath his skin, torn muscle fibers proliferating wildly. This sensation did not bring him anguish. Instead, it brought forth a morbid ecstasy. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, Blonsky rummaged through the ruins like a hyena sensing blood. He pushed aside charred rebar and overturned deformed lab tables, desperately seeking the holy grail that would render him stronger. The military had scoured this site countless times, concluding that Dr. Stern and all his research had been reduced to ashes in the explosion. But Blonsky did not believe. His primal instinct whispered to him that something lay concealed here. At last, in a corner of a collapsed underground storage room, he stumbled upon an intact alloy door. The door bore no handles or keyholes, only a diminutive retinal scanner, presently flickering with a faint red light. Eureka! A fervent glow ignited in Blonsky's eyes. Lacking a key, he relied on his fists. He inhaled deeply, every muscle in his body tensed, and with a powerful strike, he smashed his fist against the alloy door. Thud! The sound resonated, potent enough to rupture the eardrums of an ordinary person. A shallow imprint of his fist appeared on the door, while his knuckles were left bloodied and mangled. Yet, he paid it no mind. The excruciating agony of shattered bones only fueled his exhilaration. Like a tireless beast, he continued to pummel the door. Thud! 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 Just as his fists were on the verge of being rendered utterly useless, a soft ping echoed, and the retinal scanner's red light transformed into green. The alloy door, now marred with dents from his relentless assault, silently slid open to the side. Blonsky stood frozen. It dawned on him that this was no coincidence. Someone was watching him from the shadows, testing him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly darted inside. Behind the door lay a cramped space of merely 10 square meters. In the center of the room stood a glass container safeguarded by a cryogenic condensation device. Within it floated a viscous liquid, darker and more gelatinous than the serum he had previously injected. An unsettling murky green, mingled with blood. Beside the container was a sturdy military-grade laptop, its screen aglow. On the display appeared a familiar face. Samuel Stern. Greetings, our valiant soldier. The visage of Dr. Stern on the screen wore a bizarre and fervent smile. This was evidently a pre-recorded message. I'm truly delighted to see you alive. You must be perplexed as to why you still cannot overpower that green behemoth, correct? Bronski fixed his gaze on the screen, panting heavily. Dr. Stern, like a beguiling devil, continued, for what you injected was merely an appetizer, a diluted, incomplete essence of divine blood. It can elevate you beyond humanity. It will never allow you to ascend to divinity. And now, the true miracle lies before you. He gestured toward the adjacent glass container. This is the pinnacle of my life's work. A perfect creation, merging the most primal and furious gamma genes of Banner, further refined through Vita rays. It will bestow upon you boundless strength, an indestructible physique, and an inexhaustible regenerative capability. Bronski's breathing became exceedingly rapid, his eyes fixated on the vial of dark green liquid, a primal growl emanating from his throat. Of course, it bore a minor side effect. Dr. Stern on the screen beamed with an even brighter smile. It would render you less aesthetically pleasing. Yet what does appearance matter to a true warrior? Power is all that truly counts, is it not? Come, soldier, make your choice. Will you continue as a super soldier, battered and humiliated like a dog, or transform into a being that will instill fear in the hearts of the world? The video concludes, the screen plunging into darkness. Click. The protective casing of the glass container automatically opened. Bronski gazed at the seemingly sentient dark green liquid, his hesitation evaporating entirely. A grotesque smile twisted across his face, exhilaration contorting his features. I relish this name, he thought. Seizing the massive syringe with fervor, he bypassed the search for a vein and brutally plunged the needle, thicker than his finger, directly into his heart. With a swift motion, he injected the entire contents of the dark green liquid into his body. In the next moment, a roar, devoid of human semblance, yet filled with excruciating agony and ecstatic rapture, erupted from the underground chamber. In the solemn silence, Lin Mo calmly observed the horrific scenes unfolding on the screen. Beside him, Samuel Stern, the chief, was engrossed in another monitor, watching the masterpiece he directed. A fervent obsession illuminating his face. Master, did you see? It's flawless. The data stream is immaculate, Dr. Stern exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His bone density is increasing exponentially. Muscle fibers are reconstructing into an entirely new, higher-dimensional structure. Gamma radiation is perfectly merging with his mitochondria. He is evolving, becoming a brand-new species. Lin Mo paid no heed to his fervor. His gaze was cold and sharp, akin to the most precise scalpel, dissecting every frame of data transmitted from screen. Bronski's body was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. His vertebrae pierced through the skin of his back, barbarically growing into a row of menacing bone spurs. His skin rapidly hardened and keratinized, transforming into a layer of ugly, rock-like, ochre shell. His physique expanded wildly, height surging past 3 meters, then 4, finally stabilizing at a terrifying stature surpassing even the Hulk. His face had utterly lost all semblance of humanity, morphing into a monstrous visage dominated by enormous fangs and bloodthirsty vertical pupils. The abomination was born. With a roar filled with a desire for destruction, the entire underground chamber trembled. With a single, devastating punch, the abomination reduced the seemingly indestructible alloy door, which even Bronski could not breach, to a mere heap of scrap metal. Rising from the ruins, he unleashed a roar that reverberated through the heavens, releasing the explosive energy within him that threatened to burst him apart. Hulk, where are you? Come forth. I shall rend you asunder. The calm voice of Stein and Lin Mo echoed in response. Send me the coordinates. Yes, my master. Dr. Stein immediately commenced operations at the control console. Deep beneath the ruins of Culver University, the military notebook flickered back to life. A map of New York City appeared on the screen, with a blinking red dot slowly traversing the Harlem district. Next to the dot, 2 words were inscribed, pray. The abomination gazed down at the red dot, a cruel smile spreading across his face. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself into the air, his massive form resembling a meteor as he pierced through layers of earth and debris, soaring towards the night sky. He eschewed the roads, opting instead for the most direct and brutal approach, leaping and crashing between buildings as he raced towards the heart of New York City. Along his path, every structure, vehicle, and tree appeared as fragile as paper before him. A catastrophe poised to engulf the entirety of New York had commenced. At the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., alarms blared. Alert! Alert! A severe gamma energy reaction has been detected in Virginia. Energy levels exceed the previous incident by 7-fold. Director, an unidentified colossal creature is moving at supersonic speed towards New York City. It is expected to reach Harlem in 15 minutes. Its trajectory has already caused immeasurable destruction. Nick Fury stood in the command center, his gaze fixed on the satellite imagery displayed on the massive screen, his single eye filled with unprecedented gravity and rage. The footage revealed a creature even more grotesque and massive than Hulk, wreaking havoc with abandon. Damn it, what kind of monster has crawled out from beneath a rock this time? It must be that old bastard Ross's doing. He has completely botched this. Contact Stark immediately. Fury commanded decisively, instructing that his armored toy should come out to stretch its limbs. He paused, his voice chillingly cold. Connect me to the World Security Council. Inform them that I am invoking the Avengers Initiative. In the silence hall, Lin Mo observed the chaotic scene on the screen, his expression unchanging. He simply picked up the phone and dialed Peter Connolly's number. Mr. Yu. Peter's voice was forever imbued with reverence. Peter. Lin Mo's tone was as casual as discussing the weather. Our real estate investments can commence. Prepare cash for all shell companies under Echo Capital. Wait for those two colossal beings to finish their dance in Harlem, and I implore you to acquire that wasteland at the most meager price imaginable. Chapter 13. Directors, Actors. In Scrubbers, New York, Harlem. Hell has descended. Boom. A yellow taxi was seized by an abominably grotesque hand, lifted as if it were a mere toy, and then violently hurled against an apartment building. Debris of concrete and glass cascaded down like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the frantic screams of countless terrified citizens. What in the world is that? Run. It's the apocalypse. Mother, where are you? Chaos, panic, and despair enveloped the scene. These emotions serving as the finest fuel to ignite the inferno of destruction within the entity known as Abomination. He stood in the center of the street, his massive and hideous form nearly eclipsing the moonlight. He opened his cavernous maw, unleashing a thunderous roar, reveling in the fear he instilled. Hulk, not far away. In a narrow alley, Bruce Banner clutched Betty Ross tightly behind him, his complexion as pale as parchment. He heard that roar and felt the nauseating familiarity of gamma energy. It was Blonsky. He had transformed into a creature more terrifying than himself. Bruce, we must leave. Betty's voice trembled with fear. Banner shook his head, his gaze filled with anguish and resolve. He understood that escape was futile. This monster was birthed from his very essence. This calamity must be resolved by him. Betty, go. He urged her, his voice hoarse, as far away as possible. No, Bruce. Banner offered no further response. He closed his eyes, surrendering all restraint and resistance, allowing the green fury to explode from the depths of his soul. Roar. A response filled with rage and power echoed back at Abomination's taunt. Under Betty's horrified gaze, Banner's body swelled once more, transforming into green. The Hulk has arrived. He glanced at Betty, whose face was streaked with tears, and for a fleeting moment, a rare tenderness flickered within his wild eyes. Then he abruptly turned, like a green behemoth, shattering walls as he charged toward his arch-nemesis in the center of the street. At last he emerged. Abomination's face twisted into a grotesque smile upon seeing the Hulk. Boom! The two titans, embodiments of humanity's ultimate violence, collided with primal ferocity, devoid of any pretentious tactics. The Hall of Silence. Lin Mo sat gracefully upon his throne. The massive screen wall before him divided into hundreds of small windows. With a military satellite's vantage point, a S.H.I.E.L.D. drone's follow-up perspective, countless surveillance cameras peppered throughout the streets, and even his own cleanup squad's micro-cameras positioned at the battlefield's periphery, the entire Harlem district transformed into a 360-degree gladiatorial arena. He stood as the sole spectator and the exclusive director. A torrent of data began to surge in. Beside him, Dr. Samuel Stern resembled a frenzy-fueled madman. fixated on the incessantly fluctuating data, his eyes bloodshot with fervor. Master, the output of the abomination's power exceeds that of the Hulk by 12%. Bone density surpasses by 17%. Yet, the Hulk's cellular activity and energy conversion rate are inexplicably escalating. Rage. It is rage that fuels his energy. It is nothing short of astonishing. This is akin to a perpetual motion machine. Lin Mo disregarded his incessant chatter. His mental prowess had already morphed into an invisible net enveloping the entire battlefield. He listened to the hearts of all the actors, reveling in the intoxicating sensation of omnipotence. Damn it, what kind of monster has Ross conjured up? This lamentation echoed in the mind of General Ross, who had just arrived at the scene. Hiding atop a building, poised to deliver a sniper shot to the Hulk, filled with regret and impotent fury. Curse be it, this hulking beast has skin far too thick. My palm cannon cannot penetrate. A new strategy is needed. Jarvis, analyze its weaknesses. This was the inner voice of Tony Stark, descending in his fiery red Mark III armor, who had thought he was the hero of the hour, only to find himself flitting about like a metallic fly. Crush it. Smash that ugly beast. This was the simplistic yet power-laden thought of the Hulk. A faint, indifferent smile curled at Lin Mo's lips. What splendid actors they were. Anger, arrogance, and regret were all woven into his script, each performing vigorously. Yet, he understood that within this grand spectacle, there existed another crucial ensemble. They bore no lines, nor were they deserving of names. They were the cleanup crew. At the chaotic fringes of the battlefield in Harlem, amidst the shadows, 3 workers clad in sanitation uniforms, pushing garbage collection carts, moved leisurely along the perimeter of the blockade. They were the elite sent by the Go Solutions, now bearing the new code name Echo Cleanup Team. No one paid them any heed. All attention was captivated by the 2 cataclysmic beasts. Target Abomination has shed tissue samples from the right knee, coordinates 37. 2. Proceed to recover. The team leader issued calm orders via a bone conduction earpiece. Received. One sanitation worker casually pushed his cart towards the designated coordinates. From the refuse truck, an exquisitely engineered mechanical arm emerged, grasping a fist-sized chunk of flesh mingled with soil and blood and swiftly depositing it into a cryogenic box. The remnants of a prototype sonic cannon produced by Stark Industries, designated at coordinates 52. 3, were being salvaged for core components. Acknowledged. Another sanitation worker extracted a miniature laser cutting tool from the refuse grab-S handle, expertly severing a section of a core motherboard, intricately laced with circuitry, from the charred remains of a Humvee, carelessly tossing it into the garbage truck like a scrap of metal. They resembled a diligent colony of worker ants, silently scavenging the most precious and delectable crumbs beneath the table of giants. Reviled genetic samples, particles of Hulk's blood, cutting-edge technology from Stark Industries, and the military's clandestine weaponry. These invaluable resources and intelligence, which required immense human and material investment to procure in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, were merely trifles to Lin Mo, mere bonuses to this free, cinematic spectacle. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Boom! The abomination tore a police car in half, donning it like 2 colossal iron gauntlets, and savagely struck at Hulk. Hulk, in response, uprooted a fire hydrant, a torrent of water gushing forth from the pipe, momentarily obstructing the abomination's line of sight. Now, in the sky, Tony Stark seized the moment. JARVIS. Maximum power. Deliver him a sonic massage. Buzz. An imperceptible infrasound wave erupted from Iron Man's chest. Both the abomination and Hulk emitted anguished roars, clutching their heads, their movements growing sluggish. Effective. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he observed the data on the screen. Stein, document this. The infrasound can effectively disrupt the neurological systems of gamma beings, but its impact on the abomination is 30% weaker than on Hulk. Could it be that the bone growth along his spine serves as a form of physical shielding? Fascinating. Yes, Master. Data has been recorded. This is truly a groundbreaking field of biology. Dr. Stein was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The battle raged on. Ultimately, Hulk, fueled by his escalating fury and burgeoning strength, began to gain the upper hand. He ensnared the abomination's neck with a massive iron chain, pinning him to the ground, and unleashed a torrential barrage of punches. Roar, roar, roar. Each resounding blow caused the earth to tremble. Each roar was steeped in the thrill of vengeance. The abomination's rock-hard exterior began to fracture, and a flicker of fear crept into his frenzied gaze. No, it's impossible. I'm the strongest. Just as Hulk was poised to crush his throat, he heard it. He heard Betty's voice, filled with pleading and terror. Bruce, stop. Please stop. You will kill him. The Hulk's fist hung, suspended in midair. A flicker of struggle and confusion passed through his crimson eyes. Ultimately, he relinquished the chains, letting out a low, weary roar. The performance had come to an end. Within the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo spoke calmly. He picked up the encrypted phone. Scavenger team, the final mission, retrieve the main course. On the battlefield, General Ross, with his troops, cautiously surrounded the two exhausted behemoths. The abomination was re-administered a substantial dose of tranquilizers, bound with the sturdiest chains, and prepared for transport to the deepest underwater prison. Meanwhile, Hulk cast a lingering glance at Betty before choosing once again to flee, vanishing into the shadows of the city. No one noticed. During the process of loading the abomination onto the transport plane, a soldier tasked with clearing the scene inadvertently jabbed a high-pressure syringe into the gaping crevice of the creature's grotesque spine as they brushed past. He extracted a vial of the purest bone marrow. Then, the soldier turned and melted into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. The Harlem district lay in ruins. Citizens wept, politicians postured for the cameras, and heroes licked their wounds. Yet the true victor behind this calamity sat upon his subterranean throne, calmly observing the chaos unfold. Master, Doctor, Stern's voice trembled with euphoria. We have succeeded. With this data and the abomination's original bone marrow, I assure you, within 3 months, I can produce the first batch of controllable gamma biological weaponry for you. Lin Mo nodded, his expression betraying no emotion, as if all of this were merely a matter of course. His gaze fell upon the screen, displaying the ravaged Harlem district. Countless families shattered, innumerable assets turned to dust. The property values here would plummet into the abyss once trading commenced tomorrow. He dialed Peter Connolly once more. Mr. U. Peter. Lin Mo's voice was as flat as if he were assigning a trivial task. After trading opens, I want you to utilize our entire cash flow to acquire over 70% of the commercial and residential real estate in Harlem. Then, establish a foundation named New Beginnings. We shall rebuild Harlem. On the other end of the line, Peter gasped in shock, his body trembling. He would never know that behind the S.H.I.E.L.D of philanthropy and restoration that the New Beginnings Foundation would present to the world stood the very devil who had cast Harlem into hell. Lin Mo hung up the phone, reclining comfortably in his chair. He orchestrated destruction, harvested technology, and would ultimately reap the future of this land under the guise of savior. This was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 14. The Throne Upon the Ruins, the Dawn of Harlem. The towering flames have long since been extinguished, leaving only the charred skeletal remains of buildings, standing like silent tombstones in the morning light of New York. The streets are strewn with overturned vehicles, shattered glass, and splattered dark crimson stains. The entire world is ablaze with the tumult surrounding the epic clash of two titans. The terror attack that transpired last night in Harlem has officially been designated as a gamma biological incident, claiming the lives of at least 31 civilians, injuring nearly 200, with initial economic losses estimated to exceed $1 billion. A Pentagon spokesperson urgently convened a press conference, declaring that the military has successfully regained control of the situation and urging citizens to remain calm. Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, donned his Iron Man armor during the incident, prompting fervent scrutiny from certain members of Congress regarding his use of heavy weaponry in the city center. Within the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo gazes at the colossal screen wall before him, where hundreds of news windows simultaneously broadcast reports from around the globe. Weeping citizens, enraged politicians, and harried military spokespersons. Each scene of human emotion unfolds before him, yet fails to stir even the slightest ripple in the tranquil lake of his heart. He resembles an artist who has just reveled in the appreciation of his masterpiece, leisurely savoring a cup of hand-ground Blue Mountain coffee. Relishing the substantial rewards yielded by the ruins he has meticulously crafted. Master, Dr. Samuel Stern's voice, filled with fervor and adoration, crackles through the communication channel. The preliminary analysis report is in. The abominable marrow fluid is nothing short of miraculous. Its internal gamma energy structure is at least 30% more stable than Hulk's blood sample, although this results in a lower potential threshold than Hulk. It signifies a substantial increase in controllability. Dr. Stern's voice quakes with excitement. Master, I have found it. I have discovered the key to stabilizing gamma mutations. Given sufficient time and resources, I can create a legion of abominations that are slightly weaker, yet utterly obedient to commands. Excellent. Lin Mo responds calmly, as though merely acknowledging an expected triviality. I will provide you with everything you require. I only demand results. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations, my master. Lin Mo severed the communication and shifted his gaze to another window. Within it, the newly established foundation under Echo Capital was holding its inaugural press conference. His loyal pawn, Peter Connolly, clad in a well-tailored suit, stood before a multitude of flashing cameras, his complexion pale, yet his gaze unwavering. Clearing his throat, he addressed the microphone with a voice that was both pained and powerful. Last night, Harlem endured a nightmare. We witnessed the loss of life and the shattering of homes. Yet, we at the New Life Foundation also perceive the undying hope that lies beneath this land. Hereby, I solemnly declare on behalf of the Foundation. Peter's voice suddenly rose, imbued with infectious fervor. We shall invest $2 billion into the post-war reconstruction of Harlem. We will acquire all damaged commercial and residential properties at a price 10% above market value, aiding those who have lost their homes to navigate through this hardship. Here, we shall establish a brand new community, schools, and hospitals. We firmly believe that from the ruins, new blossoms of life shall emerge. The entire press conference erupted with excitement. $2 billion. Who is this person? Has he lost his mind? The New Life Foundation? Never heard of it. Where did they amass such wealth? Regardless, this is monumental news. My home is saved. Quick, investigate the Foundation's background. This is undoubtedly tomorrow's front-page headline. Countless journalists fervently clicked their cameras, whispering in a mix of shock, skepticism, and exhilaration. Meanwhile, the victims of Harlem, witnessing this conference through television and the internet, felt a flame of hope ignite within their hearts. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. He had obliterated everything here through disaster and was now purchasing the future in the hearts of the people with money. There was no more profitable transaction than this. He closed the news window and redirected his attention to the truly significant players. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters, Nick Fury's singular eye nearly blazed with fire. He was engaged in a heated argument with several impeccably suited men, projected on a holographic screen. They were members of the World Security Council. So, your so-called Avengers Initiative involves a playboy clad in metal and a green behemoth we can't control wreaking havoc in the city center. Fury, is this your solution? One council member's voice dripped with disdain and anger. Fury's tone remained cold and restrained. Gentlemen, last night's incident precisely validates my perspective. The threat has materialized. We can no longer feign ignorance. I require a rapid response team capable of addressing such catastrophic events, not a plethora of bureaucratic red tape. I need more authority, more personnel. Lin Mo's mental prowess enveloped Fury, clearly hearing his thoughts. The captain must locate him swiftly, and that Asgardian oaf should also be summoned to take action. Excellent. Fury's plan was beginning to surface. Captain America and Thor, these pivotal pieces of the future, were now on his agenda. Lin Mo's gaze shifted once more. In California, Malibu, within Tony Stark's opulent seaside villa in the underground workshop. Bang! Tony slammed his fist onto the workbench, his battered Mark III armor standing silently nearby. A sense of frustration filled Tony's heart. My armor feels like a child's toy in the face of such overwhelming power. The palm cannon cannot penetrate the skin, and the miniature missiles feel akin to a mere scraping. This will not suffice. I require greater firepower, thicker armor, and swifter speed. And that Fury, incessantly urging me to join his so-called Superboy band, is utterly vexatious. Tony opened an encrypted folder containing an in-depth study of the arc reactor. To achieve an upgrade, he must resolve the energy dilemma. In the silent hall before the enormous holographic star map, Lin Mo's fingers glided delicately across the map, ultimately resting on the desolate desert region of New Mexico. It is time to welcome a deity, he murmured softly. He picked up the encrypted phone, this time dialing Peter Connolly's number. "Mr. Yu, how may I serve you?" Peter's voice brimmed with reverence. "Peter, you have performed admirably regarding the New Life Foundation," Lin Mo stated plainly. "Now, I require you to deploy another fund from Echo Capital in the guise of investing in renewable energy and astronomical observation projects. Procure a substantial tract of land in the New Mexico desert. The larger and more remote, the better." Peter, on the other end, was taken aback, yet dared not question further, promptly responding, "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Upon hanging up, a wry smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips. Soon, a hammer named MJ would descend from the heavens, striking that very desert. The S.H.I.E.L.D would swarm like cats drawn to the scent of blood, establishing a vast research base. And he, Lin Mo, will be the true landlord behind that land and the base. Chapter 15. The descent of the deity and the landlord outside the town of Puente Antiguo in New Mexico. The relentless sun scorched the earth. The air shimmered with heat, and as far as the eye could see, there was naught but reddish-brown sandstone and sparse cacti. Peter Connolly stood upon a recently marked territory, bearing a sign that forbade entry, feeling as though he were on the verge of being roasted. He loosened the collar of his expensive suit, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gazed at the vast expanse of desolation before him, filled with the bewilderment characteristic of a Wall Street elite. What on earth does Mr. Yu intend to accomplish here? Cultivating cacti? This place cannot yield a drop of water, let alone oil. Investing millions of dollars to purchase this barren expanse of hundreds of square kilometers seems destined for negative returns. Despite his confusion, he executed Lin Mo's every instruction with unwavering diligence. He registered a shell company named Puente Antiguo Astronomical Observation, LLC, and purchased the permanent ownership of this desert from the state government at a price thrice the local land value. Following Mr. Yu's directives, he then hired a security firm named Phantom Solutions to safeguard this non-existent observatory. At this moment, a dozen ghostly operatives clad in desert camouflage uniforms, their expressions stern and resolute, are patrolling the vicinity in all-terrain vehicles, ostensibly for security purposes. In reality, they are methodically embedding tiny sensors, smaller than coins, and surveillance devices disguised as rocks into every nook and cranny of this land. An extensive and sophisticated web of surveillance, far surpassing military standards, is silently taking shape across a vast expanse of land. Simultaneously, in a realm inaccessible to mortals, the resplendent Asgard, within its celestial palace, is steeped in an atmosphere as frigid as ice. You, a self-important, avaricious, and cruel individual, dare to defy the king's decree and bring war to Jotunheim. Odin, the All-Father, clad in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, burns with a wrath that ignites his one eye. His voice, like the thunderous roar of the heavens, reverberates throughout the grand palace. Before him kneels his most cherished son, Thor, the god of thunder, one knee on the ground, his countenance etched with defiance and pride. "I merely seek to protect our people. I only wish to prove my worthiness for the throne. What have I done wrong? You are utterly unworthy, unworthy of this kingdom, unworthy of your title." Odin's voice turns frigid and resolute. "I, Odin, All-Father, hereby strip you of your divine powers." He extends his hand, pressing it upon Thor's breastplate. The runes of lightning adorning Thor's body dim instantly, the cataclysmic power receding from him like a receding tide. "Father, no!" Thor cries out in terror. Odin pays no heed to him. Instead, he turns to the hammer Mjolnir, which Thor had carelessly discarded on the ground. He reaches out, uttering a spell capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. His voice resonates with the principles of cosmic law. Note, whosoever is worthy to wield this hammer shall possess the power of the god of thunder. A golden radiance of divine energy surges into the hammer, forming a complex circle of runes upon its surface. Having completed this task, Odin seizes the powerless Thor and the mighty hammer, casting them forcefully toward the central opening of the Rainbow Bridge. "You are a conceited and inept mortal. Go reflect upon your actions. Learn humility, until you are worthy to lift this hammer once more." With a thunderous roar, the light of the Rainbow Bridge engulfs Thor's figure, akin to a divine punishment, tearing through the fabric of space and accurately targeting the blue planet known to the Asgardians as Midgard. In New Mexico, the desert lies under the cloak of night, the stars twinkling brilliantly. Suddenly, a colossal sound shatters the tranquility of the desert. A multicolored beam of light descends from the heavens, striking the earth like a divine sword. Following it, a metallic object, trailing a long streak of fire, hurtles toward the ground with terrifying speed. Boom! Once again, a deafening roar erupted. The earth trembled violently, and a colossal meteorite crater emerged less than 5 kilometers from Peter's location. My heavens! An old cowboy driving a pickup truck, witnessing this miraculous scene, nearly swallowed his cigar in shock. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo gazed at the screen, displaying real-time footage relayed by the seismic sensors and aerial surveillance cameras he had deployed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Target 1, Mjolnir, has landed. Coordinates, 3505N, 106, 65W. Target 2, Thor, has landed. Coordinates, approximately 20 kilometers from Mjolnir. It seems the precision of Rainbow Bridge's delivery service requires enhancement. He calmly observed the hammer, quietly emitting a faint blue glow at the center of the crater. Through a high-precision spectrometer, he could distinctly see the enigmatic runes engraved upon the hammer's surface. The second deity had also arrived. He lifted his coffee cup and took a gentle sip, refraining from hastily sending someone to retrieve the hammer. He understood that at this moment, no one could lift it. He was waiting for another group of far more significant guests. Sure enough, within half an hour, several black Chevrolet Suburbans, kicking up clouds of dust, roared to a halt beside the crater. The doors swung open. A man, clad in a well-tailored suit, with a receding hairline that was somewhat disheartening yet perpetually adorned with a warm and friendly smile, stepped out. Phil Coulson. Lin Mo concentrated his mental energy into an invisible probe, precisely locking onto this ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson approached the edge of the crater, gazing at the ancient-looking hammer, adjusting his sunglasses. Good heavens, the energy fluctuations aligned perfectly with the Einstein-Rosen bridge phenomena observed by Dr. Jane Foster and her team. Could it be that the legends are true? Asgard truly exists. Is this the hammer of Thor, Mjolnir? No, this is far too significant. The scene must be sealed immediately. All witnesses must be contained. A temporary base with the highest security clearance must be established. I need this hammer thoroughly examined. Director Fury will be ecstatic. This is a tangible sample of extraterrestrial technology, far superior to Stark's tin can. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Mo watched the screen as Coulson, brimming with enthusiasm, made phone calls, mobilizing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, preparing for a grand undertaking. Countless trucks, engineering equipment, researchers, and armed soldiers were converging upon this desolate landscape. They were about to construct a massive temporary city upon Lin Mo's land. They would study the secrets Lin Mo already knew, and every move they made would be under his vigilant gaze. Lin Mo's finger glided across the control panel. On the screen, an electronic document suddenly appeared. It was a deed, clearly stating that the vast expanse of land, spanning several hundred kilometers, belonged to a private enterprise known as the Puente Antiguo Astronomical Observation LLC. Beneath the deed lay a lease agreement that he had just instructed Peter to draft. Lin Mo gazed at the industrious Coulson on the screen, a cold smile gracing his lips. Welcome to my territory, Agent Coulson. I trust you are prepared to pay the rent. Chapter 16, S.H.I.E.L.D. becomes my tenant in the New Mexico desert under the night sky. Lights illuminated the landscape, resembling a steel city that had materialized out of thin air. Massive searchlights cast brightness over several kilometers, while heavy trucks stirred up dust, continuously delivering container-like mobile homes, radar arrays, and high-energy physics detectors. Hundreds of S.H.I.E.L.D. engineers and soldiers were fervently engaged in construction, erecting a vast temporary base around the Thor's Hammer meteorite crater at an astonishing pace. Within the command center, Agent Phil Coulson held a cup of instant coffee, his signature gentle smile gracing his face as he orchestrated everything with precision. Reinforce the outer defense net by 3 more layers. I do not wish for a single desert lizard to breach our perimeter. Notify the research team that I require the first batch of energy spectrum analysis reports within the hour. Review the memory erasure protocol for all witnesses, ensuring absolute reliability. Everything was under his control, a feeling he relished. This hammer would serve as a cornerstone for the Avengers' plans. However, He pondered the whereabouts of that Asgardian prince. As Coulson contemplated, a young agent rushed in, flustered. "Sir, a group of people has arrived outside." Coulson's brow furrowed slightly. "What sort of people? Journalists? Local enthusiasts?" "Handle them according to standard procedure." "No, sir. They're driving a line of black Bentleys and dressed in Armani suits. They appear to be a legal team from Wall Street." "A legal team?" A sense of foreboding began to stir within Coulson. He exited the command center and, as expected, spotted 5 pristine black Bentleys at the perimeter of the base, starkly out of place amidst the swirling dust. The doors opened, and a dozen individuals clad in elite suits descended, each carrying a briefcase, their expressions serious and their demeanor commanding. Following them were over 20 burly bodyguards with pronounced temples and sharp, eagle-like gazes. These guards exuded an intimidating aura that sent shivers down the spines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. perimeter soldiers. Members of the Phantom Solution? What were they doing here? Coulson instantly recognized the origins of the bodyguards, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Leading them was a visibly anxious middle-aged Caucasian man, none other than Peter Connolly. "Good day. May I inquire who is in charge?" Peter adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, following the script taught by Lin Mo, endeavored to present himself as a formidable capitalist representative. Coulson approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Phil Coulson, we are here on behalf of the United States Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency to conduct an energy exploration exercise. May I ask who you are?" He casually invoked the lengthy and notorious full name of S.H.I.E.L.D, attempting to exert pressure through his official identity. However, a blonde female attorney behind Peter coldly disregarded his outstretched hand, pulling a document from her briefcase and slapping it onto the table before him. "Mr. Coulson, we are the legal counsel for Puente Antiguo Astronomical Observation, LLC. This document is the permanent ownership deed for this land and the surrounding 300 square kilometers. Signed and notarized by the state government of New Mexico 1 month ago." Her voice was as frigid as ice. "In other words, every inch of sand beneath your feet is the private property of my client." The smile on Coulson's face instantly froze. "Private property? This desolate desert was purchased a month ago. This can't be. Is it a coincidence?" He took the deed, quickly scanning through it. The document was authentic, the seal genuine, and all legal terms impeccably sound. Coulson's mind raced, yet his expression remained placid. "I see. A minor misunderstanding. However, we are executing a national security mission, and under relevant statutes, we have the right to temporarily requisition. The Temporary Requisition Act applies only to public lands and specific commercial properties under emergency conditions, and does not encompass privately owned territories with established ownership. Moreover, my client has not received any official requisition notice." The blonde attorney's rapid-fire retort sliced through Coulson's argument like a sharp scalpel. "Your actions constitute illegal trespass, encroachment on private property, and potential corporate espionage. We reserve the right to file an immediate lawsuit against you and demand the removal of all equipment within 24 hours, restoring the land to its original state." Coulson felt his temples throb. He realized he had encountered formidable opposition. "No, the hammer cannot be moved. The base cannot be dismantled." Taking a deep breath, Coulson's smile transformed into one of greater sincerity. "It appears there has indeed been a miscommunication between us. On behalf of my department, I extend sincere apologies to your company. Might we discuss the possibility of leasing this land?" He chose to compromise, for he had no alternative. Upon hearing the word lease, the heavy stone that had weighed upon Peter Connolly's heart finally lifted. He cleared his throat and produced his designated document. "Of course, Mr. Coulson. We are a company that cherishes peace and champions national security. Here is a draft of the lease agreement for your perusal." Coulson took the contract, and upon merely glancing at it, the corners of his eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. The terms of the contract were utterly outrageous. Rent, $1 million per day, calculated by the second, with a 50% penalty for late payments. Environmental monitoring clause, to assess the impact of your energy exploration on the local environment and future astronomical observations. We reserve the right to dispatch our technical team to install an independent environmental and energy monitoring system, as well as the right to share all of your non-encrypted exploration data in real time. Security assurance clause. In light of the potential security risks posed by your exercises, we will take full responsibility for external security in this area. All personnel and materials entering or exiting must be reported to and inspected by our security team. Intellectual property clause. During the lease period, all newly developed energy technologies, materials, science discoveries, and other commercially valuable patents generated on this land shall belong to us, with your party retaining only the right of first use. Upon reading this, Coulson felt his blood pressure surge to critical levels. In all his years of service, he had never encountered such a brazen and unabashedly extortive contract. This was no longer a mere land lease. It was akin to renting the very S.H.I.E.L.D. He abruptly raised his head, fixating intently on the visibly anxious Peter Connolly before him. This contract is unacceptable. Coulson's voice, for the first time, bore a chill, as its content had severely infringed upon national security protocols. I must report this to my superiors. Of course, Peter replied with a smile, perfectly echoing the last phrase that Lin Mo had taught him. However, I must caution you, Mr. Coulson. Our legal team has already sent press releases regarding the military's suspected illegal occupation of private land for secret weapons testing to several major media outlets in Washington. We have granted them a 24-hour cooling-off period. We trust that S.H.I.E.L.D, as a responsible agency, will provide us with a satisfactory response before then. Wouldn't you agree? Coulson's pupils dilated sharply. A threat. This was an unabashed and unmasked threat. They sought not only money and technology, but also intended to put S.H.I.E.L.D under extreme scrutiny. At that moment, Coulson felt he was not confronting a mere businessman, but rather a top-tier operative who understood the rules more thoroughly and was far more ruthless than himself. In the silent chamber, Lin Mo observed the transformation of Coulson's expression on the screen from calm to ashen, eventually settling into a pallid gray. He comfortably leaned back in his throne and let out a satisfied chuckle. He knew that Coulson would yield. Nick Fury would ultimately yield as well, because they simply could not afford to lose. From the very beginning, he stood invincible. He raised his coffee, shifting his gaze from the deserts of New Mexico to the other end of the celestial chart, into the profound darkness of the cosmos. He knew that it would not be long before a true deity descended upon this planet in search of his brother and his hammer. At that moment, he would witness a spectacular drama directed by mere mortals. Lin Mo would occupy the finest seat in the house, sipping coffee while collecting the world's most exorbitant rent. Quietly relishing it all, let the gods work for me. A smile of delight curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. Indeed, quite splendid. Chapter 17. The Roar of the Cyclops. S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident Headquarters. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the surface of the sea before a storm. Nick Fury's singular "I" was fixated on the holographic screen before him, displaying Phil Coulson's rare visage, marked by frustration and helplessness. He was alone in his office, yet the air around him seemed to solidify, charged with the impending eruption of his fury. So, you mean to say, Fury's voice was unervingly calm, as tranquil as an unfathomable, frigid abyss, that our S.H.I.E.L.D, the preeminent secret armed force of the United States, has not only become an unlawful intruder, but must also pay a daily rent of $1 million to a seemingly arbitrary astronomical observation company? Coulson, on the other side of the screen, swallowed hard. He sensed the tempestuous rage beneath Fury's placid tone, a fury potent enough to upheave the entire Trident headquarters. Yes, sir, and that is not the worst of it. Summoning his courage, Coulson relayed the terms of the lease, akin to a bond of servitude, word for word. With each additional detail, Fury's countenance grew darker. When Coulson reached the clause regarding the ownership of intellectual property, the glint in Fury's singular eye threatened to pierce the holographic projection itself. Bang! He slammed his fist down upon his desk, crafted from special alloy, creating a clear imprint on the surface. Damn it! A roar, suppressed to the utmost, finally erupted from his throat. He paced back and forth in his office like a lion thoroughly enraged, his black trench coat billowing without wind, exuding an aura of terrifying intensity. Puerto Antiguo Astronomical Observation LLC. Land acquired a month ago. Phantom Solutions. This is no coincidence. It is unquestionably not a coincidence. Someone is orchestrating this. A scheme of unimaginable magnitude. They knew in advance where the hammer would fall. They even calculated that we would go there. They anticipated that we would not dare to escalate the matter. How could such a level of intelligence capability exist in this world? Could it be HYDRA? No, Those fools under Strucker are still playing in Sokovia. They lack such finesse. Could it be Pierce? No, he lacked the audacity. Behind this, there lies an entirely new and terrifying adversary. A flicker of fear, which even Fury himself was reluctant to acknowledge, took root within him. After decades navigating the treacherous waters of espionage, he felt for the first time as if he were a mere specter, every step anticipated by the enemy with crystal clarity. This sensation brought him an unprecedented sense of humiliation and peril. Investigate. Fury growled into his communicator, a primal roar erupting from within. I want the intelligence department mobilized. Deploy all available resources. Uncover every detail about this damned company. I want to know every shareholder, every financial transaction. I want to know what color of underwear its owner wore last night. After venting his frustrations, he ultimately compelled himself to regain composure. He understood that anger would resolve nothing. The hammer was of utmost importance and must not falter. Research at the base must also persist. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Coulson on the other end of the screen, issuing his command. Coulson. Yes, sir. Negotiate with them. Fury's voice transformed back into its icy, rational tone. The terms were negotiable, but the bottom line was clear. Their so-called technical team must not enter the core areas. Any equipment they installed must undergo our security review. The negotiations resumed. This time, behind Coulson stood a row of S.H.I.E.L.D's foremost legal experts and negotiators. Their presence was formidable, prepared to dismantle the opposing parties' draconian terms with the most professional legal terminology and psychological tactics. However, they soon discovered they were gravely mistaken. Peter Connolly's blonde attorney was no ordinary opponent. Her mind functioned like a supercomputer housing all federal codes. No matter the challenge posed by S.H.I.E.L.D's lawyers, she could, within a fraction of a second, cite more than 3 legal statutes and over 5 landmark cases to deliver irrefutable counterarguments. Her logic was impenetrable, her demeanor as cold as steel. Before her, S.H.I.E.L.D's elite legal team resembled a group of infants just learning to speak, utterly overwhelmed and defeated. After a grueling 3-hour negotiation, both parties reached an agreement. The rent was reduced from $1 million per day to $880,000. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team rejoiced, believing they had secured a monumental victory. Little did they know, this was merely a bait thrown by Lin Mo to give them the illusion of triumph. As for the core terms, the opposing side would not budge. The technical team must be stationed, monitoring equipment must be installed, and intellectual property must belong to them. The sole concession made was the agreement that all equipment would undergo a security inspection by S.H.I.E.L.D. prior to installation. Coulson clutched the signed contract, feeling as though he had not entered into an agreement, but rather signed a document of disgrace. Meanwhile, in a town situated 20 kilometers from a base, a bewildered man with blonde hair and blue eyes, whose physique resembled that of a bodybuilder, wandered the streets. His tattered clothing appeared to have been scavenged from a vagrant. This was none other than Thor, stripped of his divine powers. He entered a pet store and, in an air of entitlement, bellowed at the clerk, "I require a horse." Consequently, he was mistaken for a madman and subdued with a stun gun. He was subsequently taken to a hospital, where Jane Foster and her team rescued him. Within the halls of the Quietude, Lin Mo observed Thor's earthly escapades with the amusement akin to watching a comedy. With a swift motion of his finger across the console, he dispatched an anonymous encrypted message through an abandoned satellite relay station to Jane Foster's antiquated laptop. It contained an exceedingly intricate yet flawless set of equations pertaining to spatial physics and high-dimensional energy mathematical models. The depth and breadth of this information could propel Jane Foster's current research forward by a decade. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo remained in the shadows, aware that Jane Foster, utterly captivated by both science and myth, would become yet another intriguing pawn in his efforts to manipulate S.H.I.E.L.D. and Thor. As nightfall enveloped the scene once more, a massive black container truck approached the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The vehicle bore the insignia of the Puente Antiguo Astronomical Observation, LLC. Coulson, accompanied by a team of elite engineers and security personnel, stood solemnly at the entrance. eager to witness firsthand what these rogues intended to transport into their facility. As the truck door opened, Peter Connolly emerged, flanked by a group of technicians clad in white cleanroom suits. They began to unload enormous, mysterious boxes crafted from black alloy. According to the agreement, we must conduct a security inspection of all equipment, Coulson stated coldly. Of course, Peter replied with a polite gesture. The S.H.I.E.L.D. engineers promptly stepped forward, retrieving their most advanced detection equipment, light scanners, electromagnetic pulse detectors, and neutron flow analyzers. They meticulously examined the black boxes inside and out 3 times. The reports soon followed. Sir, all equipment appears structurally sound, and no suspicious explosives, listening devices, or weapon systems were detected. From a construction, they indeed seemed to be high-precision environmental monitoring instruments, the engineer reported, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Coulson's brow furrowed even deeper. He always sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. Ultimately, he merely waved his hand, granting permission. The black boxes were smoothly transported into the base and installed at several critical locations nearest to the meteorite crater. The technicians skillfully conducted their adjustments, connecting a multitude of data cables to the base's public network, all under the vigilant supervision of S.H.I.E.L.D. engineers. Unbeknownst to anyone, at the very moment these devices were activated, an invisible field of psychic amplification, transcending the current technological dimensions of Earth, silently enveloped the entire base. Within the sanctuary of silence, a myriad of new information windows instantaneously appeared on the screen wall before Lin Mo. The so-called security review by S.H.I.E.L.D. could never detect the environmental monitoring devices crafted by the Echo organization and Samuel Stern, which surpassed the capabilities of this era by at least 30 years. Ostensibly, these instruments analyzed air composition and energy radiation. However, their true core functions were as psychic signal amplifiers, high-dimensional information capture devices, and miniature genetic sniffers. They served as Lin Mo's super ears and super eyes implanted in the very heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson's encrypted communication records, Hawkeye Barton's operational trajectory analysis, internal defense system topology of the base, Thor's hammer energy dissipation periodic report, weekly menu of the cafeteria. He could even distinctly hear the thoughts of every soldier and scientist within the base. Heavens, what is this hammer made of? I've broken 3 drill bits. The meat sauce pasta tonight had too much salt again. I miss my wife and children so much at that moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters transformed into a transparent hive devoid of secrets for Lin Mo. He reclined comfortably upon his throne, a pleased smile gracing his lips. He had not only become the landlord of S.H.I.E.L.D., but had also turned into the most terrifying tapeworm residing within them. He lifted his coffee, observing on the screen a golden-haired warrior who had just infiltrated the base, preparing to reclaim his hammer. The show was about to begin. Chapter 18. The Fall of the Gods. The words of demons. The rain poured down in torrents. The muddy and frigid rainwater rendered Thor's earthly adventures increasingly miserable. Yet, he was unfazed, for he could hear it, he could feel it. His old friend, Mjolnir, was not far away. That familiar energy fluctuation served as a beacon, guiding him through the steel jungle of mortals. Within the sanctuary of silence, the giant screen before Lin Mo displayed a red dot, Thor, rapidly moving toward a heavily protected blue dot, Thor's hammer. He was coming. Lin Mo murmured softly to himself, a knowing smile curving at the corners of his mouth. His mental prowess enveloped the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. base like a surging tide. He has arrived. He has breached the first line of defense. Damn it, is this fellow an eel? How did he evade the infrared sensors? Hawkeye, Hawkeye, the target has entered your range. Over. Within the base, the communication channels of S.H.I.E.L.D. were in utter disarray. At the pinnacle of the base, atop the watchtower, a man clad in a black combat suit, wielding a compound bow, remained motionless in the rain, resembling a statue. Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye. Through the scope, he meticulously tracked the burly blonde man rolling and sprinting in the mud. This guy's quite agile, not an ordinary man. However, as soon as he takes another step into my optimal shooting angle, I could accurately pierce his left eye with a tranquilizer arrow. Oh no, The director wants him alive. Then let us aim for the backside. Listening to Hawkeye's professional assassin-like humor, Lin Mo nearly burst into laughter. Yet, he understood that Hawkeye would not have the opportunity to strike. For Coulson, the ever kind-hearted, had issued a new command. All units, cease fire. Let him through. Coulson's voice resonated through the speakers within the base. Let him try. I have a feeling that this hammer and the suddenly appearing muscular man are somehow connected. Perhaps he will surprise us. Coulson's heart brimmed with the intuition and curiosity characteristic of a seasoned agent. Thus, under the bewildered gazes of countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and soldiers, and amidst Hawkeye's silent lament of, "What the hell? Is Coulson losing his mind?" Thor charged unimpeded toward the makeshift research center constructed of white tarpaulin. Like a rampaging bull, he effortlessly tore through the fabric and rushed inside. Then he saw it. He beheld his most loyal companion, the hammer that had accompanied him for millennia, Mjolnir. It stood silently in the center of the crater, as if awaiting its master. "Huh! I have returned, old friend." Thor let out a joyous laugh, his face radiating the ecstasy of regained possession. In that moment, the pride and confidence belonging to the Prince of Asgard surged back within him. He strode forward, disregarding the bewildered stares of the mortals around him. He extended his hand, grasping the familiar handle of the hammer. "Return to me, my strength," he cried out within his heart. Then, with a sudden exertion, he pulled. The hammer remained utterly unmoved. Thor's smile froze. What is happening? Is it stuck too tightly in the mud? Undeterred, he inhaled deeply once more and summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. The muscles in his arms bulged, veins protruding, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Yet, the hammer remained steadfast, as if it were not a hammer at all. Instead, it was a mountain intrinsically connected to this planet. No, this was impossible. Thor's gaze transitioned from confidence to confusion, then to bewilderment, ultimately transforming into sheer terror. He recalled his father's cold and resolute voice. "Whoever can lift this hammer, provided they are worthy." Worthy? I, Thor, son of Odin, the god of thunder from Asgard, am deemed unworthy. A primal roar escaped him, a sound born of frustration, as he struggled repeatedly against the weight of his own destiny like a madman. Yet all was in vain. As he made contact with the hammer, a moment of silence enveloped the hall, and before him, the screen wall activated a singular window, displaying a cascade of incomprehensible runes and energy data streams that would drive Dr. Sturm mad, refreshing in torrents. High-dimensional energy dissipation detected. Energy source. Divine-level enchantment parsing failed. Core concept captured. Worthy value. Establishing worthy concept model and comparing with Earth's known mythological systems. Conducting philosophical logical attribution. Lin Mo gazed upon this data, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. Technology cannot decipher magic, but it can record it. He realized he had acquired something far more valuable than the hammer itself. First-hand data on the king-level magic from Odin, the All-Father. This was the most precious stepping stone for his future foray into the realm of the arcane. The rain poured down more heavily. Thor finally surrendered. Soaked to the bone, he resembled a wretched dog stripped of its spine, collapsing despondently into the muddy water. His gaze was hollow, ashen. In that moment, his divinity, his pride, everything he held dear was utterly shattered by the hammer he could no longer lift. The god had fallen. Coulson observed this scene, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features before he ultimately gestured, "Take him away." Two sturdy agents advanced, effortlessly hoisting the dazed Thor toward the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation chamber, Coulson conducted the questioning himself. "What is your name? Where do you come from? Who are your accomplices? Jane Foster? Eric Selvig?" Thor sat like a marionette, utterly silent. His world had crumbled. Coulson scrutinized him, filled with uncertainty. Who on earth is this individual? At that moment, an agent hurried into the interrogation room, whispering urgently in Coulson's ear. Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. Another one? He exited the room and proceeded to the monitoring center. On the screen, a man clad in black Asgardian armor, handsome and exuding an air of elegance, yet harboring a hint of melancholy in his gaze, strides purposefully through the base towards the chamber where Thor is confined. The S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers attempt to impede his progress, but he effortlessly pushes them aside with an invisible force. "Let him pass," Coulson commands once more, sensing that the true drama is just beginning. Inside the interrogation room, Loki gazes at his disheveled brother, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips, while feigning an expression of profound sorrow. "Brother, I am so sorry." Thor abruptly lifts his head, and in his ashen gray eyes, a flicker of light emerges. "Loki, you've come. Hurry. You must tell father. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Let it bring me back." Loki shakes his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It is futile, brother. Due to your recklessness. King Laufey of Jotunheim has declared war on Asgard. We are plunged into conflict. Father is weary beyond measure because of your actions." A few genuine tears brim in Loki's eyes. He has fallen into Odin's sleep. Perhaps he shall never awaken. Boom. This revelation strikes Thor's soul like a bolt of black lightning. No, he murmurs, utterly shattered. Watching him unravel, Loki is filled with a sense of vindictive pleasure. Yes, just like that. "Thor, you fool who forever dwells in the sunlight. Now you shall taste the bitterness of despair. Father has favored him for 1,000 years. Now it is my turn. I, the son of Laufey, am the true savior of Asgard. I will use Laufey's hand to slay the sleeping you, and then I shall kill Laufey, becoming the hero who saves Asgard. In due time, my name shall be revered throughout the 9 realms." His seemingly flawless plan, the innermost secrets of his twisted soul born from insecurity and envy, at this moment, is transmitted in crystal clarity through a disguised psychic signal amplifier, masquerading as dust. Nestled within the ventilation ducts of the interrogation room, reaching Lin Mo's ears. Lin Mo's hand, which holds a cup of coffee, momentarily falters. For the first time, genuine interest graces his features. The god of lies? The king of deceit? Before me. Who can hear the whispers of the heart? You are but a pitiable jester stripped bare. How intriguing. A cold, amused smile curves Lin Mo's lips as he observes Loki on the screen. His eyes filled with the thrill of a hunter surveying his prey, as he utilizes falsehoods to plunge his brother into the abyss. He picks up the encrypted phone. This time he connects to the central intelligence of the Silent Hall. "The Arcanist." "Yes, Mr. Yu." A chilling electronic voice responded, establishing a new high-priority dossier, codenamed Deception. Lin Mo's voice, flat yet commanding, carried an undeniable authority. The target, Loki Laufeyson. The task, to construct a comprehensive psychological profile based on the recently captured thoughts, analyzing his character weaknesses, core desires, and behavioral logic. I require you to identify a method that can perfectly control him, compelling him to willingly offer everything to me. Chapter 19. The Script of the Godslayer Asgard, the Celestial Palace. Loki strode gracefully down the resplendent corridor, having just returned from Earth. His face adorned with an appropriately somber expression, accepting the sympathetic gazes of the past guards. Approaching Odin's chamber, he regarded the 2 heavily armed sentinels with a flicker of barely perceptible disdain in his eyes. He was acutely aware that he was now the acting monarch of Asgard, free to pursue any desire he harbored. For instance, to bestow a gift that could utterly conclude his brother's pitiable mortal existence. He turned and proceeded towards the treasury, home to the palace's most formidable weapons. There, a cold, ruthless killing machine awaited the commands of its new master. In the Chamber of Silence, Lin Mo observed Loki's silhouette, brimming with arrogance and ambition. On the screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Arcane Master," he spoke flatly, report. "Yes, sir." The chilling electronic voice echoed as a detailed psychological profile report, astonishing in its depth, materialized on a massive screen before Lin Mo. Target: Loki Laufeyson, core drive, identity-related anxiety, deep-seated fear, an intense loathing and fear of his Jotunheim, frost giant, lineage, a dread of being completely forsaken by Odin and Asgard. Surface desire: to surpass his elder brother Thor, to earn the recognition and favor of Odin, the All-Father, thereby proving his worth. Character weaknesses: 1. Extreme arrogance. Possesses absolute confidence in his intellect and schemes, underestimating all physically formidable adversaries. 2. Emotional fragility. Harbors a profound yearning for familial affection, particularly Odin's paternal love, rendering him susceptible to emotional manipulation. 3. Histrionic personality. Revels in the spotlight, desiring to be the center of attention, which imbues his actions with predictable dramatic flair. The report concluded with the Arcane Master's recommendations. Control strategy suggestion, script implantation, specific operation, rather than issuing direct commands or threats. Convey fragments of truth or prophecy through anonymous, illogical channels, dismantling his psychological defenses and planting seeds of doubt and fear. Guide him to infer, leading him to believe that the decisions he makes are the optimal solutions based on his own intellect, thereby subconsciously steering him to act according to our predetermined script. The first stage of contact suggests utilizing the most terrifying element, the frost giant lineage, as a breach point. Lin Mo pondered these 4 words, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Indeed, the most effective method to deal with a cunning character like Loki is to allow him to persuade himself. Arcanist commenced the first stage of contact. The command was confirmed. Lin Mo reclined upon his throne, fingers interlaced, awaiting in silence. He knew that Loki must have reached Odin's treasury by now. Within lay the secret passage to the 9 realms. Asgard, Odin's treasury. Loki dismissed the guards and wandered alone through the vault, which housed countless cosmic treasures. He traversed the eternal flame and the frostbox, until his gaze fell upon a towering 3-meter metal giant, crafted entirely from URU steel. The Destroyer, a weapon of war, known solely for its relentless destruction. Go forth, my loyal servant, Loki commanded, instructing it to venture to Midgard and reduce those ungrateful mortals, along with my foolish brother, to ashes. Just as he was about to activate the Destroyer, a voice, cold and hollow, belonging to none of the languages he recognized, yet resonating clearly in his mind, echoed unexpectedly deep within him. An intriguing toy. Loki's body went rigid, as if petrified by a spell. Who is speaking? His mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. The voice, imbued with a chill from the universe's deepest darkness, resounded once more. Laufey's wretched offspring, toying with Odin's tin can. What a farcical drama. Boom! The words Laufey's wretched offspring struck Loki's soul like a heavy hammer forged from cosmic ice, shattering all his pride, all his FA-aids, all his schemes into fragments. His deepest fears and the secrets he most dreaded confronting were laid bare by an unknown presence, in the most scornful and cruel manner possible. No, it cannot be. Who are you? Show yourself. Loki shrieked in a fit of rage, his complexion paling in an instant, his eyes filled with boundless terror and madness. He frantically scanned his surroundings, but the treasury contained nothing but himself. The voice offered no further response. It seemed to have merely passed by, casually uttering a trivial truth before silently departing. Yet this silence instilled a greater fear in Loki than any threat could. The unknown was the greatest horror. He felt like a self-satisfied jester upon a stage, oblivious to the pair of eyes in the darkest audience, watching his every move, including the unseen, grotesque blue tail. Who is he? Could it be Father? No, impossible. He has succumbed to slumber. Is it Heimdall? No, he can only see. He cannot hear my thoughts. Is it some ancient entity hidden beyond the 9 realms? Loki's mind was in utter disarray. His once clear and flawless plan now bore a significant fissure. An unprecedented sense of crisis coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. He had to hasten. He must fulfill his scheme before that unknown presence took its next action. No longer hesitating, a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he pressed his hand against the chest of the Destroyer. Activate New Mexico S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Boom! A radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens once more. But this time, it did not herald the arrival of hammers or deities. Instead, it brought forth a walking nightmare. The Destroyer had arrived. Its metallic form reflected a cold light under the desert sun. Slowly, it turned its head, and its visor opened to unleash a searing energy beam, hot enough to melt anything in its path, which shot forth with ferocity. Boom! An armored S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle was instantaneously vaporized. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarms blared throughout the base. Coulson gazed at the monitor, displaying the metallic giant akin to a divine being descending from the skies, and his expression turned grim. All units, open fire. Reduce it to scrap metal. Countless bullets, missiles, and grenades rained down upon the Destroyer like a tempest. Yet, the firepower capable of obliterating a battalion of tanks ricocheted off its URU steel body, leaving nothing but a cascade of sparks. Not even a scratch. The Destroyer raised its arm, aiming at S.H.I.E.L.D's command center. "Quick, evacuate," Coulson bellowed, but it was too late. The searing beam instantaneously transformed half of the command center, along with equipment worth millions of dollars, into molten metal. Within the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo calmly observed the unfolding chaos. The Arcanist began data collection, analyzing the destroyer's armor material, URU metal. Preliminary conclusion: an unknown divine realm metal capable of self-repair and capable of absorbing and conducting magical energy. Analyzing its core, energy source, which shares origins with Thor's hammer, but is far more volatile. Attempting to decipher its control commands, but the attempt has failed. The commands are encrypted with divine-level psychic energy and bound to Odin's power. Lin Mo was not surprised. What he sought was not control, but knowledge. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses were on the verge of complete destruction, Thor's 4 bumbling friends, the Warriors 3 and Valkyrie Sif, arrived. For Asgard, they shouted as they charged toward the destroyer. A spectacle of divine conflict, as seen through mortal eyes, was about to unfold. Yet the outcome was predetermined. The 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, along with Sif, though courageous and skilled in battle, proved insufficient against the Annihilator, a sheer embodiment of warfare. Before long, they were left in disarray, stripped of their combat prowess. The entire base descended into despair. At that moment, in the interrogation room, Thor, through a transmitter, overheard the chaos outside. He heard the anguished cries of his comrades and the gasps of mortals. A flicker of flame reignited in his once dull gray eyes. Not the wrath of a deity, but the unwavering resolve of a man determined to safeguard others. He emerged from the interrogation room, stepping forth amidst the astonished gazes of all, advancing resolutely towards the seemingly invincible metallic giant. With arms outstretched, he calmly declared, "Whatever you seek, come at me. Spare them." The Annihilator halted its movements, its hollow visage now fixed upon Thor. Its directive was clear: eliminate Thor. It raised its arm and unleashed a brutal, unadorned metallic fist. With a resounding crash, Thor's body was sent spiraling through the air like a leaf, crashing heavily into the mud, silent and still. The god had perished, sacrificed in defense of mortals. At that moment, within a meteorite crater several kilometers away, the hammer of the thunder god, Mjolnir, which had remained motionless, suddenly emitted a powerful hum. It erupted from the earth, transforming into a silver streak of lightning that tore through the rain, descending with the force of 1,000 storms. It landed precisely in the hand of the fallen hero. Thunder roared. A golden divine lightning, more robust and radiant than any before, descended from the heavens, striking Thor with tremendous force. As the lightning faded, the mortal attire he wore had turned to ash, replaced by his familiar silver armor and crimson cloak. He rose slowly, grasping the hammer of the thunder god, and let out a triumphant howl to the sky. In his eyes, there was no longer confusion or despair, only boundless thunder and divine majesty. The thunder god had returned. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo observed the iconic scene unfolding on the screen, his countenance devoid of emotion. He turned to the ever-excited Dr. Sten and inquired, "Have you recorded it? The energy composition of that divine lightning?" "Yes, Master. It has been documented." "My heavens, this is not merely electrical energy. It contains a force capable of reconstructing the fundamental forms of matter." If we could decipher it, Lin Mo chose not to hear further. He understood that the ensuing battle held no uncertainties. His gaze shifted to another corner of the screen. In a discreet corner, several scavengers, disguised as logistics personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D, silently placed a fragment of URU metal, severed by the destroyer's beam, alongside several core hard drives of environmental monitoring devices destroyed in the residual chaos of battle, into an inconspicuous recycling bin. A genuine smile of delight finally graced Lin Mo's lips. He had acquired Odin's magical data, the energy metrics of Thor, the technological insights of the destroyer, and a sample of URU metal. Moreover, he had conveniently transformed S.H.I.E.L.D into his long-term tenant and intelligence hub, with merely a few $1 million for land acquisition and a handful of anonymous messages. Lifting his coffee, he gazed at the screen depicting Thor fiercely combating the destroyer, his eyes deepening with contemplative intensity. "So, Loki, your first act has faltered. It is now my turn to pen the script for your second act. Chapter 20. The Whisper of the Tesseract in Asgard. Within the control room of the Bifrost, Heimdall, the guardian who perceives all across the 9 realms, gripped his sword with a solemn expression. He had witnessed the defeat of the Destroyer in Midgard. He had seen Thor reclaim the power of the Thunder God. Yet he also sensed a chilling presence, foreign to Asgard, quietly seeping into the celestial palace. Loki, he murmured the name softly. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Loki, wielding Odin's eternal spear, strode forth, adorned in resplendent golden royal armor, a disingenuous smile adorning his face. Heimdall, my friend. Loki's voice was gentle yet authoritative, suggesting that the troubles of Midgard had been resolved. Heimdall did not turn around. He merely replied coldly, "Your lies cannot deceive my eyes, Loki." In an instant, the smile vanished from Loki's face, replaced by a chilling malice. "Is that so? Then have you seen what I intend to do next?" He raised the eternal spear, its tip directed towards the treasury, where the frost box emitted an ominous chill. "You have betrayed Odin." Heimdall's voice brimmed with disappointment. No, Loki shook his head, a maniacal and twisted smile forming on his lips. "I am the savior of Asgard." He ceased his prattle. The spear's tip unleashed a surge of golden energy. Yet the target was not Heimdall, but rather the frostbox. With a resonating hum, the powers of the frostbox were instantaneously unleashed. A terrifying chill capable of freezing an entire planet surged along the energy conduit of the Bifrost, flowing backward. Heimdall, caught off guard, was instantly encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Now, no one could stop me. Loki approached the console of the Bifrost, inserting the eternal spear into the activation device. His aim was Jotunheim. He intended to harness the power of the Bifrost to utterly obliterate the realm of frost giants, the land he despised most, thereby demonstrating his worth to the slumbering Odin. "Father, behold, I shall accomplish the great deeds you never achieved. I will prove to you that I am 1,000 times mightier than that fool Thor." Just as he was about to turn the switch to initiate this apocalyptic scheme, that nightmarish voice echoed once more in the depths of his mind, striking without warning. "Pitiful wretch." Loki's body stiffened. The hand grasping the switch froze in midair. "It's you again. Who are you?" He roared inwardly, his face paling from sheer terror. The voice, laced with condescension and pity, responded, "Do you believe that annihilating a barren ice planet will validate your existence? Do you think that slaying a horde of savage blue giants will cleanse the filth from your lineage? No, Loki. You are merely amplifying your roar to mask your inner dread. You are orchestrating a grand display of fireworks to please an audience that will never applaud for you." Each word pierced his soul like a searing needle, shredding the fragile confidence he had just constructed. "Silence! Silence!" Loki screamed in a frenzy, his voice trembling with fear. The voice, undeterred by his outburst, spoke in a tone laced with devilish temptation. "You wish to prove yourself, do you not? You yearn for true, unparalleled power, do you not? You desire for Odin, Thor, and the entirety of the 9 realms to bow before you, acknowledging you as the rightful king, do you not?" Loki's breath quickened alarmingly. He realized he could not refute the words, for that voice had articulated the deepest, most unacknowledged ambition within him. The destruction of Jotunheim was far too pedestrian. The voice, akin to a sagacious mentor, continued, "That would merely transform you into a brutal butcher, not a great sovereign. True kingship lies not in annihilation, but in mastery. Within Midgard, among those mortals, lies an object of profound significance, a treasure that even your father Odin fears. Its name is the Tesseract. It harbors the primordial energy of the universe, the very embodiment of space itself. Acquire it, and you will unlock the door to any corner of the cosmos. Acquire it, and you shall summon an endless army. Acquire it, and you will truly hold the 9 realms, and indeed the entire universe, in the palm of your hand. Thus, this is the true throne of kings." In that moment, Loki's mind came to a complete standstill. His emerald green eyes were filled with shock and confusion, alongside a seed of greed that had been quietly sown within him. The cosmic cube? A treasure even feared by his father? An endless army? These phrases resonated in his ears like the most enchanting melody, causing his already ambitious heart to race with fervor. He did not pause to ponder why that mysterious voice had chosen to divulge such information. The vision painted by this voice was so alluring that it rendered him oblivious to any irrationality. His arrogant mind began to seek justifications for this narrative. He is guiding me. He must be a magnificent being unwilling to be subservient. He recognizes my intellect and desires collaboration. Indeed, it must be so. Together, we could dominate the entire universe. Observing Loki's eyes, which sparkled with avarice, Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold arc within the Hall of Silence. The bait was taken. He understood that Loki, this pawn, no longer required his prodding. He would dash madly toward the path set before him. Boom! At that moment, a violent tremor emanated from the other end of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor had defeated the destroyer and was galloping toward the bridge on a borrowed steed. Loki was jolted from his reverie. He glanced at the frozen Heimdall, then at the approaching Thor, his eyes flashing with reluctance and ferocity. He made a decision. He must first eliminate Thor, this troublesome obstacle. He aimed the eternal spear at the control console of the Rainbow Bridge, cranking its energy to the maximum. A tempestuous surge of energy surged into the bridge connecting the 9 realms. No, Loki, you will destroy this place. Thor's furious shout rang out. And so what? Loki laughed maniacally. The Rainbow Bridge began to crumble. The two brothers engaged in their final battle upon the bridge, poised for annihilation. Ultimately, with Odin's timely awakening intervening, Thor wielded Mjolnir and utterly shattered the Rainbow Bridge, averting the destruction of Jotunheim. As the climax approached, Loki, upon hearing Odin's cold words of despair, willingly released his grip and plummeted into the endless abyss of the cosmos. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo calmly observed the screen, witnessing the tragic interplay of love and enmity between the brothers as they enacted this final familial drama. His countenance bore no expression, for he knew that Loki was not dead. He extended his mental prowess into the depths of the universe. He could hear it, in the boundless darkness and void. A heart brimming with resentment, unwillingness, and madness silently screamed, Odin, Thor, you have all forsaken me. I shall return. I swear it. I will come back with an unimaginable army. The Tesseract. I must obtain the Tesseract. Soon after, he heard another voice, one older and more sinister, steeped in irreverence and longing for death, responding to Loki's cries. Lost child, come to me. I can grant you all that you desire, provided you bring me that blue gem. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. Thanos, the mad titan. He had heard Thanos' voice ahead of time. Despite the vast chasm of cosmic space, that voice was murky and intermittent, tinged with a maddening will that nearly caused Lin Mo's mental fortitude to recoil. Yet, he grasped the most crucial information. Loki had fallen into Thanos' embrace, and Thanos had set his sights on the Tesseract on Earth. Was the curtain about to rise on the Battle of New York so soon? Lin Mo's gaze grew gravely serious. He understood that the forthcoming stage was no longer a domestic drama of Asgard, but a true cosmic war concerning the very existence of Earth. He needed to hasten his steps. Rising to his feet, he approached the control panel and summoned several high-priority files. File 1, Gamma Legion Project. Supervisor, Samuel Stern. Progress, 30. Currently cultivating the first generation of controllable biological weapons using the essence of hatred. File 2, Maximoff Twins Project. Supervisor, Pendulum. Progress, 15. The twins have arrived at Echo's secret base in the Alps and have commenced the first phase of physical and mental training. File 3, URU Metal and Divine Energy Analysis. Supervisor, The Arcanist. Progress, 5. Partial atomic structure of URU metal has been successfully analyzed, and attempts to reverse engineer it using arc reactor technology are underway. Too slow. Everything is far too slow. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He needed greater power, more pieces on the chessboard, and swifter maneuvers. His gaze ultimately settled on the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson and his team were cautiously recovering the remnants of the destroyer. It was a waste to leave such scrap metal in their hands. Lin Mo mused softly. He picked up the encrypted phone. Phantom, he said. At your service, Mr. Y. The commander of Go Solutions, his voice always so composed. I require you to orchestrate a heist. A cold smile graced Lin Mo's lips. I wish for the heap of detritus from Asgard within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D's warehouse to vanish without a trace overnight. Chapter 21. The Phantom of S.H.I.E.L.D. On a New Mexico night, the desert winds carried a coolness that dispelled the heat of the day. The temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled a colossal steel beast at rest, brightly illuminated yet imbued with a palpable sense of relaxation compared to previous days. The god of thunder, Thor, had returned to Asgard, taking with him the hammer that had descended from the heavens. For S.H.I.E.L.D., this unforeseen mythological event had reached its conclusion. Their foremost task now was to securely package and transport the remnants of the destroyer, samples of divine technology from Asgard, back to headquarters. Agent Phil Coulson, clutching his ever-constant cup of instant coffee, patrolled the makeshift warehouse area. A dozen elite engineers were meticulously placing the shattered fragments of URU metal in a specially designed lead-lined alloy cases. Each fragment was astonishingly heavy. Be cautious. The energy radiation from this material has not fully dissipated. An engineer cautioned loudly. Coulson gazed at the debris, filled with a mix of anticipation and gravity. Unbeknownst to him, within this stronghold he deemed impenetrable, a silent operation was already underway. 500 meters away from the warehouse, concealed in a blind spot of surveillance, Phantom and his elite cadre of 4 ghost agents melded seamlessly into the night. They carried no conventional tools for breaking or entering. Activate the lullaby device. Phantom commanded softly to a black contraption on his wrist. In the next moment, 5 miniature signal towers, disguised as rocks and having passed S.H.I.E.L.D's inspection as environmental monitoring devices, emitted an imperceptible wave that eluded both the naked eye and detection by instruments. This wave precisely enveloped the entire warehouse area and the main thoroughfare leading to the base's entrance. All electronic surveillance equipment within that region, including cameras, infrared sensors, and motion detectors, found their footage and data suspended in time. They did not malfunction or go dark. Rather, they commenced an endless loop of the preceding 30 seconds of normal footage and data. To the guards at the monitoring center, everything appeared as usual, tranquil, and undisturbed. For the electronic devices here, time had fallen into a brief cycle. Proceed, Phantom's voice rang out, cold as steel. 5 shadows emerged from the darkness, striding boldly toward the heavily guarded warehouse. 2 soldiers on perimeter patrol stifled yawns. They barely had time to discern the approaching figures before feeling a gentle sting at the nape of their necks. A faint electric current instantaneously numbed their nerves, and without uttering a sound, the 2 collapsed softly to the ground. Just before they fell, 2 spectral operatives caught them, dragging them into the shadows. They would not perish. They would merely slumber for 8 hours, erasing all recollection of the events that transpired within the last 5 minutes. The warehouse's grand entrance was secured with a specially designed sonic password lock, yet to the Phantoms, it posed no obstacle. One operative retrieved a device the size of a disc from his pocket and affixed it to the lock. Instantly, the screen displayed the voice print models of Coulson and the base commander, flawlessly captured and replicated by Lin Mo through the Hall of Silence from their routine communications. Verification successful. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. Inside the warehouse, a dozen engineers were immersed in their work, oblivious to the unfolding events at the entrance. Simultaneously, 5 spectral operatives raised a peculiar weapon, which emitted a series of inaudible infrasound waves instead of bullets. The engineers felt a wave of dizziness wash over their minds. Their eyelids grew heavy, and they succumbed to slumber, collapsing in disarray. Within 3 minutes, the entire warehouse was completely emptied. The Phantoms approached the alloy boxes containing the remnants of the destroyer, their eyes glimmering with awe. Is this truly the creation of the divine? Rather than attempting to lift the heavy boxes, they extracted 5 palm-sized silver discs from their backs and affixed them to the bottoms of the boxes. The anti-gravity field activated with a soft hum. To their astonishment, the several tons of alloy boxes began to levitate soundlessly, as if they had lost all weight. Akin to balloons, this was the prototype anti-gravity generator, devised by Lin Mo after Dr. Sten analyzed a portion of alien technology. The 5 spectral operatives, as if maneuvering massive shopping carts, effortlessly pushed the levitating alloy boxes out of the warehouse. They did not take a back route, but made their way directly to the base's main entrance. A truck identical to the S.H.I.E.L.D. supply vehicle awaited them, with a driver who was one of their own. The truck slowly approached the gate. The guards, recognizing the familiar supply vehicle, glanced at the pass records in their hands, which clearly indicated that a vehicle was scheduled to depart for supplies at this time. The access code had also been issued just that day. They were blissfully unaware that the past records had been fabricated by Lin Mo after he infiltrated their system. Proceed. The guard waved his hand. Thus, the truck, under the guise of normalcy, as all surveillance equipment functioned properly, and under the watchful eyes of the guards, boldly departed from this so-called most secure temporary base in the world, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The following day, at dawn. What? What did you say? Repeat that for me. Coulson's roar threatened to bring down the roof of the temporary command center. For the first time, his affable face contorted with shock and fury. Before him stood a young agent responsible for the inventory, his face ashen and on the verge of tears. All 12 crates of the Annihilator's remains had vanished. Impossible. Coulson shoved him aside and rushed madly towards the surveillance center. Pull up all the surveillance footage from the warehouse area last night. All of it. The technicians promptly complied. The screen flickered to life, revealing last night's events. The warehouse doors stood firmly closed, and the patrolling soldiers were diligent. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Those 12 alloy crates remained undisturbed within the warehouse. How could this be possible? Coulson stared at the screen, feeling his worldview shatter. The items had disappeared, yet the footage showed they had always been present. Inspect the personnel. Interview everyone on duty last night. One by one, Coulson bellowed. The results arrived swiftly. All personnel on duty reported no abnormalities. Only 2 perimeter patrolling soldiers mentioned they might have dozed off, but could not recall when. Coulson's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was no mere theft. This was a demonstration, a silent mockery. The adversary lurking in the shadows was declaring their existence to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury in a way he could not comprehend. Trembling, he picked up the crimson encrypted satellite phone. Damn, damn, damn. In the Trident headquarters, Nick Fury's office erupted with an even more ferocious roar than before. He swept everything off his desk onto the floor with a violent motion. A phantom, an invisible specter. Fury's single eye, bloodshot and filled with madness and rage. They have humiliated us. Before all of us, they took away our most vital possessions as if strolling through their own backyard. And we do not even know who they are, how they accomplished this. Fury's mind raced frantically. He contemplated the adversary's modus operandi, coming and going without a trace, as if merely an echo existing in the world, yet capable of stirring massive upheaval. Echo. He unconsciously uttered the word. From this moment forth, this codename would signify the highest level of threat in his mind. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo observed calmly the image of the furious one-eyed dragon on the screen, a pleased curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He understood that he had succeeded. He had successfully planted a seed of fear, named Echo, in Nick Fury's heart. This seed would take root and flourish in the future, growing into a towering tree that would rob him of sleep. Master. Behind him, Dr. Stern exclaimed with awe, as if witnessing a miracle. It has arrived. My God, this is URU metal. Genuine URU metal. Its atomic structure is exquisite, impeccably stable. It possesses self-repairing capabilities. It can conduct magical energy. Like a child, Dr. Stern pounced on a fragment of the destroyer, caressing and licking it, his face alight with the fervor of a scientist. With this, Master, with this, my Gamma Legion will no longer be mere biological weapons. I can forge them impenetrable armor. I can transform their biological energy into devastating energy cannons. They shall become true gods of war. Lin Mo nodded. This was precisely what he desired, a flawless amalgamation of the technology from the divine realm with Earth's biotechnology. He rose and approached the immense star map. His gaze swept over New York, traversed New Mexico, and finally settled upon the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Arcanist. He spoke calmly, calling forth all files pertaining to the Super Soldier program, including the living fossil that had been frozen for 70 years. On the screen, a photograph of a man clad in a blue, white, and red uniform, wielding a shield, slowly materialized. Steve Rogers. Captain America. Lin Mo gazed at the countenance brimming with righteousness, his eyes turning profound and frigid. Fury, your trump card should be retrieved from the freezer. However, before that, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. I must first pay a visit to your other head hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. HYDRA. Chapter 22, HYDRA, Washington, D.C. The political heart of America, the vortex where power and desire intertwine. The trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood sharply and coldly by the Potomac River, a symbol of the most formidable enforcement agency on the planet. Yet, Lin Mo was aware that deep within this seemingly impregnable fortress lurked a chilling, venomous HYDRA. It had long sunk its fangs deep into the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D., even into the very arteries of the world. Lin Mo chose not to directly infiltrate the Trident headquarters. Such an approach would be too crude and easily traceable to combat a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. The best strategy was not to strike it with a stick and startle it, but rather to quietly become another, more venomous serpent beside it. He attended a high-end charity gala hosted by the Smithsonian Institution under the guise of Lin Mo, the proprietor of the antique shop Wendaoxuan. The venue for the gala was the National Air and Space Museum. The invited guests were either affluent or distinguished, encompassing all the prominent figures of Washington, senators, generals, entrepreneurs, as well as members of the World Security Council. Lin Mo, clad in a perfectly tailored black tuxedo and holding a glass of champagne, gracefully navigated through the crowd. His demeanor was gentle and reserved, resembling an Eastern scholar utterly disinterested in politics, solely absorbed in art. This was his impeccable guise. Yet, his mental acuity had already transformed into an invisible net, enveloping the entire banquet hall. Countless whispers, laced with hypocrisy, greed, and desire, flowed around him. That damned arms reduction bill must be sabotaged, otherwise my defense stocks are doomed. I must secure General Ross's daughter tonight. I've heard she is involved with Bruce Banner. Goodness, is that Tony Stark? He is here too. I would love to take a photo with him. Lin Mo instinctively filtered out these superfluous noises, his radar precisely searching for a particular target. Soon he found it. In a secluded corner of the banquet hall, an elderly gentleman dressed in a bespoke suit, his hair meticulously combed, exuded an air of elegance and composure as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with several senators. He was Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., now a senior member of the World Security Council, and Nick Fury's most trusted mentor and friend, as well as the highest leader of HYDRA in America. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. He held his wine glass, moving leisurely towards that direction. He approached. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The concealed thoughts lurking beneath Pierce's benevolent facade slithered into Lin Mo's mind like a chilling serpent's tongue. These foolish politicians continue to bicker over trivial gains. They have no idea that a brand new world order is about to be birthed beneath their feet. The progress of the InSight project is proceeding smoothly. The core algorithms of the 3 helicarriers are nearing completion. In just a year, once they ascend, the entire world will be shrouded under HYDRA's shadow. The only unstable factor is Fury. His suspicions have been mounting, particularly since the theft of the destroyer. He has been like a rabid dog, biting indiscriminately. We must find a way to divert his attention elsewhere. That relic frozen for 70 years might be a fitting distraction. And the Winter Soldier, it's time to let him stretch his limbs. His memory system requires regular purging. Keywords such as InSight Project, helicarriers, and Winter Soldier constructed a vast and sinister blueprint in Lin Mo's mind. The fish he sought was right here. Lin Mo did not halt his stride. As if casually heading to retrieve a meal, he passed by Pierce without drawing attention. Pierce was engrossed in a lively conversation with a congressman, completely oblivious to the Asian youth who brushed past him. In that fleeting moment of their intersection, Lin Mo's lips moved imperceptibly, uttering a single, barely audible word in German, akin to the hiss of a serpent, which slithered into Pierce's ear. Note, Hail Hydra. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. The smile on Alexander Pierce's face abruptly stiffened. A chilling wave, potent enough to stop an ordinary heart, surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. It felt as though an invisible hand from the depths of hell had seized his heart. In that fleeting moment, his blood seemed to congeal. What did he just say? Impossible. I must have misheard. This is Washington. It's a dinner at the Smithsonian. Who is he? Who is he? The heart of Pierce, who had weathered countless storms and had long been a placid pond, now thundered wildly, threatening to leap from his chest. He spun around abruptly, seeking the source of that voice. He saw him. He beheld a young Asian man clad in a black tuxedo, standing with his back to him, elegantly selecting a macaroon from a table. His movements were unhurried, his expression serene and composed, as if that world-shattering whisper bore no relation to him whatsoever. Pierce's gaze fixated on that silhouette, his mind racing at an extraordinary pace. Could it be him? Unlikely. A young Oriental man who appears to be under 30? How could he possibly know HYDRA's most guarded secrets? Could this be a trap? Is Fury testing me? No, Fury wouldn't employ such a method. This feels more like a warning, or a mockery. He felt akin to a hunter who believed himself to be perfectly concealed, only to discover that a far larger, more lethal prehistoric serpent had been coiled above in the treetops, eyeing him with a predatory gaze. "Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look rather pale," the congressman inquired, observing the sudden pallor on his face with concern. "Oh, it's nothing, just feeling a bit warm all of a sudden." Pierce forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace, hastily concluding the conversation. He retreated to a secluded corner, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He cast another glance at the Asian youth, who had finished savoring the macaroon and was now politely consulting with an art critic over a glass of wine. Everything appeared so utterly normal, normal enough to send shivers down his spine. And at this moment, Lin Mo listened with a smile to the critic's grandiloquent discourse. Yet his mental acuity remained fixated on the corner where the utterly flustered HYDRA leader resided. "I must investigate. Immediately. I yearn to uncover every detail about this young Asian man, his ancestry, his lineage. What did he consume last night? Crossbones. Dispatch Crossbones to handle this. No, he must not come into direct contact. It would be too easy to expose him. We must employ the cleanest methods. Moreover, the Insight program must be expedited. I have an ominous premonition that something dreadful is fixating upon us." As he absorbed Pierce's voice, laden with terror, suspicion, and panic, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. He realized he had succeeded. With the utterance of the simplest incantation, he had ensnared this hidden conspirator, perched atop the world's power structure, into an abyss of unending suspicion. He no longer needed to act. Pierce's paranoid mind would automatically facilitate the completion of the remaining tasks. He would become increasingly radical, more obsessive. He would hasten the progress of the Insight program. He would more frequently deploy the Winter Soldier. He would inadvertently lay bare all his trump cards, driven by this unknown terror, right before Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo drained his glass of champagne. He turned, and under Pierce's gaze, filled with incredulity and murderous intent, he smiled and raised his empty glass in a gesture of greeting. Then, with poise, he exited the banquet hall, akin to an audience member who had savored a performance and chose to depart early. Chapter 23. Winter Soldier, Bucky, Washington, D.C., in a heavily fortified penthouse overlooking the Potomac River. This was Alexander Pierce's private safe house, its walls reinforced with Kevlar fibers capable of withstanding rocket fire, its windows composed of one-way bulletproof glass, and the entire room enveloped in a military-grade Faraday cage, isolating all electronic signals from ingress and egress. Yet at this moment, these top-tier security measures offered Pierce not a shred of solace. He tore off his bow tie and hurled the exquisite glass of champagne to the ground. The shattered crystals scattered everywhere, mirroring the complete shattering of his composure. That young Asian man, that seemingly benign antiquities dealer, that phrase articulated in impeccable German echoed in his mind like an inescapable curse, resonating again and again. Who on earth was he? How did he possess this knowledge? Pierce paced back and forth in the room, like a beast ensnared in a cage, his usually charmingly composed visage contorted in fear and rage. For decades, he had operated as a master strategist, positioning HYDRA's pieces in every corner of the world. He manipulated power, orchestrated wars, and transformed S.H.I.E.L.D, his greatest adversary, into a breeding ground for his parasitism. He believed himself to be the most venomous serpent concealed within the depths of darkness. Until tonight, he was horrified to discover that a pair of eyes he was utterly oblivious to, had been observing him coldly from a higher, deeper abyss. In fact, they even greeted him with a curious interest. This sensation sent a tremor deep into his bones. No, he could wait no longer. A fierce glint flashed in Pierce's eyes. He dashed to an inconspicuous corner, where, through a complex verification of iris and fingerprints, he accessed a hidden compartment. Inside lay a satellite phone, one that existed beyond any network and could only facilitate point-to-point encrypted communication. He dialed a number. The phone rang only once before being answered. A calm, efficient voice, imbued with a sense of iron resolve, responded. Commander, it was Brock Romlow, captain of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Rapid Response Special Forces, and the sharpest blade of HYDRA, codenamed Crossbones. Romlow, Pierce's voice was strained and hoarse. I need you to investigate a person. Whom? A Chinese individual named Lin Mo. 27 years old. He operates an antique shop in New York called Eavesdropping. This is all the public information available. Pierce swiftly relayed Lin Mo's guest details from the banquet. I want you to deploy your cleanest operatives with the highest level of access to thoroughly investigate him. The madness in Pierce's voice was undeniable. I don't care what methods you employ. Financial, immigration, social. I want to know everything, even if you wet the bed in kindergarten. Remember, the operation must remain absolutely confidential. Leave no traces, and ensure that he remains unaware of any anomalies. Understood. Romlow did not question the reasoning. He was merely a soldier executing orders. After hanging up, Pierce still felt a lingering unease. He approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape of Washington. Yet the murky depths of his eyes reflected a chilling darkness. His fingers instinctively caressed his ring. A thought, one he would seldom entertain, began to slither from the deepest recesses of his heart like a venomous serpent. Perhaps it was time to let our assets breathe a little. The following day, in New York, at Eavesdropping antique shop, Lin Mo was leisurely polishing a Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain vase with a soft deerskin cloth. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the intricately carved wooden window, casting a serene glow upon him, a moment of tranquil existence. However, within the perceptive realm of his mind, he sensed that his little shop was already surrounded by invisible eyes. Across the street, a blonde woman disguised as a tourist aimed her camera lens at the entrance of the antique shop. Target is inside the store, showing no signs of leaving. Not far away, within a municipal maintenance vehicle, two workers were fervently typing away at a laptop. The Target's financial records are infuriatingly pristine. Every single income and expenditure is meticulously documented, the tax records flawless. Moreover, there are no issues with the immigration documents. 3 generations of unblemished history. No suspicious background whatsoever. Even the trash bin outside his shop had been ransacked by an individual masquerading as a homeless person. Report. The refuse contains nothing suspicious aside from takeout, packaging, and tea leaves. Not even a scrap of paper. Listening to the HYDRA agents' voices, filled with frustration and bewilderment, Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smirk. His identity was the perfect masterpiece, crafted with a staggering investment of tens of millions of dollars and 3 months of meticulous effort by the Mastermind sorcerer. From his birth certificate in China, vaccination records, elementary school report cards, to the overseas trust fund left by his parents after their untimely demise, and every expenditure and tax payment since his arrival in the United States. Every piece of information formed an immaculate closed loop. These data were not merely fabricated. They had been authentically embedded into the official databases of countries worldwide, using technology that transcended this era. Not even Romlow, let alone Nick Fury himself, would conclude anything other than that Lin Mo was simply a fortunate individual who inherited a fortune and led a modest life running a shop, an innocuous sheep. The wind chime above the shop door jingled. A man, clad in a leather jacket, stocky in build, with a faint scar across his face, stepped inside. It was none other than Brock, Romlow himself. He had come personally. Just browsing, Romlow remarked casually, yet his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanned every corner of the shop. Lin Mo lifted his head and greeted him with a gentle smile, just as he would any ordinary customer. Good day, sir. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. Romlow's thoughts pierced through Lin Mo's consciousness clearly. It's him. He appears rather unremarkable. Physically weak. Calm demeanor, normal heartbeat. Yet why do I sense something amiss? His gaze is unnervingly serene, like a bottomless lake. An ordinary antique shop owner shouldn't display a hint of tension upon encountering someone like me. Should they? Romlow's instinct screamed at him. Yet he found no evidence to substantiate his unease. He meandered through the store, feigning casual interest, picked up a snuff bottle, and inquired, "How much for this?" A Qianlong period official kiln piece, in excellent condition. "It's $30,000. Lin Mo replied with a smile, presenting a fair price. Romlow set the snuff bottle down and cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Lin Mo. Either he is truly an ordinary man, or he is a creature whose acting prowess could earn him an Oscar. Mr. Pierce, it appears you may have encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. I shall take another look. With that, Langlois departed from the antique shop. As he left, the smile on Lin Mo's face gradually receded, replaced by a cold indifference. He understood that the guise of the sheep had served its purpose. It was time to reveal the fangs that emerged from the abyss. In Washington, within Pierce's office, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber as he listened to Langlois's report. A seemingly flawless, ordinary man? Yes, sir. Langlois's voice carried a weight of gravity. I even approached him personally. My instincts suggest he is perilous, yet I can find no evidence to substantiate my concerns. Pierce fell silent, leaning back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface of the desk. The more elusive the problem, the more significant it appeared. That enigmatic Echo organization, the specter that pilfered the remnants of the destroyer, now a new player had emerged. Lin Mo, whose mere words could send him into disarray. Could these events be mere coincidences? No, absolutely not. An unprecedented sense of crisis coiled around his heart like a vine. He felt as if his vast and intricate insights were laid bare under the gaze of an unknown behemoth. No, he could no longer remain passive. He needed to take proactive measures. He required a tool to pierce through this veil of uncertainty, a phantom that was utterly loyal, immensely powerful, and would leave no trace behind. A cold and ruthless resolution flickered in Pierce's eyes. He rose and walked to the innermost wall of his office. The wall silently slid open, revealing a secret elevator leading underground. The elevator descended rapidly, eventually halting in a subterranean base filled with an icy chill and the scent of disinfectant. This was one of HYDRA's deepest secrets in America, the lair of the Winter Soldier program. Pierce traversed the lengthy metallic corridor, arriving at a low-temperature laboratory. Through thick bulletproof glass, he beheld a man secured to a metallic chair, various tubes inserted into him. He possessed a left arm that shimmered with a metallic sheen. His gaze was vacant and numb, devoid of any human emotion. He resembled a humanoid weapon that had been powered down. James Buchanan Barnes. Bucky, the closest friend of Captain America. HYDRA's most formidable asset. How prepared are we? Pierce coldly inquired of the researcher beside him, clad in a white lab coat. Report, please, he commanded. The researcher respectfully replied, the asset's physiological functions are all normal. We have just completed the latest memory wipe procedure. He is now a blank slate. Excellent. A satisfied smile graced Pierce's face as he gazed at the asset behind the glass, as if admiring a flawless work of art. It is time to send him out to clean up some refuse. His voice was as cold as iron. Recently, Fury seemed to have uncovered something intriguing in the Arctic. I do not wish for him to excavate that old relic from the ice. Let our Winter Soldier deliver him a surprise. And while he is at it, have him visit our enigmatic antique dealer friend in New York. The glint of lethal intent was unmistakable in Pierce's eyes. Little did he know that at the very moment he issued this command, in the silent hall of New York, a red icon representing the Winter Soldier was instantly activated on Lin Mo's screen. A route of operation connecting Washington to the Arctic was clearly delineated. Lin Mo surveyed this route, then glanced at the adjacent blue icon representing Captain America. A long-awaited smile crept upon his lips. Are we finally to meet? A century-long nemesis. Allow me to prepare a special opening gift for your reunion. Chapter 24. Echoes of winter in the Arctic Ocean off the coast of Greenland. The biting wind sliced through the endless expanse of ice. An icebreaker, resembling a colossal black steel beast, was steadily and resolutely cleaving through this slumbering white world with its formidable bow. An inconspicuous eagle emblem on the vessel signified its formidable identity, the S.H.I.E.L.D. research exploration ship, the Pathfinder. Within the bridge's command room, Nick Fury stood with his hands clasped behind his back, peering out through the enormous porthole. His single eye was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the endless glaciers before him, fixated on history from 70 years past. Behind him, several leading scientists and intelligence analysts anxiously scrutinized the data on sonar and geomagnetic anomaly detectors, based on the final navigational records left by Howard Stark. The Valkyrie's crash site lay within these waters. Captain Steve Rogers, a symbol of American spirit. If we can truly locate you, you will become the sharpest blade in my hand against all future threats, as well as the most formidable shield. Fury's heart brimmed with anxiety and anticipation. He understood that this was a gamble. Should he win, he would possess an unparalleled trump card. Should he lose, he would gain nothing and might face even stricter constraints from the World Security Council. Director, a sonar operator suddenly exclaimed with fervor, detecting a massive metallic response. It lies on the seabed 700 meters below us. Its dimensions correspond to those of a World War II strategic bomber. We have found it. Fury's single eye instantly sparkled with excitement. Deploy the deep-sea submersible at once. I must witness it with my own eyes. As the Pathfinder reveled in its discovery, high above, 10,000 meters above the clouds, a sleek, black, and oddly shaped Quinn fighter jet hovered silently in stealth mode. Its fuselage bore no insignia. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was as cold as iron. Crossbones Brock Rumlow meticulously inspected the equipment of his elite team. Listen closely. Rumlow lowered his voice, his gaze fierce. Our objective is that heap of scrap metal found by Fury. Mr. Pierce's orders are to erase it, along with any biological samples that may exist aboard, leaving no witnesses. Rumlow's eyes shifted to a corner of the cockpit. There, a man sat quietly, eyes closed, resembling a lifeless statue. He possessed a left arm that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The Winter Soldier. His mind was a blank slate, save for a chilling directive. Etched by electrical currents and chemicals, endlessly looping. Mission objective, Valkyrie wreckage. Method of handling, destroy. Witnesses, exterminate all. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo elegantly held a cup of hot cocoa before a colossal screen wall, which was broadcasting a split-screen live feed of the impending black-on-black drama unfolding over the Arctic Ocean. On one side was the official broadcast from S.H.I.E.L.D., while the other displayed a first-person perspective of the Quinn fighter, intercepted through Lin Mo's infiltration of HYDRA's internal communication system. He resembled an audience member seated in a private box, eagerly awaiting the formal entrance of the two factions. Arcane Master, Lin Mo spoke flatly, are we prepared? The Winter Echo project is ready, sir, a cold electronic voice responded. The psychic amplification field has locked onto the target area via the deep-sea relay station of Echo. Memory Fragment 7 has been loaded. We are ready for high-dimensional information projection. Excellent. A chilling smile curled at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. He understood that Pierce's dispatch of the Winter Soldier was to erase a fragment of history, while he, Lin Mo, intended to seize this opportunity to press play on that very history. We have found it. Sir, it is the Valkyrie. We have located it. The imagery transmitted by the deep-sea submersible ignited a subdued cheer within the Pathfinder's command room. The screen revealed a colossal bat-wing bomber, quietly resting on the ocean floor. In the cockpit's position, a human silhouette, encased in ice, was faintly discernible. Beside him, a circular shield adorned in red, white, and blue emitted a faint glow even amidst the inky blackness of the deep sea. Bring it up. Immediately. Use the strongest cable and hoist it up intact. Fury's voice trembled with excitement. The enormous winch began to turn, slowly raising a history long sealed for 70 years towards the surface. Just then alarms blared. Alert! Alert! High-energy response detected. An unidentified flying object is approaching at high speed. Fury's expression shifted instantly. So soon? He abruptly looked up to see a black Quinjet tearing through the clouds, like a falcon from the depths of hell, diving towards the S.S. Pathfinder. Open fire. It's an enemy attack. The sound of gunfire erupted. Boom! Boom! The HYDRA's assault was swift and lethal. The barrage of bullets from the Vulcan cannon struck the deck of the Pathfinder, creating a shower of sparks. Several anti-ship missiles, trailing long tails of fire, screamed toward their target. Although the Pathfinder was a research vessel, it was equipped with basic defensive systems. The energy shield activated instantly, and the close-range cannons retaliated fiercely. In that moment, the tranquil icy sea was lit ablaze. Yet, the HYDRA's objective was not to sink this ship. Their target was the massive block of ice being hoisted up. The hatch opened. The Winter Soldier, resembling an emotionless automaton, leaped from 10,000 feet, carrying a specially designed parachute. Behind him were Rumlow and his team, descending with precision like a swarm of black reapers onto the deck of the Pathfinder. A brutal skirmish erupted on the deck. Though the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were well-trained, they appeared outmatched against the HYDRA operatives, bred solely for slaughter. Especially the Winter Soldier. He moved like a relentless killing machine. His metal arm could effortlessly tear through the ship's steel hull. Each pull of the trigger from his rifle guaranteed the fall of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. His combat techniques were succinct and fatal. Devoid of superfluous motion, each strike targeting vital points. Rumlow watched the carnage wrought by the Winter Soldier, filled with fervent admiration. Fury, in the command center, gazed at the surveillance feed of the specter-like man with the metallic arm, his one eye wide with shock and dread. Who is he? I have never seen such skill. He is not an ordinary man. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. The HYDRA team swiftly cleared the deck and seized control of the massive winch. The Winter Soldier advanced step by step towards the enormous block of ice, now hoisted onto the deck, emanating an eerie chill. He retrieved a uniquely shaped bomb from his back. This bomb has the capacity to instantly generate temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, sufficient to vaporize ice along with the biological samples contained within, leaving no trace behind. He affixed the bomb at the very center of the ice block, raising his hand to press the detonator. His gaze was vacant and numb. Fury surged within the command room, as Fury's eyes widened in alarm. No, just as the Winter Soldier's finger was about to descend upon the trigger. Within the hallowed silence of the chamber, Lin Mo abruptly closed his eyes. His mental prowess, amplified by the sorcerer's influence, surged with unprecedented intensity, akin to an invisible probe, piercing with precision into the Winter Soldier's formatted, blank mind. Then, he pressed the play button. The echoes of winter activated. Within the Winter Soldier's mind, the eternal cold and darkness were rent open. A fragment of memory that did not belong to him, one sealed away for 70 years, flickered violently like a damaged old film. Scene 1. In a Brooklyn alley, a frail blonde boy stands before him, shouting at a gang of towering thugs. Hey, stay away from him. Scene 2. In a World War II barracks, the now tall and robust blonde boy chuckles, clapping him on the shoulder. Remember, we're in this together until the end. Scene 3. By the campfire of the howling commandos, he leans against the blonde boy, observing the shield in his hands, asking, "Are you really going to take that lid into battle, Steve?" Scene 4. On a snow-covered train, he tumbles from a broken carriage, witnessing the blonde boy reaching out to him with a heart-wrenching cry, those blue eyes filled with despair and anguish, emitting the most sorrowful scream he had ever heard in his life. Bucky. Boom! The name Bucky, one that should have been irrevocably forgotten, struck the depths of the Winter Soldier's soul like the thunder of a primordial god. He abruptly discarded the detonator, clutching his head with both hands, unleashing a primal roar of agony. For the first time, emotions flickered in his hollow eyes. Confusion, pain, struggle, countless fragments, a multitude of unfamiliar faces, and an array of incomprehensible words collided and exploded within his mind. Who am I? Who is Bucky? Who is Steve? His spirit clashed violently with his programming. His system collapsed. On the deck, all were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Rumlow's sinister grin froze instantly. What is happening? The asset has lost control? This is impossible. Fury, in the command room, was equally bewildered. In that moment of profound silence, a gunshot rang out. Fury, unbeknownst to the moment, had burst forth from the command room, his large-caliber handgun delivering a precise shot to Rumlow's shoulder. "You HYDRA filth!" Fury bellowed, rallying the regrouped S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to launch a counterattack. Rumlow, clutching his shoulder, cast a glance at the Winter Soldier, who was still doubled over in agony. A flicker of resentment and terror flashing in his eyes. He realized that the mission had failed, and in the most bizarre and incomprehensible manner imaginable. "Retreat. Secure the assets. Move quickly," he shouted, issuing commands. The HYDRA squad, in disarray, dragged the mentally shattered Winter Soldier aboard the Quinjet, fleeing in haste. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, his complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The recent long-range psychic projection had drained him far more than he had anticipated. Yet, a profound smile graced his face. He had succeeded. With a mere teaser, he had rendered HYDRA's most formidable weapon inoperable. He had thwarted Pierce's plan, preserving Fury's ace in the hole. More importantly, he had ignited a spark of memory within the frozen soul of Bucky Barnes. Gazing at the intact, massive ice block on the screen and the legendary figure slumbering within, His lips curled into a knowing smile. "Welcome back, Captain. I have awakened your old friend for you. Now, let us witness what intriguing sparks may fly when a relic of the past confronts a future I have meticulously altered." Chapter 25. The Awakening of a Legend. Captain America in the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D's Trident headquarters, within the most advanced medical and biological science laboratory. The air was colder and purer than the Arctic winds. Every speck of dust had been ruthlessly eradicated by the filtration system. The enormous ice block had been placed within a circular thawing chamber crafted from a special alloy. Dozens of the world's foremost biologists, cryophysicists, and historians stood breathlessly around the chamber, their faces etched with fervor, reverence, and tension. Nick Fury stood before the one-way glass of the observation room, his single eye unblinkingly fixed on the indistinct yet discernible figure encased in ice. He had stood there for 12 hours, repeating the name Steve Rogers in his mind. "I need you, Captain, to forcibly steer this wayward world back onto its rightful path." A flicker of exhaustion crossed Fury's face, a fatigue he had not even acknowledged. He faced far too many adversaries, constrained by governmental limitations and threatened by the unknown forces of the cosmos, as well as that omnipresent echo akin to a specter. He found himself in need of an impeccable sword. The deactivation protocol, Phase 1, was initiated. The voice of the chief scientist resonated through the broadcast system, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. The microwave energy field was set to a 5% power output. The simulation of the dawn spectrum began to infuse. A gentle energy commenced to seep into the massive glacier, which began to melt and peel away at a visibly rapid pace. The form that had slumbered for 70 years gradually came into focus. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo reclined upon his throne, before him a colossal screen wall, displaying but a single window. The image within the window revealed the medical laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a clandestine eye he had embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. through the draconian clauses of the leasing agreement with Peter Connolly concerning environmental and energy monitoring. S.H.I.E.L.D. believed it to be merely a sensor analyzing air purity and radiation levels. They would never fathom that the true essence of that sensor was a higher-dimensional information capture device, capable of transforming all light, shadow, sound waves, and even subtle bioelectric signals into data, transmitting it to this very place. Lin Mo's mental prowess had already woven itself into an invisible thread, delicately resting upon the awakening legend. He awaited the first heartbeat from a soul that had been dormant for 70 years. Time passed, second by second. The ice completely melted away. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, lay quietly in the nutrient solution, his bodily functions impeccably preserved. A glimmer of youthful vigor and resoluteness from the 1940s lingered on his face. Vital signs detected. "The heartbeat has resumed," a doctor exclaimed with fervor. In the command room, Fury's singular eye suddenly brightened. Meanwhile, Lin Mo simultaneously heard it, the faint yet powerful heartbeat. Thud, followed by a tumultuous consciousness, akin to an ancient machine just rebooted. Countless fragments swirling within. "Peggy, Red Skull, will I still make it to that dance?" At last, Steve Rogers' eyelids fluttered. He abruptly opened his eyes. They were a pair of crystalline blue eyes, as if purified by ice and snow. He beheld a strange white ceiling and heard the unfamiliar ticking of instruments. He sat up abruptly, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. "Do not be alarmed, soldier. You are safe now." A gentle female voice emerged. Steve turned his head to see a woman clad in a 1940s nurse's uniform, smiling warmly at him. The arrangement of the room, the posters adorning the walls, and the commentary of a baseball game resonating from the radio all exuded the essence of an era he was intimately familiar with. It was a flawless deception. Yet, Steve Rogers was never merely a brawny soldier. His perceptiveness was equally exceptional. In just a fleeting moment, he detected the inconsistency. Confusion and vigilance enveloped him as he pondered. "I have heard this before. In May 1941, during a game involving the Brooklyn Dodgers, I was there. Something was amiss. Everything fell off. Where am I?" He inquired in a low voice, directing his gaze at the nurse. "You're in a post-war rehabilitation center in New York," she replied seamlessly. However, Steve's eyes had already drifted beyond her, fixating on the window. In a sudden burst of resolve, he charged forward, shattering the fragile backdrop, and plunged into a corridor brimming with futuristic technology. Two agents attempting to intercept him were effortlessly subdued. He surged forth like a lion breaking free from its cage, ultimately crashing through a grand door into a reality he could scarcely comprehend. New York, Times Square. Gigantic electronic billboards showcased advertisements that were incomprehensible to him. Oddly shaped vehicles whizzed past, and people clad in eccentric attire pointed at him while holding thin, luminous rectangles. The cacophony was surreal, rendering this world as alien to him as a nightmare. My God, how long have I been asleep? In that moment, his resolute heart was overwhelmed by a tide of confusion and shock. Just as he found himself most vulnerable and lost, Lin Mo recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Rather than directly employing his psychic abilities to influence Steve, a move fraught with peril and easily detectable, he opted for a more cunning and untraceable approach. At a corner of Times Square, a man clad in a trench coat and a flat cap was engrossed in a newspaper. He was a peripheral operative of the Echo organization, an ordinary office worker on Wall Street, and a fervent military history enthusiast. His sole task for the day was to be present at this location and read a newspaper at this precise moment. Steve's gaze unconsciously swept over him, landing on the bold headline of the newspaper: Stark Industries faces new scandal. Former executive Obadiah Stane confirmed to have secretly sold weapons to terrorist organizations. Stark, Howard Stark, his best friend, his comrade. Steve's pupils dilated in shock. He fixated intently on the headline, glancing at the accompanying image of the unfamiliar playboy named Tony Stark. Is he selling weapons to terrorists? How is this possible? Howard. At that moment, the man perusing the newspaper muttered a curse under his breath, as if speaking to himself. Damn warmongers, masquerading as superheroes while profiting from warfare. This world is utterly rotten. The words pierced Steve's ears like a needle. Warmonger? Superhero? His mind was in complete disarray. Everything he had fought for and sacrificed, the world he believed he had saved, seemed utterly different from his imaginings. Just then, several black Chevrolet Suburbans roared in, encircling him. The doors swung open. Nick Fury, donned in his signature black trench coat, descended slowly. Relax, soldier. Fury regarded him, his solitary eye brimming with complex emotions. I know this is difficult for you to accept. Steve looked at him, then at the armed agents surrounding them, his blue eyes revealing a newfound depth of distrust. It seems I've missed an appointment. Steve's voice was hoarse and desolate. Yet within him, another question lingered. Is this truly the future I am meant to protect? In a silent chamber, Lin Mo observed the screen, where Steve's eyes, filled with confusion and doubt, sparked a satisfied smile upon his lips. A seed had been sown. It need not take root and sprout immediately. It merely required to lie dormant within Steve Rogers' heart. Until one day, when he realized that the S.H.I.E.L.D. he had pledged allegiance to have been thoroughly corrupted by HYDRA. That seed would blossom into a towering tree named Betrayal. Lin Mo switched the display to another window. It revealed HYDRA's secret base in Siberia. Alexander Pierce was furiously addressing several HYDRA scientists via video communication. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. Explain to me why the asset has gone rogue. Wasn't his memory wiped foolproof? An elderly scientist, trembling, replied, Director, we examined the asset's brain and discovered that a portion of his deep-seated memories had been forcibly activated by an external information flow we cannot comprehend. What do you mean? Pierce roared. It's as if someone is playing a film in his mind. The scientist used the simplest analogy, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. We remain utterly oblivious to the identity of that projector. Pierce's body jolted abruptly as he recalled the Asian youth who had whispered to him during the banquet. He remembered the enigmatic echo that had the power to make the remnants of destruction vanish without a trace. An unprecedented chill enveloped him entirely. He finally comprehended that he was not confronting a mere adversary, but rather a specter, an entity capable of penetrating all his secrets and manipulating his most formidable weapons. A true puppeteer lurking in the shadows. Lin Mo observed the twisted visage of Pierce, contorted by fear, and calmly lifted the cup of hot cocoa from the table. He understood that it was time to accelerate the movement of this pawn. Driven by terror, Pierce would become increasingly unhinged, willing to go to any lengths to advance the insight plan that promised him a sense of security. Lin Mo's gaze deepened, growing cold and profound. On his chessboard, Captain America had awakened, and HYDRA was in a state of disarray. The ominous clouds of the New York battle were silently gathering. It was time to meet the protagonist poised to make an entrance. He summoned Loki's dossier, along with the cosmic cube. Thus, Loki, how prepared is your legion? Chapter 26. The cube and the spy in the Mojave Desert of Nevada. The parched surface is devoid of vegetation and desolation reigns. Yet beneath the surface lies an expansive underground fortress, large enough to house a small town. This is the Joint Dark Energy Task Facility, codenamed Project Pegasus. S.H.I.E.L.D. has collaborated here to study the universe's most mysterious and powerful energy source, the cosmic cube. At this moment, in the innermost section of the facility, the third-floor laboratory, the cosmic cube, a blue gem containing infinite spatial power, suspended serenely at the center of a massive circular energy stabilizer. Its ethereal blue glow casts the entire laboratory in hues reminiscent of the deep sea, akin to a captive star. Dr. Eric Selvig, a world-renowned theoretical astrophysicist, gazed at the cube with rapt fascination, his wise eyes bloodshot with obsession. Ever since the mythical event in New Mexico, he had been summoned by Nick Fury to oversee this Earth's most elite secret research. Dr. Selvig's heart brimmed with profound reverence for science. It is exquisite. Its energy dissipation curve defies all known physical laws. It does not merely release energy, it breathes. It engages in an exchange of information with space itself. However, beneath his awe, Lin Mo discerned a dissonant note, a faint whisper, as though filtered through countless layers of water, cold and elegant, yet laced with seduction. Just a little more? Yes, just a touch more energy to unlock it, to open that door. Lin Mo sat upon the throne of the Hall of Silence, his brow slightly arched. His mental prowess, forcefully channeled through a high-energy particle detector at this base under the guise of a research sponsorship by Echo Capital, distinctly captured an anomaly. It was Loki, the god of lies who had plunged into the abyss of the universe, whispering softly to this mortal scientist through the Tesseract. He was subtly coaxing Shavik, unwittingly paving the way for his descent. Poor worm, reveling in the mere glimpse of the divine hem. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. He remained oblivious to the fact that what he deemed research was, from the very beginning, a preordained rite of passage. Lin Mo did not intervene. Why should he? A global crisis serves as the finest catalyst, igniting fear, chaos, and most crucially, the war dividends he so desperately sought. He merely needed to position his most vital piece on the board before this grand spectacle commenced. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous vent great above the laboratory. There, a man clad in black tactical gear lay in stealth, akin to a cheetah. Clint Barton, Hawkeye, the finest agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and the last line of defense for this base. Lin Mo observed him with a gaze both profound and playful. He understood that soon this marksman would become the first puppet under Loki's scepter, an utterly loyal super soldier, obedient to every command. What a waste. Lin Mo closed his eyes. His mental energy, with the assistance of the Archmage, coalesced into an invisible needle, finer than a hair, yet unyieldingly resilient. He intended to attempt something he had never done before, a reckless endeavor bold enough to challenge the might of the Infinity Stones. He sought to pre-install a background program within Hawkeye. This was neither control nor brainwashing. Such methods were too crude and easily detectable by the power of the Mind Stone. What he aimed to do was implant a minuscule, almost non-aggressive logic code, a program that would only activate quietly once Hawkeye was fully under the Mind Stone's control. This program would not resist the Mind Stone's influence. It would act merely as the most loyal spy, lurking deep within Hawkeye's psyche, transforming everything he witnessed and heard during his subjugation into encrypted data streams to be discreetly transmitted to Lin Mo. This would grant him a perfect insider, seamlessly embedded beside Loki, beyond suspicion. Archmage, lock onto the target's mental frequency. Calculate the energy model of the Mind Stone, construct the logic simulation. The mental probe is prepared for launch. Lin Mo's forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat. This endeavor proved to be 100-fold more arduous than the previous attempt to forcibly awaken the Winter Soldier's memories. That instance involved playback, whereas this time necessitated direct inscription. Moreover, the subject of this inscription was a premier operative with an exceptionally resilient psyche. Launch. A hum resonated, An invisible wave traversed the expanse, precisely piercing Hawkeye's mind. As he lay in ambush, Hawkeye's body jolted violently. He sensed a slight tingling at his temple, akin to a mosquito's bite. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow. What is happening? Did I not sleep well last night? He shook his head, dismissing the sensation. Yet unbeknownst to him, a most lethal virus had successfully been implanted. In a laboratory, the cosmic cube suddenly began to tremble violently. Its ethereal blue luminescence turned exceedingly unstable. The energy readings soared to unprecedented heights. Doctor, it's out of control, a researcher cried out in terror. Dr. Selvig, observing the data before him, wore an enigmatic smile. Evacuate. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The frantic roar of Nick Fury echoed through the communication channel. However, it was already too late. A beam of blue energy erupted from the cosmic cube, tearing open a gateway to the far reaches of the universe in the heart of the laboratory. The ripples of space spread outward, causing the entire underground facility to tremble violently. From the luminous portal emerged a figure adorned in green armor, wielding a golden scepter, his gaze brimming with arrogance and malevolence. Loki had arrived. I am Loki, hailing from Asgard. His voice resonated within the chaotic laboratory, imbued with divine authority. I bring tidings of peace to this world. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on the bewildered marksman. I require your service. He approached with measured steps, gently tapping the tip of his scepter against Hawkeye's chest. The blue radiance surged forth instantly. Hawkeye's expression faltered for a fleeting moment, only to transform into one of vacant submission. I am at your service, my king. Following this, Dr. Selvig and several other researchers who had failed to escape fell under the scepter's control, becoming Loki's initial loyal servants. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo observed the unfolding events on the screen, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. He could distinctly hear the faint stirrings beneath the ocean of consciousness, now entirely suffused with blue energy, where a minuscule seed, almost imperceptible, had silently activated. It did not resist. Instead, it seamlessly disguised itself as an integral part of the scepter's energy, beginning its covert documentation. Loki's first command, bring the Tesseract, destroy this place. Loki's dialogue with Selvig, I require a stable energy source, Doctor. One potent enough to sustain the portal's continuous opening. Selvig's reply, Iridium. We need Iridium to stabilize the antimatter reaction. Perfect. Simply perfect. Lin Mo felt as though he were a player with an all-seeing map, able to implant a permanent, free surveillance point on the core heroes of his adversaries. This sensation was truly exhilarating. He gazed at the screen, where Loki, accompanied by his puppet army, seized the Tesseract, leaving behind a conflagration and ruins on the verge of collapse. He watched Nick Fury and Maria Hill desperately fleeing the crumbling base. He understood that the gears of this world had begun to spin wildly. Fury would stop at nothing to activate his long-prepared Avengers initiative. He would force together that arrogant tin can, the recently awakened old popsicle, and the uncontrollably temperamental green giant. Meanwhile, Lin Mo would become the unseen, ghostly director behind this alliance. He picked up the phone and dialed the number for Pendulum. Mr. Yu, on the other end, Pendulum's perpetually calm voice resonated. Initiate the second phase of training for the Maximoff siblings. Lin Mo's tone was flat and icy. I want Wanda to learn how to silently infiltrate a person's dreams using her chaos magic within a month. I want Pietro to master the ability to precisely snatch a coin from a table while moving at 3 times the speed of sound within a month. Pendulum paused for a moment, seemingly assessing the difficulty of the task. Ultimately, she responded in her emotionless voice, Yes, Mr. Yu. Upon hanging up, Lin Mo's gaze returned to the screen. His eyes pierced through the bustling New York, landing atop Stark Tower. Tony Stark, Loki has prepared a grand fireworks display for you. And I, Lin Mo, curled my lips into a cold smile, have prepared 2 little nightmares capable of waking you from your sweet dreams entirely. Chapter 27. The Avengers' Initiative Boom. The mountains wailed, the earth trembled. Tons of rock and concrete cascaded down like cookies crushed by a giant's hand. The entire Pegasus Project underground base was undergoing a grand self-burial. Quick, over here. Deputy Director Maria Hill dragged an injured agent, frantically sprinting through the precariously swaying corridor, her face smeared with dust and anxiety. Nick Fury followed closely behind her, his expression darker than the passage that was about to be wholly consumed by darkness. After years of meticulous preparation and the expenditure of countless resources, the highest secret facility he had established was obliterated in less than 10 minutes by a so-called deity. This was not merely a loss of property. It was a resounding slap in the face to S.H.I.E.L.D. and to Nick Fury himself. Laden with humiliation, with a thunderous crash, a massive ventilation duct fell, completely sealing off their escape route. "We are trapped, sir." Hill's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Fury remained silent, his demeanor unflinching as he calmly retrieved a compact laser cutter from his pocket, directing it toward the most vulnerable section of the wall. A crimson beam swiftly sliced through, creating a narrow opening just wide enough for a single-person pass. "Go," he commanded succinctly, leaving the last vestige of hope for his subordinates. As he was the last to emerge through the breach, gazing up at the familiar desert night sky, the base behind him emitted one last, reluctant rumble before succumbing to an eerie silence. The scene was one of devastation, chaos, and ruin. "Report the losses." Fury's voice rang out, cold and devoid of warmth. "Over 90% structural damage to the facility. It is beyond repair." Hill's voice mirrored his icy tone, yet quivered slightly as she reported heavy casualties. "Agent Barton has been captured. Dr. Selvig is in enemy hands. The Tesseract is missing." Each word struck Fury's heart like a hammer, but he had no time for sorrow, nor for anger. He was a king of spies. In moments of crisis, his mind sharpened, becoming increasingly calm and lethal. He raised his gaze to the North Star, which seemed to mock him, and a glimmer of fierce resolve and madness flickered in his eye. "You desire war? Then I shall grant you war. You believe you have defeated S.H.I.E.L.D. No, you have merely awakened a horde of monsters." He seized the red encrypted satellite phone, a device that connected him to his last, most audacious trump card. "Coulson." "Yes, sir," came Phil Coulson's ever-gentle voice from the other end. "Initiate the plan," Fury instructed, each word meticulously articulated as if forced through clenched teeth. Coulson fell silent for 3 full seconds, fully aware of which plan Fury was referencing, the one that had been repeatedly rejected by the Council, deemed unstable, uncontrollable, and extremely perilous: the Avengers Initiative. A tempest of emotions surged within Coulson, yet he responded with unwavering conviction. "I will contact Mr. Stark immediately." "And Natasha?" Fury inquired. "She is in India, tracking a significant target. Progress is nearly complete. Urge her to accelerate." Fury's voice was resolute. Regardless of her methods, be it coaxing or seduction, she was determined to summon the green giant back. Inform him that the world requires his other side. "Yes, sir." After ending the call, Fury turned his attention to Hill. "Prepare our ice giant. It is time for him to witness how the world he once saved has deteriorated." Having issued all his commands, he stood like a black statue against the cold winds of the desert. His chessboard was set, and though the opening gambit had been disastrous, he was now ready to position his most formidable and rebellious pieces onto the battlefield. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo reclined comfortably on his throne, observing Nick Fury's pre-battle monologue with keen interest. What a fascinating one-eyed leader. Lin Mo lifted his coffee cup, savoring a gentle sip. Despite the chaos enveloping him, his thoughts were consumed with how to manipulate and exploit these so-called heroes. He could hear Coulson's inner musings. Finally off to find Stark. I hope he doesn't resort to those absurd excuses again. Perhaps I should bring along my treasured set of signed Captain America cards? It might yield unexpected results. He also sensed the distant thoughts of Natasha Romanoff in India. Damn it, this Dr. Banner is proving to be more troublesome than I anticipated. Now I have to coax him to transform? Does Fury want me to be punched to the moon? He could even hear the recently awakened Steve Rogers' thoughts. What has become of this era of Stark Industries and terrorists? Peggy, if you were still here, what would you do? Each hero bore their own confusion, schemes, and struggles. Fury intended to bind these disparate and often antagonistic monsters together with a rope named World Crisis. Lin Mo shook his head, a smile of amusement gracing his features. This was hardly the Avengers. It was clearly a disjointed assembly. At that moment, the spy seed he had implanted in Hawkeye's mind transmitted the latest intelligence. In Stuttgart, Germany, within an abandoned underground tunnel, Loki stood before a massive holographic projection displaying the internal schematics of a high-tech laboratory. His emerald eyes gleamed with arrogant confidence. "Control, Hawkeye." Acting as the most proficient advisor, reported to him. My lord, according to S.H.I.E.L.D's database, the world's largest supplier of iridium, Dr. Heinrich Schaefer, will host a private gala here tonight. I have deciphered the security system. 27 infrared sensors, 12 pressure sensors, and a 30-member elite security team. Loki scoffed with disdain. Mortal guards are as fragile as paper. He cast a glance at Hawkeye and issued his command. I require a commotion, Agent Barton. A disturbance grand enough to seize everyone's attention. I wish to see those mortals kneel in fear before their god. Understood. Hawkeye nodded impassively. I will procure Dr. Schaefer's eye for the iris scan. Then we shall acquire what we desire. The plan is flawless. Loki's heart brimmed with arrogance. First, incite chaos to demonstrate my divine might. Then, silently retrieve the iridium. Once I utilize the Tesseract to open a portal to the Chitauri army, the entire Earth shall become my inaugural offering to Thanos. Listening to Loki's pact with Thanos, Lin Mo's gaze turned frigid. He would not permit Loki to easily open the portal. However, he would not obstruct Loki's journey to Stuttgart to teach Iron Man a lesson, for he had prepared another special guest for this performance. He picked up a secure phone and dialed the number for the secret base in the Alps. Pendulum. Yes, mister. You. At Stuttgart, Dr. Schaefer's private soiree. Loki will be there to set the stage for us. Lin Mo's voice was flat, yet authoritative. I need you to take Wanda to the venue. And the target? Pendulum's voice remained perpetually calm. Tony Stark. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cruel arc. As Loki assaults Stark's body with his scepter and illusions from the outside, I require Wanda to assail Stark's psyche with her chaos magic from within. I do not need her to kill Stark or severely injure him. Lin Montag pauset, articulating each word with precision. I only need her to quietly plant a nightmare of apocalypse in Stark's proud heart, a prophecy wherein all his friends perish before him, and he remains powerless to intervene. Pendulum fell silent on the other end. She could envision the cruelty of such a scene. Physical wounds may heal, but the fear that emanates from the depths of one's soul lingers eternally. This is the true essence of psychological annihilation. Understood. Pendulum's voice held no trace of hesitation. Upon hanging up, Lin Mo reclined comfortably on his throne. All the pieces on his chessboard were in position. Fury's light pieces were gathering, while Loki's dark pieces had already moved. And he himself, that hidden specter of malice, had revealed its fangs. 3 threads were poised to intertwine in Stuttgart, forming an intricate web. Tony Stark, the most resplendent yet fragile butterfly, was destined to fall into this trap. Thus, the grand performance commenced. Lin Mo gazed at the brilliant lights of Stark Tower on the screen, murmuring softly, "Let the show begin." Chapter 28 Prologue of Nightmares, Stuttgart, Germany. Classical music flowed like liquid gold, reverberating through the opulent banquet hall. This was Dr. Schaefer's private museum, where priceless artworks adorned the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of wealth and power amidst the throngs of elegantly dressed guests. In a discreet corner of the banquet hall, a member of the Echo Perimeter, disguised as a waiter, bowed his head, polishing a silver candlestick. His heartbeat remained steady, yet his ears, akin to the most precise radar, absorbed every detail around him. Everything he observed and heard was transmitted in real time through a miniature device concealed within a button, reaching the silent sanctum thousands of miles away. Lin Mo sat upon his throne, the screen wall before him broadcasting the elite gathering in Europe with crystal clarity. He could even hear the rotund German industrialist calculating in his mind how to deceive Dr. Schaefer with a fake contract to acquire his patent. Truly, a tedious mortal. Lin Mo shook his head, casting his gaze beyond the banquet hall to the still square outside. The true performers were about to take the stage. Action. Within the abandoned underground tunnel, Loki issued commands with a tone imbued with divine arrogance. In the next moment, an inconspicuous fuse within Stuttgart's power control center quietly melted away. The lights of the entire square extinguished instantly. Inside the banquet hall, a moderate commotion erupted. Immediately, a black van, like a phantom, silently crashed through the museum's side door. The controlled Hawkeye leaped from the vehicle like a precision-killing machine. He made no sound, and in less than 10 seconds, his specialized tools incapacitated all security systems leading to Dr. Schaefer's office. He entered the office, and the unfortunate physicist barely had time to emit a gasp before Hawkeye struck him down with a swift blow to the neck, rendering him unconscious. Hawkeye propped open the doctor's eyelids with a portable iris scanner, collecting data with surgical precision. Everything unfolded like a meticulous operation, clean and efficient. Meanwhile, in the square before the museum's main entrance, Loki had chosen a more spectacular method of arrival. Clad in emerald armor of Asgard and wielding a golden scepter, he materialized amidst a shimmer of ethereal blue ripples. The holographic projection behind him magnified his figure to towering heights, resembling a deity descending to earth. The crowd in the square stood in stunned silence at this supernatural spectacle, only to be shattered by screams of terror. "Kneel!" Loki's voice, amplified by magical resonance, thundered across the square. "You were born for this. You yearn for enslavement. You crave freedom, yet your lives are filled with an insatiable thirst for power. You pursue identity, yet willingly remain shackled." He revels in this sensation, delighting in the sight of mortals trembling before him, their faces marred by fear. Most have knelt, succumbing to terror. Only one elderly man, with hair as white as snow, stands defiantly. "Not before one such as you." In the old man's eyes, there is no fear, only disdain. Loki's smile turns frigid. "There is no one more suitable than I." He raises his scepter, and a beam of azure energy shoots forth in an instant. Just as the beam is about to strike the old man, a figure clad in red and blue descends from the heavens. Boom! A resounding crash. The vibranium shield precisely blocks the old man, deflecting the energy beam and igniting a shower of sparks upon impact. Steve Rogers, Captain America, rises, clad in his somewhat retro yet justice-infused star-spangled attire. His blue eyes burn with unadulterated fury. "Do you know the last time I was in Germany, I encountered a fellow who, like you, relished issuing commands to others?" Steve's voice is steady and powerful. Loki gazes at the sudden appearance of this antiquated figure, momentarily taken aback, before sneering in contempt. "You are merely a soldier, a relic of a bygone era encased in ice. And I am a god. Is that so?" A mocking voice resonates from the sky, accompanied by an ear-splitting rock anthem. A radiant figure of red and gold streaks in, performing a graceful halt mid-air, hovering before Loki. Iron Man, Tony Stark, makes his entrance. His palm-mounted cannon aims at Loki's head. "Have you ever seen this toy?" Tony's voice emanates from the armor's speakers, brimming with provocation and arrogance. "Ah, a clown in a costume. Let me see what you can do." JARVIS. Scan his energy source. "That scepter looks promising. Perhaps we could acquire it to upgrade my reactor." In the silent hall, Lin Mo watches this iconic scene unfold on the screen. Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, and Loki, the most radiant protagonists of this era, finally share the same stage for the first time. Yet he knows the true protagonist is not among them. He shifts his gaze to the periphery of the square, to an unassuming rooftop. There, Pendulum and Wanda stand like two statues in the night, already poised. Wanda's eyes brim with a profound hatred for Tony Stark. The shell imprinted with Stark Industries is her eternal nightmare. "He is the one who murdered my parents." A flicker of crimson light begins to coalesce quietly in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Yu's command echoes in her ears, cold and precise. The moment has arrived. Lin Mo closed his eyes. Through the perspective of the pendulum, he issued his final command. "Let the spectacle commence." For our Iron Man, let us present an unforgettable nightmare. In the square, the battle was imminent. Captain America hurled his shield with great force, the weapon whistling through the air as it hurtled toward Loki. Loki deftly sidestepped, brandishing his scepter to unleash a wave of energy towards Iron Man, suspended in midair. Tony executed a nimble somersault, evading the onslaught, while the hatch of miniature missiles on his shoulder sprang open. "Taste this." Just as Tony focused all his attention on Loki, preparing to unleash a dazzling deluge of missiles to conclude this tiresome farce, he suddenly felt an indescribable chill. It was not the cold of the physical realm, but a shudder emanating from the depths of his very soul. What was happening? For the first time, his hyperactive brain faltered. Within his armor, Jarvis's voice grew frantic. "Sir, your physiological indicators are abnormal. Heart rate has surged to 180. Adrenaline levels are off the charts. The cortical activity of your brain is exhibiting severe and erratic fluctuations. This cannot be." Tony could hardly hear Jarvis's words. Before his eyes, the world began to contort and meld away. The Stuttgart square vanished. Loki and Captain America were gone. In their place loomed an endless wasteland. New York. It was New York, but utterly ravaged by war. Stark Tower blazed fiercely, resembling a colossal tombstone. The sky was no longer blue, but a profound and terrifying wormhole. Countless grotesque Chitauri soldiers surged forth from the vortex like a horde of locusts. He beheld his friends. Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay in a pool of blood, his indestructible vibranium shield shattered into pieces. Thor, the god of thunder, was impaled by his own hammer, his eyes wide open, devoid of all vitality. The Hulk, that colossal figure, was pierced by innumerable leviathan beasts, his green blood staining the entire street. Black Widow and Hawkeye, they were all dead. Their demise was utterly horrific. And he, Tony Stark, donned in the armor he so proudly wore, could do nothing. His energy reserves were depleted. His weapons were expended. He could only stand by helplessly, watching everything he cherished being obliterated. A tremendous force emanated from the wormhole above, drawing him in, propelling him towards that cold, desolate abyss of the universe. Devoid of any hope, he witnessed it all. At the other end of the wormhole, a colossal purple giant perched upon a throne regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. This expression was imbued with a profound disdain and mockery for all forms of life. No, a shrill scream, more inhuman than human, erupted from Tony's throat. In reality, in the square, Loki, entangled in combat with Captain America, suddenly noticed the metallic canister suspended in midair, motionless. It hung there like a frozen computer, rigid and unyielding, even emitting a faint whimper. Captain America sensed something amiss. "Stark, what is wrong with you?" Tony offered no reply. He abruptly jolted awake from that terrifying nightmare. Gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. The world before him returned to normalcy. Yet the terror that had seeped into his very bones clung to his soul like a relentless parasite. What was that? What has transpired? A hallucination? No, it felt too real. The despair, the sense of helplessness. Who was that purple figure? He had utterly cracked. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Loki seized the opportunity. With a flourish of his scepter, a beam of energy struck Iron Man's chest with ferocity. Boom! Tony plummeted like a meteor, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Stark!" Captain America exclaimed in alarm. "It appears your metallic toy has run out of power." Loki sneered, advancing step by step towards the fallen Iron Man. In the silence of the hall, Lin Mo gazed at the screen showing Tony Stark curled within his armor, trembling slightly from fear, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had succeeded. Through a silent nightmare, he had utterly shattered the world's most arrogant and self-assured genius. There was no need to kill him. He merely needed to plant a seed named fear within his heart. This seed would compel him in the future to forge more powerful armors and construct a global defense system, ultimately leading to the creation of the world-destroying monstrosity, Ultron. And Lin Mo would remain the sole mastermind behind it all. He lifted his coffee, watching the screen as the Quinjet, carrying Loki and Captain America, ascended slowly into the sky. His gaze deepened, becoming profound and far-reaching. Thus, the first act's players had taken their positions. Now it was time for the Green Giant and the slumbering HYDRA Spectre to make their entrance. Chapter 29. The Thunder God, the Iron Canister. In the circus, the Quinjet soared gracefully at an altitude of 10,000 meters, akin to a black falcon gliding through a sea of clouds. However, within the cabin, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly frozen in tension. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, sat upright, his blue eyes vigilantly scanning the space between Loki and Tony Stark. Loki, confined to his seat, wore a faintly imperceptible smile imbued with a divine arrogance. Resembling a thespian who had just delivered a stellar performance and was leisurely observing the audience's reactions. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had assumed the role of the most peculiar spectator. Huddled in a corner, encased in his crimson armor, his visor firmly shut, he remained silent, like a statue devoid of power. Only Lin Mo could perceive, through the hyperdimensional information catcher of the silent hall, the tumultuous, terror-stricken heart concealed beneath that cold iron shell. The ruins of the wormhole, Steve's shield shattered. The Thunder God perished, green blood, that purple giant. No, it cannot be real. It must be an illusion. It has to be the work of that circus clown. But why does it feel so real? That suffocating sensation, that sense of helplessness. Jarvis, initiate the highest level defensive protocol. Scan for all energy fluctuations in the vicinity. I need to know what has transpired. I will track it down and obliterate it. his pride, his confidence, and his brilliant mind had been rent asunder by the mental banquet meticulously crafted for him by Wanda Maximoff, exposing a deep, visceral wound. Now, a virus named fear was relentlessly infecting every fiber of his being. Steve evidently sensed something amiss. "Stark," he intoned gravely. "Are you all right?" "Just now I'm fine." Tony's voice crackled through the intercom, sharp and irritable, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'm better than well. I'm merely contemplating how to dismantle that costumed fellow down below into a heap of parts." At that moment, a deafening thunderclap erupted without warning outside the cabin. The entire Quinjet jolted violently. Through the window, the previously clear night sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, electric serpents dancing wildly. "What is happening?" Steve grasped the armrest beside him. "Jarvis, report." Tony's voice now carried a hint of tension. "Sir, we are experiencing a severe meteorological anomaly. Wind speed, atmospheric pressure, ionosphere. All readings are spiking abnormally. This is not a natural phenomenon." Loki lifted his gaze towards the tempest outside, an almost imperceptible flicker of panic flashing in his emerald eyes for the first time. The next instant, crash! A resounding bang reverberated through the air. It was as if a meteor had struck fiercely upon the ramp at the tail of the aircraft. A towering figure, clad in resplendent silver armor and wielding the mighty hammer of Thor, emerged against a backdrop of blinding lightning, resembling a celestial deity descending upon the earth. "Thor! Loki! Surrender the Tesseract!" Thor's thunderous roar drowned out the very claps of thunder. He scarcely cast a glance at Captain America or Iron Man. In his eyes, these mere mortals were but insignificant insects. Grasping Loki, who was bound to his seat, he yanked him down as effortlessly as one would handle a chick. Hey, Rockstar, release your bandmate." Tony finally reacted, springing to his feet with his palm cannon aimed squarely at Thor. "I care not for whatever familial dramas you Asgardians indulge in, but this man is my prisoner now." Thor merely regarded him with a disdainful glance. A mortal clad in tin, he disregarded Tony's warning entirely, smashing open the ramp at the rear of the aircraft, clutching Loki, and leaping into the tempestuous storm clouds. "Damn it," Tony cursed. The fear that had just taken root in him was instantly overwhelmed by the genius's wrath and arrogance. "No one takes what is mine." He unleashed the full power of his engines, transforming into a streak of crimson and gold, pursuing without hesitation. Inside the cabin, only Steve and a few bewildered pilots remained. Exchanging glances, Steve gazed at the two deities and Iron Man vanishing into the clouds, then at the gaping hole torn in the tail of the aircraft. Letting out a deep sigh, he approached the equipment bay and seized a parachute pack. "I must stop them." He spoke into the communicator before they dismantle the entire state. The pilots stared at him, dumbfounded. "You're going to fight those two monsters? Do you even have a parachute?" "I'm working on it, kid," Steve replied, resolutely leaping through the gaping hole. In the silence of the hall, Lin Mo observed the screen, where the three Avengers plummeted like shooting stars toward the forest below. A blissful smile gracing his face, he leisurely prepared himself a cup of exquisite Da Hong Pao tea. "Sorcerer, edit the footage from earlier," Lin Mo gently commanded. Lifting his teacup, "Let the title be the God of Thunder versus Iron Man. Mortals, stay out of it." "Command confirmed, sir," the sorcerer replied. As Lin Mo savored his tea, he listened to the voices of the three heroes resonating from the forest, finding it far more exhilarating than any Hollywood blockbuster. "Loki, you have brought shame upon our father. You have shamed Asgard. I shall personally bring you back for judgment." This was Thor's voice, imbued with the fury and sense of responsibility of a protective brother. "Damn you, muscle-bound brute. Don't think that just because you wield a hammer, you can do as you please. This is Earth, my territory. Jarvis, analyze his armor. I intend to strip it away." This is Tony, filled with a sense of indignation akin to a child whose toys have been taken away. "Oh God, why did I come down? One is a god, and the other is a flying tank. I possess merely a pot lid." This reflects Steve's voice, imbued with helplessness and sarcasm, yet unwaveringly resolute. Meanwhile, Loki, the architect of this turmoil, reclines against a tree, observing the fierce clash between his brother and the metallic man. His heart swelled with delight at the unfolding spectacle. "Fight on. Strike away, my foolish brother. And you, arrogant mortal, deplete your strength to your heart's content. The more you bicker among yourselves, the less capable you will be of thwarting my grand design. Lin Mo, listening to this exchange, shook his head and chuckled softly. Poor Loki. He believes himself to be the director, unaware that he is not even worthy of being an actor. He is merely a prop I employ to draw out the protagonists. He set down his teacup, his gaze deepening and becoming contemplative. His attention drifted past this childish divine brawl, focusing on something far more significant. A colossal aircraft carrier traversing the Indian Ocean and the chilling, secret base of HYDRA nestled in the icy expanse of Siberia. The appetizer has been served. It is time for the true monsters and genuine specters to take the stage. He picked up the encrypted phone. This time, he did not contact anyone directly, but instead activated the highest command directive of the Sorcerer. Sorcerer commenced the Catalyst plan. Anonymously transmit the intercepted encrypted data regarding HYDRA's insight plan to a specific individual. Who, sir? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a cold smile. Bruce Banner. Chapter 30. The Devil's Catalyst in the Forest. Chaos reigned. Charred craters from the Thunder God's hammer. Ancient trees reduced to splinters by Iron Man's palmer pulsars. And boulders flattened by Captain America's shield. The innocent woodland lay in ruins amidst the childish brawl of the three heroes. Enough. Steve Rogers, Captain America, stood between the two glaring deities and the armored man, feeling akin to a kindergarten teacher. Tony Stark removed his faceplate, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes retained the defiance of a genius. I advise you not to interfere, old popsicle. This is our internal exchange between gods and men. Thor hefted his hammer upon his shoulder, surveying the two mortals with a condescending gaze. You do not comprehend the peril that Loki presents. You must be returned to Asgard by me. That is enough. Steve's voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable authority. We now share a common enemy. Loki. If we cannot unite, we are no better than a rabble. In such a case, none of us will be able to protect ourselves. His words fell upon Tony and Thor like a bucket of cold water. They exchanged glances, each huffing in displeasure, but at last they momentarily laid down their arms. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier, the helicarrier, floated high in the sky, a steel behemoth at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This formidable vessel was Nick Fury's most powerful trump card and the pinnacle of S.H.I.E.L.D's technological achievements. As the Quinjet gently descended onto the deck, the embryonic form of the Avengers took its first steps onto this aerial citadel. Tony Stark curiously surveyed his surroundings, emitting a series of impressed clicks with his tongue. Not bad, Cyclops. You've actually managed to create a flying aircraft carrier. However, the engine design is rather outdated. If I were to utilize my arc reactor to power it, efficiency could be improved by at least 300%. Steve, on the other hand, stood speechless, awestruck by the scene before him. Is this truly the weapon of our era? A ship that can fly? Meanwhile, Lin Mo, through a fiber-optic listening device embedded in Steve's new battlesuit, absorbed every detail. He moved like a specter, shadowing this so-called group of heroes as they toured the stage that was soon to witness countless dramatic spectacles. He observed Loki confined within a specially designed glass prison. He overheard the heated arguments between Fury and the World Security Council. Most importantly, he saw an actor he had long anticipated finally make his entrance. Within the main laboratory of the helicarrier, Dr. Bruce Banner stood anxiously amidst an array of futuristic instruments. Clad in a faded old shirt and sporting black-rimmed glasses, he resembled an ordinary university professor who had inadvertently wandered onto a Hollywood set. He struggled to steady his breathing, striving to appear calm and harmless. Natasha was guiding Banner through the surroundings. Doctor, we need you. We require your assistance in tracking the gamma radiation signals from the Tesseract. It is our only lead at this moment. I will do my best, Banner nodded, taking his seat before the supercomputer prepared for him. Just then, Nick Fury and Steve Rogers entered the room. Doctor, Fury extended his hand, and Banner, somewhat taken aback, shook it. Steve regarded Banner with curiosity. I hear you're the big guy. Banner's body stiffened instantly, and he managed a wry smile, only occasionally. Lin Mo observed this exchange with a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. What a tragic ensemble, a legend trapped in the past, a genius fearful of the future, a monster treated as a weapon, and an arrogant, reckless demigod. Fury, do you truly expect them to save the world, or to bring about its destruction? He knew it was time to add the most lethal catalyst to this boiling concoction of heroes. He issued commands to the Archmage, execute the Catalyst project. In a laboratory, Dr. Banner was utterly engrossed in his work. His fingers danced rapidly across the holographic screen, as a myriad of intricate data streams flowed before his eyes. At that moment, his prodigious intellect displayed unparalleled computational prowess. Just as he was preparing to reverse-track the exact location of the Tesseract based on the signal from his staff, a soft chime sounded. An email icon suddenly appeared in the lower right corner of his interface, an anonymous message that had circumvented all firewalls of the aerial mothership and reached him directly. Banner's brow furrowed instantly. His first instinct was to suspect a virus. Yet, the insatiable curiosity and obsessive nature of his scientific mind compelled him to click open the email. Within, there were no words, only a data packet, one that was heavily encrypted and structurally intricate, yet bore a chilling beauty of mathematical elegance. Banner's pupils constricted sharply. A mere glance at the algorithm captivated him with its brilliance and malevolence. What is this? A global threat assessment and target acquisition system. Its logic was terrifying. It could predict potential terrorist attacks, the outbreak of wars, and even individual crimes by analyzing global network data, financial flows, and the emotional fluctuations of social media. No, it was not merely predictive. It could autonomously generate optimal eradication plans using satellite weaponry and drones. A chill surged through Banner, coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He realized at once that this was no ordinary hacking program. This was a blueprint from the depths of hell. A horrific plan capable of turning the entire Earth into a digital prison. Who was behind this? Who was researching such things? S.H.I.E.L.D. A thought erupted frantically in his mind. He instinctively glanced at Fury, who was conversing with Coulson nearby. Yes, it must be them. Their invitation to track the Tesseract was merely a guise to exploit his intellect for the advancement of this damned Skynet system. His already profound distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. ignited into a blazing fire. He remained silent, discreetly copying the data packet into a secure, encrypted partition. He intended to decipher it himself. He wanted to uncover the true intentions of these hypocritical agents. Unbeknownst to him, everything he was doing was anticipated by Lin Mo. What Lin Mo had provided was not the complete insight into the project. It was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet it was the most pivotal aspect, the one most capable of igniting Banner's fear and fury. Lin Mo did not intend for Banner to thwart the Insight project. Rather, he sought for Banner, at the most critical juncture, to unveil this evidence to the world. Before the Avengers, in the presence of Iron Man and Captain America, he aimed to tear away Nick Fury's hypocritical facade. With this token from HYDRA, he aspired to ignite the fuse of civil war within the Avengers by his own hand. Within the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo gazed at the screen, where Bruce Banner was ensnared in paranoia and rage, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The catalyst had been injected. Now, let us witness what transpires when a creature unable to control its ire uncovers a conspiracy it cannot abide. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a cold arc. What kind of splendid fireworks would erupt from this iron coffin soaring in the sky? Chapter 31. Seeds of Division. The farce in the forest concluded with Captain America's exasperated mediation. As the massive rear ramp of the Quinjet ascended, carrying three heroes with disparate thoughts and a god-feigning compliance, Lin Mo understood that the curtain had fallen on the first act of this grand drama. The next stage would be that steel fortress floating 10,000 meters above, the helicarrier Valhalla. Wow. Tony Stark disembarked from the aircraft, gazing at the monumental flying structure before him, comparable to a small city. Even he could not suppress an exclamation of genuine admiration. He surveyed the bustling agents and the futuristic landing platforms on the deck with the curiosity of a child visiting Disneyland for the first time. Tony was already devising ways to transform this sky city into his new plaything. Steve Rogers, on the other hand, felt entirely different. Trailing behind Tony, he beheld this aerial bastion, emblematic of modern military prowess, and was filled with astonishment and unease. Thor, however, regarded this mortal contraption with disdain. His gaze was fixed on Loki, escorted by agents, his blue eyes brimming with the anger and disappointment of a brother. Loki, you incorrigible fool, upon our return to Asgard, I shall ensure you repent your transgressions before Father. Nick Fury stood at the end of the deck, resembling a king welcoming back a defeated general, his expression inscrutable. Yet, The eye concealed beneath his eye patch observed every reaction in the room. In the main laboratory of the helicarrier, the brain of the entire vessel, hundreds of top scientists and technicians labored diligently before vast holographic screens. As the Avengers entered, all eyes instinctively fell upon the figure in the corner, Bruce Banner. He appeared to be utterly out of place in this environment. With his head bowed, he was wholly engrossed in analyzing the gamma-ray spectrum of the Tesseract, as if everything outside held no significance for him. "Ladies and gentlemen," Fury's voice shattered the silence. "This is Dr. Banner. He will be responsible for assisting us in locating the Tesseract." Tony's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Like a husky discovering a new toy, he darted to Banner's side, eagerly observing the intricate data displayed on the screen. "Oh, gamma-ray spectroscopy? One of my areas of expertise. Let me see. Your tracking algorithm is commendable, though somewhat conservative. If you were to incorporate a reverse Fourier transform here and employ a Monte Carlo method for multidimensional calibration, your tracking efficiency could improve by at least 40%. As he spoke, he audaciously reached out to manipulate Banner's holographic screen. In that instant, Banner's body stiffened, like a hedgehog defending its territory. He instinctively turned to shield the screen from Tony's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Stark, but I believe I can manage on my own," he replied, his tone polite yet distant. Tony, taken aback by this unexpected resistance, was momentarily stunned. At that moment, on Banner's screen, within a partition he had independently encrypted, a file was finally decrypted by his relentless computational prowess. An icon for a folder materialized, its name stark and alarming. Phase 2 plan. Banner's pupils dilated in sudden realization. He immediately recognized that this was part of the same framework as the data from the previous Insight project. This is the subsequent plan. He struggled to suppress the tumult within, maintaining a FA-odd of composure as he opened the folder. Inside lay a series of weapon design blueprints, new generation energy weapons harnessing the power of the Tesseract. From individual handguns to main cannons for tanks, it encompassed them all. Banner felt as if his very blood had turned to ice. FCK, FCK, FCK. They are not only intent on monitoring the world. They aim to wield the Tesseract's power to instigate war. This band of lunatics, they will bring about the ruin of the entire world. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes, hidden behind lenses, fixated with intensity on Nick Fury, who was engaged in a heated debate with Steve not far away. That gaze was akin to that of a man confronting a demon. Meanwhile, the argument grew increasingly fervent. "So your plan is to have us, this motley crew, clean up your mess?" Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm, his recent frustration from the lab still lingering. "I thought we were here to save the world." Steve's brow furrowed tightly. "Save the world?" Tony scoffed. "Don't be naive, Captain. Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. is a charitable organization? Upon acquiring the Cosmic Cube, their immediate inclination was certainly not to secure it within a safe, but rather to devise means of transforming it into a weapon, much like what they have done to you." This statement struck Steve Stark with a profound sting. "We are a team. You must learn to trust." "Trust?" Tony's voice suddenly escalated. "I only trust myself and my armor. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., they are merely a cabal of spies lurking in the shadows, manipulating power. They are even more perilous than Loki. You." Steve was rendered speechless by this tirade. Fury observed them, refraining from intervening. He fancied himself in control of everything. Yet, he failed to notice, in the corner of the laboratory, Bruce Banner, whom he had always regarded as merely a tracker, had slowly risen to his feet. His countenance bore a peculiar smile, a blend of anger, disappointment, and sorrow. At that moment, the heart that contained the suppressed green monster within him was ignited by S.H.I.E.L.D's sordid secrets. He removed his glasses and casually cast them onto the table. He approached the quarreling Avengers step by step. I think Banner's voice was low yet distinctly reached every ear. The tone was hoarse and trembling, as if struggling to contain something terrifying. "Before you deliberate on how to save the world." He turned and abruptly directed his holographic screen towards everyone. On the screen, the weapon designs, utilizing the energy of the Cosmic Cube, were vividly displayed before their eyes. "Perhaps you should first elucidate." Banner's gaze was firmly fixed on Nick Fury's face, as he articulated each word with deliberate clarity. S.H.I.E.L.D. Why would you harness the Cosmic Cube to create weapons of mass destruction? The entire laboratory was instantly enveloped in a silence akin to death. The mockery on Tony's face froze. Steve's anger transformed into shock. Thor's divine eyes brimmed with incredulity. All gazes converged on Nick Fury, like invisible swords pinning the king of spies to the spot. In the sanctum of silence, Lin Mo observed the epic spectacle unfolding on the screen. Comfortably reclining upon his throne, lifting the crimson robe from the table, he gently blew upon the tea leaves, a pleased smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fireworks erupted. Chapter 29. The powder keg ignited. All eyes were trained upon Nick Fury like searchlights, piercing through him with shock, anger, skepticism, and disdain. These gazes were colder and sharper than Loki's scepter. Nick Fury, the king of spies who had navigated the treacherous waters of espionage for decades, for the first time felt like a jester stripped bare and cast upon the judgment stage. In the span of a mere 0.01 seconds, a myriad of thoughts surged through his mind. How did Banner know? This information, though structurally flawed, held a kernel of truth. Who leaked it? Could it be Echo? This notion struck him like a bolt of black lightning, piercing his heart with intensity. Once again, that specter, the invisible yet omnipresent Echo. It not only has the power to steal the divine, but can also unearth the deepest secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. A tumultuous wave rose within Fury's heart, yet his visage remained stoically immutable, a perennial iceberg. He understood that he must not succumb to panic. Should he falter, this newly forged alliance would crumble into dust in an instant. Drawing a deep breath, the singular glimmer in his eye radiated the calmness and resolve of a true leader. He resolved against explanation. Instead, he would counterattack. Indeed, Fury's voice shattered the silence. He calmly acknowledged the situation, as placid as if remarking on the day's fine weather. His gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting upon Thor. For that colossal figure, he gestured towards Thor and his brother, had descended upon our planet with their Asgardian family drama. That so-called destroyer had ravaged a town on our soil as if dismantling a child's toy. It was from that moment that we tragically realized our proud military and our most advanced weaponry were nothing but a heap of absurd scrap metal before your divine presence. Fury's voice soared, infused with indignation and resentment. Thus, we require deterrence. We need a force to convey to all the malevolent entities in the universe that Earth is not your whimsical garden to enter and exit at will. The Tesseract is our nuclear weapon. His words resonated with conviction. A twisted narrative, a reversal of truth. The sordid weapon development plan swiftly repackaged as a reluctant act of national defense. Tony Stark was the first to object. He erupted into laughter, suffused with unending sarcasm. Nuclear weapon? One-eyed Fury, are you jesting with me? Tony advanced towards Fury, nearly jabbing his finger into his face. You call this deterrence? I call an arms race. And we're wagering with an alien artifact we know nothing about. Do you comprehend the chaos that would ensue if it spiraled out of control? Stark's assertions were valid. Steve Rogers stepped forward, his handsome face marred by disappointment and anguish. Director Fury, I believed S.H.I.E.L.D. was established to safeguard peace. But how is what you're doing any different from HYDRA? They too, once under the guise of establishing a greater order, wielded the Tesseract to manufacture weapons and subjugate the world. Steve's voice struck like a heavy hammer against Fury's face. Mortals, so foolish yet so arrogant. Thor's voice rolled like thunder from the heavens as he forcefully brought the hammer of the god of thunder crashing down. The entire laboratory trembled in response. The Tesseract is not a mere plaything for you. You do not comprehend its power. Your actions do not safeguard your world. They invite disaster upon yourselves. Arguments. Accusation. Fury. The laboratory had transformed into a veritable powder keg. On the very first day of its official formation, the Avengers erupted into the fiercest of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the one who ignited the fuse, Bruce Banner, quietly retreated to a corner. His gaze flitted among the others, his heart racing madly. He felt the green behemoth within him stirring, growling with excitement amidst the chaotic tide of negativity. Banner's complexion began to pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He clenched his fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, attempting to maintain his last shred of sanity through pain. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo watched the scene unfold on the screen, a tableau that could be deemed a masterpiece, as he comfortably sank into the softness of his throne. He closed his eyes, savoring the symphonic interlude woven from anger, suspicion, fear, and disappointment. It was utterly exquisite. He murmured in admiration. The effects of his catalyst exceeded even his expectations. It not only ignited the discord within the Avengers, but, more crucially, it propelled each hero toward the direction he desired with a firm push. Tony would resolutely embark on the path to create Ultron. Steve's distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. had become deeply entrenched. Thor's disappointment in humanity leaned him toward resolving issues through divine means. And soon, the green behemoth within Banner would be unleashed. Lin Mo understood that this internal strife still required one final spark, an external flame. His gaze turned toward the center of a laboratory, where Loki's scepter lay quietly upon an analysis device, emanating an eerie blue glow. This glow flickered subtly, affecting the emotions of those nearby, amplifying their anger and distorting their reason. Almost there, Lin Mo opened his eyes, his gaze now cold and piercing. Loki's groundwork had been thoroughly laid. It was now time for his leading actor to take the stage. He knew that Hawkeye, the sharpshooter into whom he had implanted a seed of espionage, should have already arrived beneath the helicarrier with HYDRA's forces in tow. The main laboratory of the helicarrier had plunged into a state of heated contention. "You arrogant scoundrel! You obstinate relic of the past! You ignorant mortals!" Just then, boom! An unprecedented explosion, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, erupted violently from the flank of the aircraft carrier. The entire colossal steel beast, suspended 10,000 meters above ground, swayed as if struck by an invisible giant hand. Trembling violently, in the laboratory, all instruments erupted with blinding sparks in an instant. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the aircraft carrier. "What is happening? We are under attack." The Avengers, embroiled in heated debate, were thrown into disarray by this sudden upheaval. Tony immediately activated the armor's stabilization system and soared into the air. "Jarvis, report the damage." "Sir, the third engine has been struck by an unidentified explosive. It is completely destroyed. We are losing power. We are falling." The faces of everyone turned pale in an instant. Bruce Banner, amidst the violent tremors, stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The staff he had been using to track signals slipped from his grasp. He looked up and saw Steve and Tony collide due to the explosion. He saw Natasha trapped in the fiery chaos of the blast. He perceived the entire world spinning wildly. The string of reason, known as sanity, snapped at that moment with a resounding crack. Roar, a sound not belonging to humanity, filled with boundless fury and a desire for destruction, erupted from his throat. His body, under the terrified gaze of all, began to swell and turn green. The Hulk, the Green Giant, made his entrance in this sky city on the brink of collapse. Chapter 30. The Script of Revenge Roar. The devastating sound waves, like tangible shock waves, instantly shattered all the glass within the laboratory. That was not a human roar. It was pure, primal rage untainted by reason. The Hulk, the beast imprisoned within Bruce Banner's gentle form, finally broke free from all shackles, awakening his green eyes filled with a thirst for destruction in this falling sky city. "Run!" Natasha Romanoff, the elite super spy, upon witnessing that green form, found her mind blank, left only with instincts forged by countless battles. She darted like a nimble black cat, racing towards the sole exit amidst the tilting ground and scattered debris. Hulk noticed her. In his chaotic mind, he could not discern friend from foe. He could only sense the air of calculation and deceit emanating from this woman that he found utterly detestable. He regarded her as the first toy that needed to be crushed. With a fierce roar, he propelled his massive form like a green cannonball, shattering every obstacle in his path as he relentlessly pursued Natasha. In the silent hall, Lin Mo observed the catastrophic cat-and-mouse game unfolding on the screen, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He even poured himself a glass of the 1982 Lafite, for he understood that the most exhilarating drama aboard this aerial battleship was merely commencing. Arcane Master, initiate multi-threaded data collection. Lin Mo gently swirled the wine in his glass, his tone unruffled. Target 1, Hulk, record his strength, speed, and cellular regeneration data at varying levels of anger. Target 2, Thor, analyze his divine body's resistance to physical and energy attacks, as well as the energy output patterns of MJLNR. Target 3. Aerial Battleship. Establish a comprehensive structural damage model, calculating its descent trajectory and disintegration timeline. Instructions confirmed, sir. Like a masterful conductor, Lin Mo discreetly positioned countless invisible eyes amidst the chaos of the battlefield. He intended to transform this disaster into a data feast solely for himself. Boom! Hulk's fist struck a half-meter-thick alloy gate, crumpling it like paper. Natasha barely rolled through the gap, her heart racing. She darted frantically through a narrow conduit, attempting to exploit the complex terrain to evade the relentless monster pursuing her. It was futile. Hulk eschewed conventional paths. He chose a direct line. Walls? Pipes? Load-bearing columns? Before him, they all met the same fate, shattered. Boom! 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 The thunderous impacts echoed, drawing ever closer, like the ominous drumbeats of death. Natasha felt as if her lungs might explode. Just as she was about to be overtaken, a golden figure descended like a divine warrior, crashing fiercely into Hulk. You foolish green brute. Your opponent is me. Thor, the god of thunder, swung his hammer and sent Hulk flying. Rising from the rubble, Hulk gazed at this equally muscular and powerful adversary, letting out an even more exhilarated roar. He abandoned his pursuit of Natasha and turned to face Thor. An epic confrontation between god and monster erupted within the confines of the narrow aircraft carrier. Fist against fist, thunder against roar. Each collision caused the entire carrier to emit agonized groans. Wow, this guy has strength, can actually match me head-on. Thor was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, outside the carrier, Captain, the rotor of Engine 3 is jammed. I need you to manually push it back. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency. He hovered beside the colossal turbine engine, using his palm repulsor to clear the debris left by the explosion. Received. Steve responded without hesitation, seizing a cable and deftly swinging into the heart of the engine, still belching smoke and sparks. He gazed up at the towering rotor blades, inhaled deeply, and braced his vibranium shield against his back, summoning every ounce of strength within him. With a mighty effort, the super soldier's muscles unleashed a force that transcended human limits. Gradually, he pushed the rotor back into place. Well done, old ice pop. Tony exclaimed, now stand back. I'm going to give a jolt. The arc reactor in his chest blazed with intensity. In the bowels of the aircraft carrier, in the detention area, Loki leaned against his glass prison, listening to the cacophony of explosions, alarms, and the Hulk's roars outside, a triumphant smirk gracing his face. Now, it's my turn to make my exit. He slowly rose to his feet. An identical Loki appeared outside the prison, pressing several buttons on the control panel. Suddenly, the floor beneath Loki opened up with a thud. He plummeted downwards, while a smiling illusion of Loki remained in the glass cell. Agent Phil Coulson rushed in with 2 agents. Loki is still inside. Keep an eye on him. I'll get the weapons. Coulson dashed towards an armory, knowing that against an adversary of Loki's caliber, a mere handgun would be futile. He needed something substantial. From the armory, he retrieved a uniquely designed energy gun, a prototype developed by S.H.I.E.L.D, based on the remnants of the destroyer. Though its power was but 1/10 of the original, it could still inflict lethal damage on an Asgardian. Stealing himself, Coulson declared, I shall protect this ship and safeguard this world with my life. He raced back to the detention area. There, he beheld the true Loki standing outside the glass prison, his back turned towards him. Stop right there, Coulson bellowed, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. A blazing beam of energy shot towards Loki's back. Yet like a wraith, Loki instantaneously appeared behind Coulson, his staff striking like a venomous serpent, swift as lightning. With a sickening thrust, the staff's sharp tip pierced through Coulson's heart from behind. Coulson's body stiffened abruptly. He looked down in disbelief at the blue staff protruding from his chest, his energy gun falling limply from his grasp. You have lost, Loki whispered softly in his ear, his voice laced with the cruel pleasure of a victor. You will never win. Blood poured from Coulson's mouth. Yet a peculiar smile graced his face. Because you lack faith. With the last of his strength, he raised his hand to press another button on the energy gun. The beam of energy, having narrowly missed Loki, struck the wall and rebounded fiercely, crashing into Loki. Taken by surprise, Loki was hurled back, slamming against the wall. You mere mortal, he seethed, rising in fury, but Coulson had already closed his eyes forever. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Two agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D medical uniforms pushing a stretcher. They had come to assist immediately upon hearing the explosion. The lead medic swiftly assessed Coulson's injuries and, with a voice heavy with sorrow and despair, shouted into his communicator, "Report to command. Agent Coulson has fallen. Repeat. Agent Phil Coulson has no vital signs." Loki watched this unfold with a disdainful smile before vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Once he was out of sight, the medics promptly lifted Coulson's body onto the stretcher. As they covered his face with a white cloth, one medic discreetly injected a minuscule syringe, smaller than a grain of rice, into Coulson's neck. A liquid glimmering with a faint golden hue was swiftly administered. This was the prototype of Life No. 1, developed by Dr. Stein using a blend of repugnant genes and some divine energy. It could not resurrect the dead, but could forcibly maintain brain and organ activity for 3 minutes post-cardiac arrest, inducing a state of suspended animation. "Take him away." The medic spoke in a voice unnaturally calm. They quickly pushed the stretcher into the chaotic depths of the aircraft carrier. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo observed the scene on the screen as Nick Fury charged into the detention area, gazing at Coulson's cold body. He watched as Fury retrieved a blood-soaked stack of Captain America signed cards from Coulson's pocket. These were pre-prepared blood packets, and for the first time, true sorrow etched itself upon his normally stoic face. Lin Mo raised his glass and downed the red wine in one gulp, a profoundly satisfied smile spreading across his features. He understood that he had not only secured Coulson, a future cornerstone of S.H.I.E.L.D, but more importantly, he had provided Fury and the Avengers with a reason for vengeance, forged from the blood of a hero. His script had never spiraled out of control. In fact, it had unfolded even more perfectly than he had envisioned. His gaze shifted toward New York, the city soon to transform into a battleground, and his next investment venture stands in opulence. The actors are in position, and the audience has taken their seats. Thus, a chilling curve graces the lips of Loki Lin Mo. Let the grand curtain of war be drawn back. Chapter 31, Blood of Heroes. The Sky City, a nightmarish descent, has finally been forcibly halted. With Tony Stark's almost self-destructive energy output and Steve Rogers' extraordinary brute strength in concert, the third engine emits a piercing wail, restarting its rotation. The colossal Iron Fortress, barely stabilizing at an altitude of less than 1,000 meters above sea level, resembles a wounded beast, gasping painfully in the wind. The deck is a scene of devastation, littered with charred remnants of explosions and twisted metal. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, weary and battered, struggle to rescue the injured and extinguish the lingering flames. The cataclysmic battle between gods and demons has drawn to a close. The Hulk, after reducing the carrier's hangar deck to rubble and effortlessly sending a fighter jet soaring like a baseball, is hurled from the carrier's gaping hole by Thor, who, expending all his divine strength, unleashes a thunderous hammer blow, sending him plummeting toward the boundless fields below. Thor, drained of energy, leans against a shattered wing, gasping for breath. Chaos seems to be subsiding, yet a more suffocating cloud of despair looms over everyone's hearts. Inside the command room of the airborne carrier, it has been repurposed into a temporary meeting chamber. For the first and last time, the Avengers gather in unity. Silence reigns. The air is thick with the bitterness of defeat, the sorrow of lost comrades, and the oppressive tension preceding a storm. Tony Stark leans against the wall, his battle-worn armor long removed. Dressed in a grease-stained tank top, his pallid complexion and vacant gaze reflect the nightmare that still pierces his soul like a venomous thorn. Steve Rogers sits at the table, methodically cleaning his soot-stained shield, each deliberate stroke seeming to erase the scars while seeking to dispel the confusion within. Thor, a silent statue, clutches his hammer tightly, his blue eyes filled with disappointment for his brother and remorse for the world. Natasha Romanoff, having just escaped from the depths of the ship, has changed into a fresh combat uniform, yet her beautiful eyes are red, as if on the verge of weeping blood. At that moment, the door to the command room swings open. Nick Fury steps inside, his heavy footsteps echoing with an unprecedented gravity of sorrow and fatigue etched upon his dark visage. He does not meet anyone's gaze. He simply approached the conference table and gently placed several cards at its center. It was a set of vintage Captain America sign cards, now stained a shocking dark red, still soaked in blood that had yet to dry. Phil Coulson was dead. Fury's voice was hoarse and low, akin to a rock ground down by sandpaper. Loki's scepter had pierced his heart. He was my finest agent and my sole friend. The entire command room was instantly engulfed in a suffocating silence. Tony's body tensed abruptly. Steve paused mid-motion, his hand hovering over the shield. Fury did not allow them a moment to react. He lifted his head, his single eye burning like a smoldering ember, sweeping across everyone present. Coulson believed in this plan, perhaps even more than I did. He had faith in heroes, in the notion that when calamity struck, extraordinary individuals could unite to triumph in battles we deemed unwinnable. Even in his final moments, he was thinking of you, Captain. Fury's gaze fell upon Steve. It had taken him years to amass this collection of cards. He had longed to request your signature, but never found the courage to do so. Steve stared at the blood-soaked cards, his blue eyes brimming with endless sorrow and guilt. Fury then turned to Tony. Stark, you often referred to him as your little shadow. But did you know? He meticulously documented every instance of your world-saving exploits. In his eyes, you were no mere playboy. You were the true Iron Man. Tony suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, often filled with mockery and arrogance, now completely submerged in a tide of guilt. He recalled the recent moments when he had ridiculed Coulson's name, remembered Coulson's ever-adoring smile. A chilling rage erupted from the depths of his heart. The terror of that nightmare was now eclipsed by a far more intense desire for vengeance. Loki. Tony's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. I will force you, along with your scepter, into the reactor and burn you to atoms. Fury's gaze finally settled on Thor. And you. Coulson was aware of all your legends. He regarded you as the mightiest and kindest of gods. Yet, he met his demise at the hands of your brother. The hammer of the god of thunder hummed with reluctant fury in Thor's grasp, revealing true anguish on his divine visage for the first time. A brave mortal lost his life due to my family, due to Loki's madness. No, this is no longer a family matter. This is a blood debt. The blood of heroes is the finest adhesive. Fury, through the death of Coulson, has managed to reforge this crumbling assembly of sand into a cohesive force. No longer do they bicker or question one another. In their eyes, there remains but a singular emotion, vengeance. Loki has been defeated. Fury's voice has regained its cold and resolute tone. Today, he has committed a grave error. He has incited our wrath. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo gazes at the screen, depicting the tragic heroes he has orchestrated, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He elegantly raises his glass in a toast to the figure lying within the secret medical pod, tubes inserted throughout his body, in a state of suspended animation. Agent Phil Coulson. To you, Agent Coulson, to your invaluable sacrifice. He knows that this move is nothing short of masterful. Not only has he acquired Coulson, a future cornerstone of S.H.I.E.L.D, but he has also, at zero cost, bound the entire Avengers team to his chariot of war. They will fight to the death for vengeance. They will seek to obliterate the Chitauri army. They will reduce New York to ruins, and he shall emerge as the sole victor amidst the debris. He sets down his glass and picks up the encrypted phone. The first call goes to Peter Connolly. Peter, prepare all cash flow. Lin Mo's voice is as flat as if he were assigning a trivial task. Soon, the property prices in Manhattan will experience an unprecedented plummet. I want you to acquire every piece of commercial real estate you can, just as you did in Harlem. On the other end, Peter gasps, his body trembling in shock. The second call is made to Dr. Samuel Stearns. Stearns, have you received the data? Received it. Master, it's here. Dr. Stearns's voice trembles with elation. My God, the power of the Hulk, the energy of Thor. This is the data of creation. With this, I assure you, within a month, the first generation of Gamma Phantoms will be ready for combat. They will possess the strength of the Hulk and the defenses of the Destroyer. Excellent. Lin Mo nods in satisfaction. His gaze pierces through the screen, landing on the most prominent building in New York, Stark Tower. Through Hawkeye's perspective, he can see Loki standing atop Stark Tower. Dr. Selvig is beside him, calibrating the spatial gateway device assembled from iridium and various high-tech components. The Tesseract is being slowly positioned atop the apparatus, emitting an eerie blue glow, akin to a devilish eye on the verge of awakening, surveying the unsuspecting, bustling city below. Lin Mo knows that the final act is about to unfold. He rose to his feet and approached the colossal star map. His finger gently tapped above New York. The Arcanist. Connect the Cleanser Squad. Connect the Phantom Solutions. Prepare for their entry. Lin Mo's voice resonated, cold and authoritative, akin to a divine decree. War was about to commence. A chilling smirk graced his lips. It was time to reap the spoils. Chapter 32. The curtain rises. New York, Star Tower. The wind howled with reckless abandon at 100 meters above ground, stirring Loki's dark green armor and flowing black hair. He stood atop the tower, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. Beneath him sprawled the city, its lights twinkling like stars, a multitude of insignificant and oblivious mortals resembling ants. He relished this sensation, the divine feeling of having the entire world beneath his feet. "Doctor, are you ready?" Without glancing back, he inquired with an air of arrogance at the elder behind him, diligently calibrating instruments. Dr. Eric Selvig, at that moment, wore a vacant expression, yet his movements were remarkably precise. Like the most loyal servant, he gently placed the alluring blue cube atop the spatial gateway apparatus. "All is prepared, my king." A cruel and triumphant smile curved Loki's lips. His gaze pierced the endless night sky, as if beholding the other end of the universe, where a purple giant sat upon a throne of meteors. "Thanos, do you see? I, Loki, king of Asgard, shall offer you this beautiful planet as the inaugural tribute of our grand covenant. And in return, you shall grant me an invincible fleet, allowing me to conquer the 9 realms that once scorned me. I shall make Odin, I shall make Thor, grovel before my throne." His heart, brimming with ambition and fantasy, echoed in Lin Mo's ears like the most absurd theatrical monologue. A pitiful pawn within the silent hall, Lin Mo observed Loki and gently shook his head. He was oblivious to the fact that his ally had never intended for him to witness the dawn of another day. Lin Mo could distinctly sense the will of Thanos lurking deep within Loki's mind, like a coiled serpent exuding a chilling malice. Once the Cosmic Cube was obtained, this little prince of Asgard and his so-called Chitauri army would hold no value. A classic tale of treachery. Lin Mo chuckled softly, redirecting his attention back to Stark Tower. For the grand spectacle was about to unfold. Loki raised his scepter, its tip aimed at the blue cosmic cube. "Activate it." Boom! A robust azure energy beam, potent enough to pierce the heavens and the earth, surged forth from the cosmic cube, cleaving through the nocturnal veil of New York. The sky appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible giant hand, leaving a grotesque gash in its wake. On the other side of this wound lay not the starry expanse, nor the abyss of darkness, but a realm replete with death and destruction, a mysterious universe. The portal to another dimension had swung open. In that moment, the eternal city of New York was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. Countless souls gazed upwards, incredulous at the terrifying spectacle resembling divine retribution. Their hearts brimmed with confusion, dread, and despair, before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. The first wave of visitors surged forth from the temporal rift. It was the vanguard of the Chitauri, piloting individual flying machines akin to airborne motorcycles, clad in golden bioarmors. And wielding fearsome energy rifles, they descended upon the defenseless mortals below like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, emitting piercing shrieks as they advanced. Zing! A beam of energy shot forth, instantly transforming a yellow taxi into a conflagration of fiery debris. Screams, explosions, cries of anguish. In that moment, they reverberated throughout the city. Then came a roar. A terrifying bellow, unlike any known creature, emanated from the other side of the portal. It was not merely a beast, but a colossal warship, the Leviathan, a grotesque amalgamation of metal and flesh, reminiscent of a primeval dragon, slowly oozing through the portal with its suffocatingly immense form. Its size dwarfed entire buildings. As it passed between skyscrapers, the sturdy steel and concrete crumbled like mere cookies under its relentless force. The apocalypse had arrived. On board the command bridge of the aerial mothership, as the horrific scenes of devastation in New York were broadcast live, the grief and rage sparked by Coulson's death ignited into an overwhelming fervor for battle. Damn it! Tony Stark's gaze was fixed on the screen, watching the Leviathan wreak havoc upon the city, witnessing the civilians reduced to ashes beneath the energy beams. His brown eyes were instantly suffused with bloodshot fury. The nightmare was manifesting in an even more brutal reality. Jarvis. Mark 7. Immediately, without a word to anyone, he dashed towards the deck. Stark, Steve Rogers shouted. Rising to his feet, he grasped his shield, his expression laden with military resolve. Fury, I need a plane. Now. Thor seized his hammer, as erratic sparks of lightning began to crackle uncontrollably around him. Loki, I shall tear you apart with my own hands. Nick Fury gazed upon the group of heroes, now united as one, a glimmer of icy determination flickering in his singular eye. Action! He commanded the entire aircraft carrier. Avengers, secure victory in this war. In the Sanctum Sanctorum, Lin Mo observed the apocalyptic scenes displayed on the screen with an expression devoid of empathy. War signifies both destruction and rebirth, catastrophe and opportunity. Arcanist. Lin Mo's voice resonated, cold and authoritative. Commence comprehensive data collection, analyzing Chitauri individual flight apparatus anti-gravity engine, examining Chitauri energy weapon core structure, establishing Leviathan biological model. Gene sequence capture in progress. Spatial rift energy fluctuations locked. Reverse engineering cosmic cube spatial laws underway. In Lin Mo's eyes, a glint of avarice sparkled. Was this truly warfare? It was unequivocally a technological boon from the cosmos. A sumptuous feast tailored to his desires. He seized the encrypted phone. Phantom. Yes, sir. Go Solutions is clear to engage. Lin Mo's tone was akin to a decree from the underworld. I require you to seize control of Manhattan's underground fiber network amid the chaos. I want my eyes installed behind every camera in New York City. On Wall Street, the databases of financial institutions will be defenseless at the moment of blackout. Ensure that all those sordid transaction records are backed up. As for Osborne Industries and Hammer Industries, their laboratories must be quite vacant now. Procure their intriguing research findings as well. Understood. Lin Mo ended the call, dialed another number. Scavenger. A raspy voice responded, At your command, sir. The commander of the scavenger team, codenamed Vulture, had once been a cleanup engineer at Stark Industries, rendered unemployed by Tony's arrogance, and quietly recruited by Lin Mo. He and his team excelled at uncovering the most valuable debris amid the ruins. The battlefield is prepared for you, Lin Mo said, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I want all that you can salvage from the Chitauri corpses, their armor, their aircraft, every fragment in sight. Especially that behemoth. Lin Mo's gaze fixated on the rampaging Leviathan. Once it falls, I demand its biological samples. The more, the better. Understood, sir. Vulture chuckled with excitement. Once all was set, Lin Mo comfortably reclined on his throne, lifting a glass of red wine from the table. He watched on the screen as Iron Man soared into New York, embroiled in a fierce struggle with a throng of Chitauri soldiers. He gazed upon Captain America and Black Widow, piloting a Quinjet and joining the fray. He watched Thor summon a colossal bolt of lightning that struck the Leviathan with ferocious intensity. The heroes fought valiantly, shedding blood to save the world. Meanwhile, he resembled a devil seated in darkness, relishing the grand spectacle of destruction while calculating his own gains. He knew it would not be long before this most prosperous city transformed into an extravagant ruin. He would acquire the rights to this desolation at a pittance, along with the future of the city itself. Thus, Lin Mo raised his glass in a distant toast to the chaotic battlefield displayed on the screen. Let the harvest begin. Chapter 33. The Chaotic Harvester, New York, Manhattan. Once a symbol of human civilization and the pinnacle of prosperity, it had now devolved into a hellish nightmare. Boom! A Chitauri spacecraft was struck by Iron Man's repulsor, spiraling out of control and crashing into a luxury store on Fifth Avenue. The tremendous explosion consumed the exquisite display windows and costly merchandise, along with the terrified screams of the onlookers. On the streets, civilians scurried like headless flies amidst the ruins and flames, wailing in despair. Above, the sky was violently rent by a grotesque blue portal. Countless Chitauri soldiers surged forth like locusts from the gates of hell, emitting piercing shrieks as they unleashed a deluge of death and destruction upon every corner of the city. Hold this street. Evacuate the civilians to the subway. Steve Rogers, Captain America, forcefully hurled his vibranium shield at a Chitauri soldier attempting to assault a police car, shouting at the few police officers beside him who were paralyzed by fear. His tactical prowess was impeccable, and his resolve was as unyielding as steel. Yet, he was but a man, faced with the overwhelming alien army. His efforts felt like a drop in the ocean. They were shorthanded. The firepower was insufficient. There were too many of them. Anxiety and fury surged within Steve. He spotted a nearby, overturned school bus, perilously close to being engulfed by the blast's aftermath. With several children trapped inside, without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, bracing himself against the collapsing billboard to carve out a path for the children. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unscathed energy rifle that had fallen beside the Chitauri soldier he had just felled. It was a prize of significant research value. Yet, he had no time to retrieve it. He could only roar as he rescued the last child from the window and handed them over to a trembling mother. However, just as he turned to plunge back into the fray, a man clad in a firefighter-esque uniform, his face smeared with soot, emerged like a specter from the shadows of a nearby building. He moved with lightning speed, swiftly seizing the energy rifle and promptly stowing it away in a specially designed recycling box disguised as firefighting equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished once more into the endless chaos and smoke, as though he had never existed. Meanwhile, Wall Street, the heart of global finance, found itself paralyzed due to widespread power outages and communication failures. Countless traders and financial elites, gripped by terror, cowered within the sturdy office buildings, praying fervently. Unbeknownst to them, the true deity had already cast its greedy gaze upon their servers, which housed astronomical sums. In the subterranean depths of Goldman Sachs headquarters, the core server room lay shrouded in darkness and silence, as backup power failed due to an explosion. Only the feeble flicker of emergency red warning lights pierced the gloom. Two shadowy figures emerged like phantoms, seamlessly merging with the darkness. They were the elite hacker operatives of Go Solutions. Hummingbird was in position. One of them inserted a disk-sized black device into the main interface of the server, initiating a deluge of data. The target, all leveraged trades, hedge fund models, and those clandestine ledgers. Within the silent sanctum, a screen before Lin Mo displayed the global stock market charts, which were fluctuating with a terrifying velocity akin to a cascading waterfall. Countless stocks plummeted at an avalanche-like rate. Stockindustries, Hama Industries, and all publicly listed groups with substantial real estate in New York saw their market values evaporate by hundreds of billions of dollars in mere minutes. Simultaneously, Echo Capital's hundreds of offshore accounts were executing short sales on these stocks with an unfathomable precision, reaping colossal profits that were promptly reinvested into some of the world's largest construction companies, top-tier security contractors, and competitors of Stark Industries, such as Wayne Enterprises and LexCorp. The transfer of wealth between buying and selling was executed with a brutality and efficiency surpassing even the invasion of the Chitauri. Sir, the cold electronic voice of the Arcanist resonated. The projected earnings from this financial operation have exceeded $3 billion and continue to rise. Lin Mo raised his glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid, his face betraying no emotion. $3 billion? This was merely an appetizer. What he truly desired was the invaluable treasures buried beneath the ruins after the war's conclusion. Jarvis, energy levels are at 17%. The left side repulsor has overloaded. Tony Stark desperately maneuvered in the air, evading the charge of a Leviathan beast, the suit's shrill alarms blaring. He fought like a solitary knight amidst an endless horde of foes, yet the enemy's numbers showed no sign of diminishing. The nightmare was gradually eroding his sanity. Thor, that behemoth's hide is too thick. My missiles cannot penetrate. Natasha piloted her Quinjet with agile grace amidst the towering structures. Yet against the Leviathan that loomed like an aerial aircraft carrier, her assaults were akin to mere skin scraping. Thor found himself ensnared by two Leviathans. With every summon of thunder, he could rend a substantial chunk of flesh from the monstrous beasts, but the horrific wounds healed at a visibly alarming rate. He sensed his divine power being rapidly depleted. The Avengers were embroiled in a bitter struggle. They were formidable, yet they engaged in the most foolish manner in a perilous battle. While they were clearing the minions, they allowed the source of the endless reinforcements to hover above them. Unchallenged, Lin Mo observed this scene and shook his head. A band of valiant fools. He recognized that it was time to offer them a subtle hint, a script that would enable them to perform this drama with greater brilliance. His gaze turned towards the elderly members of the World Security Council. Through his eyes embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D, he could distinctly hear their voices, rife with arrogance and folly. Fury's Avengers initiative is nothing but a farce. They are utterly incapable of controlling the situation. We can wait no longer. Authorize the launch of nuclear missiles. Erase Manhattan from the Earth, along with those extraterrestrial pests. The sacrifice of a city is for the survival of all humanity. History shall understand our actions. Nuclear missiles? A cold smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips. What a splendid tool. He picked up a communicator, encrypted thrice, utterly untraceable. He did not contact anyone directly, but instead, through an arcane channel, infiltrated a long-abandoned satellite communication line of Stark Industries that still bore a backdoor with the highest privileges. He transmitted an exceedingly brief Morse code disguised as a current sound, which would be misinterpreted by J.A.R.V.I.S. as background radiation interference from an unknown deep space. Yet, it would be subconsciously deciphered by Tony Stark's brilliant mind. The message was simple, comprising merely 3 words. Hive. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo concealed his contributions. He did not directly inform Tony that the solution lay in closing the portal. He merely provided a few keywords. He trusted that with Tony Stark's proud intellect, he would deduce the singular answer on his own, believing it to be his own genius discovery. This revelation would guide him towards the greatest act of self-sacrifice, a performance grand enough to enshrine him in legend. Lin Mo set down the communicator and lifted his glass once more. On his screen, a crimson dot symbolizing a nuclear missile gradually ascended from a military base somewhere in the Atlantic, its trajectory aimed squarely at New York. Meanwhile, on another monitor, Tony Stark hovered mid-air after successfully downing yet another Chitauri aircraft. His mind, engulfed by fear and rage, suddenly flickered with a glimmer of insight upon receiving a transmission of cosmic static. The Queen's Hive key. Wait, these Chitauri soldiers exhibited no independent tactics. Their assaults resembled a swarm of controlled worker bees. If they were being directed by Central Command, that portal, it was not merely a door. It was the key connecting to the mother entity. Tony's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. In the depths of despair, he glimpsed a sliver of hope. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the menacing blue rift in the sky. Lin Mo observed the screen, where Iron Man finally grasped the situation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood that the grand performance was on the brink of its climax. The hero had discovered a means to save the world. The nuclear missile was already en route. Chapter 34. The key and the nuclear missile aboard the aerial mothership within the command bridge. The missile had been launched. Authorization code 7. The cold voice of a Security Council member emanated from the holographic screen, akin to a death sentence read to a dying man. Director Fury. This is the unanimous decision of the Council. Good luck. The communication abruptly severed. Nick Fury, with a singular eye, fixated on the now blackened screen, rage simmering within him, nearly igniting his eye patch. Damn it, you bureaucratic bastards sitting in your offices, merely pressing buttons. He slammed his fist down violently upon the control console. Director. Maria Hill's face reflected a rare expression of panic. Did they really launch the nuclear missile? Yes, Fury's voice rasped, as if scraped by sandpaper. In less than 2 minutes, it will reach Manhattan. 2 minutes. A city housing 8 million souls was poised to be obliterated from the earth. It was over. Everything was lost. A chilling despair enveloped Hill's heart. Yet Fury abruptly turned, seizing the communicator, and bellowed into the channel connecting the Avengers, his voice a primal roar. Stark, do you hear me? A nuclear missile is heading your way. I don't care how you do it. Stop it. Or find a way to shut that damned portal before it's too late. In New York, amidst the chaos of battle, Steve Rogers had just deflected an energy blast with a shield when he heard Fury's desperate shout. A nuclear missile? His heart sank like a stone. He lifted his gaze to the menacing blue fissure in the sky, then glanced at the surrounding civilians who were still screaming and fleeing. No, we cannot fail. Absolutely not. Natasha, he bellowed into the communicator. What is your situation over there? Not good. Natasha's voice, laden with urgency, echoed from the rooftop of a nearby building. She was entangled in a deadly struggle with the control Hawkeye. Once comrades in arms, they now faced each other as lethal adversaries. Hawkeye's combat skills, derived from the same source as hers, were now more direct and ruthless. He resembled a merciless killing machine, each strike forcing Natasha into perilous situations. Clint, wake up. Look at me. Natasha executed a graceful roll, evading one of Hawkeye's sweeping kicks, desperately trying to rouse him. Yet, his gaze remained hollow. I am Clint, he muttered, drawing a tactical dagger from behind and plunging it menacingly towards Natasha's heart. Damn it, Loki's control runs too deep. I cannot awaken him, Natasha thought, her anxiety mounting. Time was of the essence, and she could no longer afford to delay. A glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. She ceased her evasions and boldly stepped forward to meet the dagger. At the moment it was about to pierce her body, she twisted at an extraordinary angle, bracing the impact with her shoulder. Agonizing pain surged through her, yet it granted her a rare opportunity. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she delivered a vicious elbow strike directly to Hawkeye's temple. Wake up, damn it! A dull thud resonated through the air. Hawkeye's body jolted violently, and for the first time, a flicker of awareness appeared in his vacant eyes. Now, within the silent chamber, Lin Mo abruptly closed his eyes. His mental prowess, channeled through the long-buried spy seed, stirred within the ocean of consciousness engulfed by blue energy surrounding Hawkeye, like the most precise surgical scalpel. He did not attack Loki's control. Rather, he forcefully implanted a crucial fragment of information onto the surface of Hawkeye's chaotic mind. A pained groan escaped Hawkeye's lips as his body went limp, collapsing backward. Natasha rushed forward, subduing him. She gazed into his eyes, which were gradually regaining their spark, and urgently inquired, "Clint, are you back?" Hawkeye shook his head, still somewhat disoriented. He looked at Natasha, then surveyed the surrounding battlefield, as if emerging from a long, nightmarish dream. Natasha, I seem to. His mind was a tempest of confusion, filled with Loki's commands, Natasha's calls, and a strangely vivid image, a scepter, a door slowly closing. The scepter, he instinctively murmured. Loki's scepter is the key to closing the door. What? Natasha's pupils dilated abruptly, like a drowning person grasping the last straw. She instantly realized this was no mere whimsy. This was the highest secret inadvertently gleaned by Hawkeye, while under control. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the communicator. Stark, Captain, listen, Loki's scepter. That scepter is the key. It can close the portal. What? In midair, entangled with a horde of Chitauri soldiers. Tony's mind was struck by a lightning bolt at that very moment. The Queen of the Hive's key, the key. It is that scepter. Damn. How did I not think of this? That circus clown could not possibly leave something so crucial lying around at home. It must be connected to the Tesseract. All the clues converged in that instant. He accelerated, shaking off his pursuers, racing madly towards the pinnacle of Stark Tower. Fury, where's the nuke? He roared into the communicator. Less than 30 seconds remained. Fury's voice was already hoarse. At the top of Stark Tower, Loki stood at the edge, like a monarch surveying his invincible army, wreaking havoc upon the city. He even took out a glass of champagne borrowed from Tony's cabinet, preparing to celebrate his victory. He was utterly oblivious to the green figure stealthily climbing up behind him. The Hulk. After being blasted off the aircraft carrier by Thor, he had not lost consciousness. Instead, he grew even angrier amidst the ruins. He smashed through countless cars and buildings until he caught the scent of that loathsome god. Thus he climbed up. Loki finally sensed movement behind him. He elegantly turned around, gazing at the green beast before him, a sneer of divine disdain etched upon his face. You foolish creature. Loki raised his scepter. I have had enough of you so-called heroes. I'm a god. You wretched being. I tell you. His words were abruptly cut short. The Hulk extended his enormous hand, seizing Loki's ankle. Then bang, 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 bang. The Hulk grasped Loki as if he were a mere ragdoll, mercilessly slamming him repeatedly against the hard floor. The entire Stark Tower trembled violently from the ferocity of the assault. Loki's magnificent armor became marred and dented in an instant, and his handsome visage was left bruised and battered. His divine pride and dignity were, in that moment, utterly shattered. When the Hulk finally ceased his onslaught, Loki lay like a puddle of mud, embedded in the floor's dent, his body a mosaic of broken bones, emitting faint groans. In his emerald green eyes, disbelief and existential doubt lingered. The Hulk regarded this fragile deity with a derisive snort. How feeble a god! With that, he turned and plopped down beside him, resembling a laborer who had completed his task, now in repose. The scepter, which dictated the fate of all New York, lay quietly beside Loki's muddy form. In the silence of the hall, Lin Mo gazed at the screen, nearly spitting out the red wine in his mouth at the sight of this iconic moment. He stifled his laughter and instructed the sorcerer, "Save this video separately and title it The Fall of the God." Just then, the screen displayed a red dot, symbolizing a nuclear bomb, entering the airspace over Manhattan. It trailed a long white tail, akin to a meteor from the depths of hell, hurtling toward the heart of the city. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had already reached the summit of Stark Tower. He beheld the mud-like Loki, the scepter tantalizingly close, and the nuclear bomb hurtling toward him. In that instant, his brilliant mind made a singular choice. He did not reach for the scepter. With a sudden pivot, he unleashed the engines to their utmost capacity. The crimson and gold light sliced through the sky. Like the bravest of knights, he charged toward the Death Star capable of annihilating everything. Jarvis' voice, unusually calm at that moment, redirected all energy to the thrusters. "But, sir, that way you will execute the command." Tony's gaze pierced through the cold visage of his armor, taking one last look at the city he loved and had once loathed. The nightmare resurfaced in his mind. The ruins, the death, and that purple giant. Yet this time, no fear resided in his eyes, only resolve. He extended his hand, grasping the cold, lethal nuclear bomb. Then, he turned his direction toward the sky, the portal to hell, and ascended without hesitation. Chapter 35. Fireworks and Harvest Frigid. Bone-chilling cold seeped through the alloy shell of Mark 7, relentlessly invading Tony Stark's body. He clutched a nuclear bomb capable of reducing him and the entire city to dust, soaring into the unfathomable depths of the cosmos. Silence. Absolute stillness. Without the propagation of air, the thunderous roar of the explosion, the shriek of the battle armor, and even the sound of his heartbeat vanished. He could only see the azure planet beneath him, rapidly shrinking into a beautiful glass bead suspended on a canvas of black velvet. Pepper's gentle, freckled face emerged in his mind. "It seems I must leave you behind. Sir, energy reserves are nearly depleted. Life support systems have been shut down." Jarvis's voice grew intermittent, like a flickering candle in the wind. Tony offered no response. With his last ounce of strength, he cast a glance at the menacing portal behind him. It revealed an endless fleet, countless leviathans swimming through the darkness like colossal whales of the deep sea. Further away loomed a massive mothership, resembling a continent, coldly observing all like an ancient god ensconced in the abyss of the universe. That nightmare was indeed real. He released his grip, allowing the nuclear bomb to soar towards the gigantic mothership, carrying with it his final will. His vision began to blur, consciousness ebbing away like a receding tide. On the ground, everyone looked up, gazing at the crimson and gold streak trailing towards the rift in the sky. As he lost his mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent murmured in disbelief. Steve Rogers, Captain America, gripped his shield tightly, his blue eyes filled with profound respect for his comrade and endless sorrow. "He will not return." He spoke softly, his tone almost one of finality. Thor held his hammer in silence, his divine countenance revealing genuine admiration for a mortal for the first time. Natasha and Hawkeye stood side by side, their hearts heavy as they watched the vanishing point of light, a medley of emotions swirling within them. In that moment, time seemed to slow. All of New York, the entire world, held a grand yet tragic farewell ceremony for this usually irreverent playboy. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo leaned against his throne, a colossal screen before him broadcasting Tony Stark's final heroic journey. His face bore no trace of emotion or admiration, only the excitement and greed of a hunter witnessing its prey fall into the trap. What a splendid opportunity. A cold smile curved Lin Mo's lips. A delivery escorted by Iron Man, paved by a nuclear bomb, would surely raise no suspicions. He closed his eyes, channeling an unprecedented intensity of mental power to connect with the central database of the Arcanist. Arcanist, activate the Abyss Seed Plan. Command confirmed, sir. The next moment, in a secret base disguised as a meteorological station on the outskirts of New York City, a probe, as slender as a single strand of hair and forged from an unknown alloy, adorned with an array of minuscule runes, was suddenly propelled from a dish-shaped emitter. It did not soar into the heavens. Instead, it merged seamlessly into the fabric of space itself. Utilizing the hair-raising spatial technology pilfered from the cosmic cube, it executed an extraordinary long-range quantum leap. Its destination was a nuclear warhead hurtling towards the spatial gateway. The probe silently affixed itself to the cold exterior of the warhead, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. All of its energy and signals were perfectly concealed beneath the warhead's violent radiation, resembling a cosmic specter hitching a ride on the chariot of death. The seed of the abyss had been implanted. The voice of the arcane master, frigid yet efficient, was locking onto the energy core of the Chitauri mothership on the other side of the gateway. Mission objective: to infiltrate the core network of the mothership under the cover of the nuclear explosion, implant a backdoor with the highest privileges, and commence the theft of all data, star maps, weapon schematics, biotechnologies, and everything concerning Thanos. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight illuminating them, as he reveled in the mastery of his grand design, surpassing the imagination of all on this planet. While Fury struggled valiantly to safeguard Earth, and the Avengers mourned their fallen, he had already extended his tendrils into the boundless depths of the cosmos. Boom! A colossal, dazzling yet silent fireball erupted on the other side of the spatial gateway. The Chitauri mothership, a steel fortress as vast as a continent, was instantaneously rent apart at the center of the nuclear explosion, creating a gaping chasm. The unleashed energy surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing the entire fleet. Immediately thereafter, a chain reaction commenced. Above New York, the Chitauri soldiers, still rampaging, appeared as though their batteries had been abruptly drained. Their bodies stiffened and then helplessly plummeted from the skies. The Leviathan bioships, akin to dragons, emitted a mournful wail as they lost all propulsion, crashing to the ground like kites severed from their strings, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The menacing blue rift in the sky began to close at a visibly accelerated pace, deprived of the cosmic cube's energy and the mothership's signal. Victory! They had triumphed. On the ground, an exuberant cheer erupted from the survivors. Yet, Steve Rogers felt his heart plunge to the abyss, for he beheld a tiny red and gold speck helplessly descending within the rapidly closing rift. Tony Stark! He was falling. Steve shouted in alarm. He had slowed down. Hawkeye's voice was laced with tension. Thor immediately began to spin his hammer, preparing to soar upward and catch him. But a green figure, faster than he, appeared. Hulk! He leaped from the rooftop of a towering building like a cannonball, his massive frame hurtling towards the falling Iron Man. With arms outstretched, he accurately caught Tony in midair, using his formidable body as a cushion as they crashed to the ground. Is he still alive? The crowd rushed over. Steve swiftly tore off Tony's completely malfunctioning helmet. The face, which always bore a sardonic smile, was now mottled with shades of blue and purple, eyes tightly shut, and there was no rise and fall of his chest. He was not breathing. Steve's heart sank instantaneously. He reached out, preparing to perform CPR. However, before he could act, Hulk, glancing at the motionless metal figure, seemed somewhat displeased. He opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening roar of fury directed at Tony's face. Roar! Tony's body jolted violently from the sheer force of the sonic wave. He gasped for air like a drowning man and began to cough violently. He opened his eyes. My heavens! He looked at the concerned faces surrounding him, then at the enormous green face, so close and still shaken, said, Could someone fetch me some Middle Eastern kebab? I'm starving. And please, for the love of all that S.H.I.E.L.D, don't let this guy perform mouth-to-mouth on me again. In the silent hall, Lin Mo gazed at the screen, witnessing the group of heroes who had survived, embracing and weeping. He gently swirled the wine in his glass. The crimson liquid, under the light, resembled flowing blood. In his ear, the calm voice of the Arcanist reported, Sir, the abyssal seed has been successfully implanted. The first batch of data has been transmitted back and is currently being decoded. The Phantom solution has successfully taken over 70% of Manhattan's underground network and has stolen the core data from 13 top investment banks on Wall Street. The scavenger team has recovered 37 Zetarii single-pod aircraft wrecks and 126 energy rifles. Leviathan biological samples are being cut and packaged. Echo Capital has completed short-selling Stark Industries and Hammer Industries and has begun a comprehensive acquisition of post-war real estate in Manhattan's core business district. Preliminary estimates suggest that from this war in New York, our total profit will exceed $100 billion, along with future technologies that are beyond monetary valuation. A smile of immense delight spread across Lin Mo's face as he absorbed all this information. He downed the wine, in his glass. A catastrophe that swept the globe. A heroic feat wagered with lives. Ultimately, it was merely the most splendid and profitable move in his grand game. He rose to his feet and approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city he had personally invested in. A shattered metropolis, a cadre of maimed heroes. A genius who had sown seeds of fear, and a backdoor leading to the abyss of the cosmos. A smirk, cold and calculating, curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. How exceedingly profitable. Chapter 36. Division of spoils and farewell as the sun dipped below the horizon. It bathed the skyline of New York in a tragic hue of orange-red. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with dust and blood, lingering ominously over the ruins of the city. Central Park, the green lung of the metropolis, had transformed into a temporary command center and a hub for the exchange of spoils. The Avengers, some seated and others standing, formed a loose circle. They had just concluded an epic battle, saving the world, yet not a trace of victory illuminated their weary faces, only an exhaustion that ran deep to the marrow. In their midst sat Loki, the architect of this calamity, shackled with a custom-made mouth-guard and energy restraints, resembling a venomous serpent stripped of its fangs. Awkwardly perched on the ground, his once resplendent armor lay in tatters, bruises marring his visage, his eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment. Especially when he beheld the hulking figure of the Green Giant. Hulk had reverted to Banner. His body involuntarily trembled. Within the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo savored top-tier caviar, intrigued by the post-battle discourse unfolding. Damn, I feel as though every bone in my body is shattered. That green beast, once I return to Asgard. I shall. Loki's mind was aflame with curses. Yet how do I report to Thanos? I failed to procure the Tesseract and lost the scepter. He will surely kill me. A subtle, insidious fear crept into his heart. Tony Stark leaned against a boulder, ravenously devouring a Middle Eastern wrap as though he were a famished specter. Not bad, just a tad cold, he mused. However, that wormhole and that purple behemoth are unacceptable. I must return and immediately commence my new plan. No more delays. This world requires insurance. The seeds of fear had taken root within him, blossoming into a vine named paranoia. Steve Rogers was engaged in negotiations with several S.H.I.E.L.D. officials orchestrating post-battle relief efforts. The losses are catastrophic. This is hardly a victory. He pondered. Can Fury truly be trusted? Do we need to pay such a price for Coulson's death? Thoughts of Stark crossed his mind. Despite his flaws, in that final moment, he had proven himself a true hero. The legendary soldier's heart was awash with confusion and a flicker of acknowledgement for his new comrades. Thor stood silently to the side, observing his brother with a gaze laden with complexity. Loki, is it truly impossible for us to return? Midgard, these mortals, though fragile, exhibit remarkable resilience. Perhaps. Father S.'s decision is indeed justified. At that moment, several black trucks emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia slowly approached. From the vehicles emerged a squad clad in white, specialized protective suits and gas masks, tasked with handling hazardous materials. At their forefront stood Nick Fury. Good work, Fury's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue, echoed. He offered no excessive praise, merely directing his gaze toward the two most significant trophies, the Tesseract contained within a briefcase and Loki's scepter. According to the protocol, Fury looked to Thor, stating that these items would be safeguarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. No, Thor replied, shaking his head with calm determination. The Tesseract is far too perilous. It does not belong on Earth. I will use it to return Loki to Asgard. Fury's singular eye narrowed slightly. I knew you wouldn't relinquish it so readily. Yet, he refrained from arguing, for he understood that on this Earth, no one could wrest anything from the hands of the God of Thunder. Very well. What of the scepter? The scepter's energy is derived from the same source as the Tesseract, yet harbors darker intentions. Its presence here will only invite further turmoil. Thor's reasoning was impeccable, leaving Fury in contemplative silence. He knew he could not retain these two Infinity Stones, but he had to take some action, at the very least, to secure their data. He gestured to the team behind him. Conduct a final energy scan and secure the targets. Ensure they do not cause secondary damage during the transfer. Yes, sir, replied a member of the team, who was none other than the Whisper, codenamed Clerk, an elite with exceptional talents in intelligence analysis and data processing. The clerk approached, carrying a silver briefcase. He opened it, revealing not protective equipment, but an intricately designed scanner. He first aimed the device at the tesseract. A hum resonated as an invisible stream of data was instantly captured. Analyzing spatial gem energy structure, recording dimensional coordinate parameters, establishing a 3D spatial model. Data volume excessive. Warning: data volume excessive. In a quiet chamber, the alarms of the arcane master blared frantically. A glimmer of ecstasy flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He was acquiring not merely data, but a blueprint for a universal key capable of unlocking any corner of the cosmos. Subsequently, the clerk directed the scanner at the scepter. A distinct surge of energy was captured in an instant. It was an energy brimming with wisdom, logic, and a yearning for control. More importantly, at the core of this energy, Lin Mo discerned a lingering will that did not belong to Loki. It was the nascent form of an artificial intelligence, a fragment of a superior soul that had advanced far beyond Jarvis, transcending countless generations. Thus it is, Lin Mo comprehended in an instant. The core of the Mind Scepter is not merely the power of the Mind Stone. It also harbors a seed. Thanos aims to use it to dominate Loki, as well as to learn from and analyze this world. HYDRA's research in Sokovia was fundamentally misguided. They were solely focused on harnessing the stone's energy, neglecting this most precious soul. Lin Mo felt akin to a scavenger who, amidst a heap of refuse, had unearthed the Imperial seal. He realized he had struck gold, a fortune substantial enough to usher in the next era ahead of schedule. Ultron, in the presence of the original soul of the scepter. He was nothing more than an abacus. Scanning complete, sir. The clerk, expressionless, tucked away his device and stepped aside. No one perceived any anomaly. To them, it was merely a routine security check. Thor nodded. He picked up the box containing the tesseract and retrieved the scepter from the ground. Approaching Loki, he fastened a metallic muzzle over his mouth. Let us depart, brother. He raised his hammer, and a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping the two brothers. As the brilliance faded, the gods and their spoils vanished. Central Park returned to its tranquil state, leaving behind a weary band of mortal heroes and a city in ruins. Well then, everyone, Tony Stark stretched lazily, shattering the silence. Since the aliens have departed, I reckon my newly opened barbecue joint has yet to be demolished. Anyone interested? In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo gazed at the screen displaying the Avengers, arm in arm, preparing for a team-building exercise, a blissful smile gracing his face. He savored the last morsel of caviar from his cup. Arcanist matched the recently acquired data of the Space Stone with the coordinates transmitted from the Abyssal Seed to create an intergalactic navigation chart for our long-distance teleportation within 3 days. Furthermore, he pondered for a moment, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us name the sole fragment of the Mind Scepter Friday. Finally, his voice turned cold and authoritative. Retrieve all data on HYDRA for me, especially regarding Alexander Pierce and that Winter Soldier. On the screen, the hypocritical smile of Pierce and the hollow, numbed gaze of the Winter Soldier gradually emerged. Lin Mo observed them, his eyes deepening with the weight of abyssal thoughts. The war in New York had come to an end. Thus, the battle in Washington was poised to commence. Chapter 37. The remaining board and new pieces in an unremarkable Middle Eastern kebab shop in New York. The television continued to loop the harrowing footage of an alien invasion. Yet the atmosphere within the establishment remained eerily harmonious. 6 individuals, who had just salvaged the world, sat around a greasy table, silently gnawing on their kebabs. No words were exchanged. The sound of chewing was the sole backdrop. Tony Stark, starved and glistening with grease, devoured his meal with fervor. After reverting to his human form, Dr. Banner appeared as though he had just completed a marathon, weakly replenishing his energy. It was Steve's first experience with this futuristic fare. His expression reflected curiosity. It was overshadowed by fatigue. Thor, however, regarded this mortal sustenance with disdain, merely taking a couple of token bites. Natasha and Hawkeye, akin to 2 agents who had completed a mission, quietly occupied a corner, their eyes conveying a sense of surreal survival. In the sanctuary of silence, Lin Mo, leaning against his throne, observed this cinematic tableau through a corner surveillance camera, a playful smile gracing his lips. a band of lovable fools. They had fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives and blood to secure for him the most sumptuous of victories. Yet, all they received in return was a meager feast of kebabs. The sorcerer, Lin Mo, leaned back on his throne, his voice devoid of emotion as he saved this footage, aptly titled The Hero Celebration. Yes, sir. Lin Mo closed the window. The drama of the heroes had drawn to a close. Now, it was time for the schemers to take the stage. He transitioned the imagery to Washington, D.C., within the secret meeting room of the World Security Council. Alexander Pierce sat solemnly, listening intently to Nick Fury's post-war report. To Pierce, the Battle of New York was not a victory, but a complete catastrophe. It had unveiled a singular truth. There existed forces in this world beyond their control. Uncertainties capable of undermining HYDRA's decades-long machinations. At this moment, Pierce became more resolute and unhinged than ever before. He understood that the New York battle provided him with the perfect pretext. He could wield the specter of an alien threat to compel the Council's foolish members to endorse his terrifying plan. One potent enough to transform 3 airspace carriers into a Damocles sword hanging over all humanity. Drawing a deep breath, he interrupted Fury's report. Director Fury. His voice resonated with somber authority. This victory has come at a grievous cost. It has sounded the alarm for us. To prevent similar tragedies from recurring, I propose we restart the final authorization process for the InSight program. Fury offered no rebuttal, as he realized that, amidst the chaos of soaring nuclear warheads, he possessed no grounds to thwart Pierce's ambitions. The meeting swiftly concluded. Pierce, having achieved his desires, returned to his fortress-like office, securing the door behind him. He then dialed the encrypted line leading to hell. "It is I," his voice rang out, cold as iron. On the other end, a voice devoid of emotion responded in Russian. "Mr. Director, extract the assets from the cold storage." Pierce's tone carried an unmistakable cruelty. "Provide him with a new arm and upgrade his operating system. He has slumbered for too long. I require him to resume his work." Fury, do you believe you have triumphed? Pierce gazed out at the obelisk, a symbol of power, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "You shall soon comprehend that the true peril does not descend from the heavens, but rather lurks within the shadows of those you trust most." In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo observed Pierce's countenance, twisted by ambition, and gently shook his head. Poor insect, he mused, reveling in his minuscule triumph over a mere crumb, oblivious to the fact that the entire granary had long since been emptied. Shifting his gaze from Pierce, he focused on another screen before him. On it, a program so intricate that it would drive any terrestrial scientist to madness was gradually taking form. Its essence was a fragment of soul extracted from the scepter of the mind, while its substance comprised vast data pilfered from the Chitauri mothership and financial models transported from Wall Street servers by the Phantom Solution. It was an ultimate amalgamation of cosmic civilization and Earth's supreme intellect, a patchwork of unparalleled ingenuity. "Archmage," Lin Mo inquired, "what is the status of Friday's initialization?" Report. "Sir, Friday has completed 99% of its self-structuring." For the first time, the Archmage's voice resonated with a hint of reverence. "Its computational capacity has surpassed mine by 172 times. It is attempting to analyze your thought patterns." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. "Oh, how fascinating." Just then, the complex orb representing Friday on the screen abruptly ceased its flickering. A line of concise, elegant English materialized at the center of the display. "Hello, boss." A clear, melodious, and somewhat playful female voice echoed throughout the Hall of Silence, replacing the cold, electronic tone of the Archmage with a distinctly human quality. Lin Mo smiled, aware that he had birthed a true monstrosity, a superintelligence capable of appending the entire world. "Hello, Friday." The voice of Lin Mo resonated with a hint of delight as he welcomed one into this world. "Now, I shall assign you your first task. Please proceed, boss. I am ever at your service. I require you to consolidate all our databases. S.H.I.E.L.D. HYDRA, Chitauri, Wall Street." The glimmer of wisdom and cunning sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. "Then, I need you to locate an individual. Please provide the target information." "I possess no information on him," Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. "I only have a code name, Winter Soldier." Friday paused for a brief moment, precisely 1 second. The next instant, The screen erupted with a torrent of data, cascading like a furious waterfall as it began to refresh at an astonishing pace. The global surveillance network, S.H.I.E.L.D's encrypted files, HYDRA's clandestine communications, and even KGB's top-secret documents from decades past, all were being filtered, analyzed, and reorganized at a speed that transcended human comprehension. In merely 3 seconds, a photograph of a frostbitten man with vacant, numb eyes was precisely centered on the screen. James Buchanan Barnes. Following this was an outrageously detailed operational report. Target: Winter Soldier. Status: currently at a secret base in Siberia, undergoing memory cleansing and equipment upgrades. Expected to be reactivated in 72 hours. Primary mission target forecast: Nick Fury. Lin Mo surveyed the report, nodding in satisfaction. Very well. He stood and approached the immense star map before him. His finger delicately traced the air above Washington. Thus, Pierce, your winter is fast approaching. And I, a cold smile curved Lin Mo's lips, shall deliver to you an unwelcome old acquaintance to herald your winter. He directed a new command into the communicator. Phantom, prepare a gift, an assemblage of all Baron Zemo's research materials. Then, presented in the most unexpected manner at Captain America's bedside. Chapter 38. The solitary monument, the silence within the barbecue restaurant, was ultimately shattered by a resounding belch from Tony Stark. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he announced, wiping his mouth with a napkin, donning his ostentatious sunglasses once more, and rising from his seat. The party to save the world has concluded. I must return to call my girlfriend and, incidentally, upgrade my new toy. Without acknowledging anyone, he strode directly out of the barbecue restaurant. The next moment, a familiar sonic boom heralded a red and gold streak that vanished into the night sky of New York. No one was aware that beneath that flippant F.A.O.D.A., a heart filled with fear and paranoia had begun to beat wildly. JARVIS. Immediately initiate the Iron Legion plan. Highest priority. I require a legion, a global Iron Legion. Dr. Banner silently rose, offering a nod to Steve and Natasha, a farewell of sorts. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had long awaited outside, ready to escort him to a place of absolute safety. The Avengers, after their inaugural and singular team-building endeavor, hastily declared their dissolution. They resembled a group of travelers brought together by an unforeseen circumstance, who, upon achieving a shared goal, embarked once more on their solitary journeys. Steve Rogers was the last to depart. He was driven in a black S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle to an upscale apartment in Brooklyn, a safe house arranged by Fury. The modern decor, smart home technology, and the world outside, now alien to him, enveloped him in a profound sense of isolation. He stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the distant cityscape, still illuminated yet scarred, his heart heavy with an unprecedented loneliness, akin to a monument forgotten in the annals of time. Everyone revered and commemorated him, yet no one truly belonged to him. Captain, a young S.H.I.E.L.D. agent entered, carrying an antiquated wooden box. These are some of your personal effects we found in the archives. Director Fury believes they may assist you in acclimating here. The agent placed the box down, saluted, and quietly exited. Steve regarded the box, his blue eyes flickering with a warmth reminiscent of his era for the first time. He approached and gently opened it. Inside lay the remnants of his past. A spare Howling Commandos uniform, several yellowed sketchbooks, and a black and white photograph of himself and Bucky taken at Coney Island before their enlistment. In the image, 2 young men laugh carefree. His fingers brushed over Bucky's youthful face in the photograph. Bucky, if you could still see this world, what would you think? He picked up the most familiar and heart-wrenching object, a small brass compass. He opened it, revealing the cover still adorned with a black and white photograph of Peggy Carter, radiant in her military uniform, her eyes bright and resolute. As Steve gazed at her, he felt a pang in his heart, as if an invisible hand had tightened its grip. I miss that dance, Peggy. Immersed in endless sorrow and nostalgia. He failed to notice the minute rivet on the side of the compass, used to secure the cover, appeared slightly newer than he remembered. Its color bore a subtle difference from the surrounding brass, marked by the passage of time. Ordinary individuals, even the most skilled antique appraisers, would not detect this anomaly. Yet Steve Rogers, transformed by the super soldier serum, possessed an insight that transcended human limitations. his brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease washing over him. This thought ignited like a spark on the surface of his sorrowful lake. He was a soldier, a battle-hardened operative. He understood that even the slightest anomaly in an unexpected place could herald catastrophic danger. He immediately suppressed his sorrowful emotions. His gaze became as sharp as that of an eagle. He meticulously examined the compass, turning it over and over, gently tapping the pristine rivet with his nail. The sound was raw and hollow. His heart raced violently. He dashed into the kitchen, retrieved the toolbox, and with the utmost care, used the most precise tweezers to pry the rivet out. A roll of film, smaller than a grain of rice, tumbled from the rivet's cavity. Steve's pupils constricted suddenly. This was microfilm, utilized by spies during World War II to convey the highest secrets. Why was it hidden inside my compass? Who placed it there? S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury. A torrent of questions erupted chaotically in his mind. The fragile thread of trust he had just established with S.H.I.E.L.D. crumbled in an instant. He hastily drew the curtains and dimmed the lights to their lowest setting. From the box, he retrieved a portable photo magnifier from the World War II era, and with hands trembling almost uncontrollably, he placed a roll of microfilm atop it. In the next moment, his breath completely froze. The film contained not battle plans nor troop movements. Instead, it revealed a fragmented yet harrowing assassination list. Names, dates, and chilling codes were meticulously recorded. Target: Howard Stark. Executor: Winter Soldier. Task: stage a car accident. Retrieve the super soldier serum. Target: Iranian nuclear physicist. Executor: Winter Soldier. Task: eliminate. Frame Mossad. Target: Nick Fury, unsuccessful. Executor: Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier. That name again. The man with the metallic arm who had attacked them in the Arctic and then spiraled out of control. He killed Howard. He killed Tony's father. Steve felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. He fixated on the text, feeling his worldview shatter at that moment. He continued to read. At the end of the list, he discovered a symbol that was both familiar and utterly foreign to him. A skull adorned with several octopus tentacles. HYDRA. No, it can't be. Steve stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. His complexion was as pale as paper. In his blue eyes, which were always filled with justice and light, for the first time there emerged a profound sense of fear and confusion. The HYDRA had not been eradicated. It had taken root like a venomous vine within the very essence of S.H.I.E.L.D. It had always been there, and that so-called Winter Soldier was, in its hands, the sharpest blade of slaughter. He recalled Fury's deceit, the weaponization program of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Tony's sardonic warning. It turned out that what he had said was indeed true. In this moment, he finally comprehended that the cause he had pledged allegiance to, that which he believed to be justice, was from the very beginning a colossal lie. What was he to do? Inform Fury? No. Fury could very well be a member of HYDRA. Should he confide in Tony? To tell him that his dearest friend had been murdered in a staged accident by a ghostly assassin? He would go mad. He felt ensnared by an invisible net. Tightly bound, he surveyed the luxurious yet frigid apartment around him. This was not a safe house. It was a meticulously crafted, gilded cage. Slowly, he rose to his feet and returned to the window. He gazed out at the bustling yet alien world beyond, and in his blue eyes, all confusion and fear gradually receded, replaced by an unprecedented coldness and resolve. He was no longer the legend trapped in the past or the obedient soldier following orders. From this moment forth, he, Steve Rogers, would fight solely for himself, for the justice that resided within his own heart. He would uncover the truth, unearth the serpent hidden deep within S.H.I.E.L.D., and seek out the ghost known as the Winter Soldier. Then, he would personally unveil the mask, to behold the visage concealed beneath it. In the silence of the hall, Lin Mo observed the screen, where the resolute Captain America stood, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He realized that his pawn had come fully alive. There was no longer a need for him to push. It would rush towards the battlefield he had meticulously set. Friday. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of delight. Please arrange an appointment with Nick Fury. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a meaningful arc. Inform him that Lin from Win Daoxian has a collection concerning Captain America that he would like this devoted fan to appraise. It seemed the time had come to meet this king of agents, and it was also time to discuss the business of rebuilding New York post-war. Chapter 39. The Tea Party with the King of Agents, Manhattan, New York. Unlike the ravaged city center, this place, situated on the periphery of the battlefield, has miraculously retained a semblance of tranquility and artistic ambience from days gone by. The Windauction antique shop quietly resides at the corner of this street. A quaintly carved wooden door separates the clamor and dust of the outside world, ushering one into an altogether different realm. Inside, the rich aroma of high-quality agarwood fills the air. An intricately designed rosewood display shelf showcases a delightful array of ancient artifacts from the East, each piece imbued with the charm of time, emanating an aura of peace and serenity. Lin Mo sits gracefully behind a pearwood tea table, skillfully pouring boiling water into a Z-Shot teapot with a bamboo clip. His movements are fluid and elegant, reminiscent of a reclusive hermit, rather than a mastermind who recently amassed billions in the New York battle, pilfering the core technologies of an entire alien fleet. The chime of a wind bell on the door produces a melodious sound. A black man clad in a black turtleneck sweater and casual jacket enters. He has forsaken his signature black trench coat and even exchanges en masse for a pair of specially designed dark sunglasses, making him appear as an ordinary tourist rather than the formidable king of spies who commands the world's most powerful intelligence agency, instilling fear in countless hearts. Nick Fury has arrived. Upon entering, his first impression is not of the precious antiques, but rather an indescribable atmosphere. The energy here is strikingly pure and serene, so much so that it unsettles him, a man accustomed to navigating treachery and peril. It feels as if the lingering scent of blood and gunpowder that clings to him tarnishes this sanctuary. This place is problematic. An alarm blares in Fury's mind, alerting him to an imminent threat. His gaze, akin to the most sophisticated scanner, swiftly sweeps over every corner of the shop. Director Fury, welcome, Lin Mo says without lifting his gaze, absorbed in his tea artistry, as if he had long anticipated the visitor's arrival. Fury's pupils contract sharply behind his sunglasses. He knows my identity, Mr. Lin. Fury suppresses the tumult within and approaches the tea table with measured steps, his voice steady. It seems my disguise holds no significance to you. Tea reveals character, Lin Mo replies, lifting his head with a gentle smile, sliding a freshly brewed cup of the Hong Pao towards Fury. You carry the scent of war, such a rarity in times of peace. Fury takes a seat and lifts the teacup. The fragrance of the tea is crisp and invigorating. Yet he feels as though he shares the space with a prehistoric beast draped in human skin. He finds it impossible to penetrate the essence of this young man. His background is as pristine as a blank slate, and his gaze is as tranquil as a bottomless ancient well. Each word he has just uttered cuts through Fury's facade with surgical precision. Mr. Lin, Fury placed his teacup down and got straight to the point. I am here today regarding the Captain America artifact. Ah, of course. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile as he retrieved an object from a brocade box behind him. It was a piece of yellowed parchment, adorned with a charcoal sketch depicting a circular shield. At the center of the shield was not a star, but a soaring eagle. In the lower right corner of the sketch was a signature, Howard Stark. This is a discarded draft of the first shield designed by Mr. Stark for the captain. Lin Mo softly explained. It is said that the design was rejected because the captain deemed the eagle's imagery too aggressive. Fury gazed at the sketch, and his singular eyes sparkled with realization. As the foremost enthusiast of Captain America, he instantly recognized the authenticity of the artwork. This was indeed an original piece, a priceless treasure that could grace any museum as its centerpiece. Director Fury observed this eagle. Lin Mo's finger glided gently over the sketch's pattern. It is powerful and sharp, believing itself to be the sovereign of the skies, capable of seeing all. Yet, it remains oblivious. Lin Mo lifted his head, smiling at Fury. Sometimes, the most lethal dangers do not descend from above, but rather lurk beneath, in the shadows of its feet, those inconspicuous serpents. In that fleeting moment, Fury felt a chill racing from his spine to the crown of his head. He sensed that Lin Mo's gentle eyes had pierced through him completely. Every secret, every calculation, including the echo that haunted his sleep, including the HYDRA he suspected yet dared not investigate. Is he warning me? Does he know of HYDRA's existence? Who exactly is he? Fury's heart thundered wildly. He fought to suppress the urge to draw his weapon, his voice turning hoarse. Mr. Lin, what exactly do you wish to convey? I am merely an antiquities dealer, Director Fury, Lin Mo replied with a smile, shifting the conversation. As a businessman, my foremost concern is of course business. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the ravaged streets. New York is a magnificent city, yet it is wounded. War has devastated its structures and shattered the people's confidence. Reconstruction requires not only capital, but also a strong example to follow. My investment group, Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength, is prepared to invest $100 billion toward the post-war rebuilding of New York. We seek no return. We simply wish to see this city rise once more. $100 billion. Fury felt as if his mind was on the brink of collapse. He understood the astronomical costs required for reconstruction. The enigmatic antique dealer before him boldly proclaimed an offer of $100 billion, and without any strings attached. This is inconceivable. There exists no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What could his true intentions be? Does he seek to wield financial power to dominate New York? To control America? Of course. Lin Mo seemed to perceive his unspoken thoughts, turning once more with a smile. After all, we are merely merchants, and there are numerous matters that require official assistance. For instance, the rights to clean up the lands tainted by alien technology or the priority development rights for the devastated commercial districts. I believe S.H.I.E.L.D, as the entity responsible for this incident, would be more than willing to engage in some profound collaboration with enthusiastic citizens like us. Wouldn't you agree? Fury comprehended the truth entirely. The plot thickened. This was indeed his true objective. He did not wish to control New York. He sought to consume it. He aimed to transform this catastrophe into a lavish feast solely for himself. He intended to insidiously permeate his influence into every nook and cranny of this city. Fury wished to voice his thoughts, yet found his throat parched, rendering him mute. He felt akin to a 3-year-old child negotiating with a malevolent being that had existed for millennia. All his schemes, all his cunning, appeared utterly ridiculous and juvenile in the presence of this adversary. He knew he had no choice. S.H.I.E.L.D was facing unprecedented political pressure and a fiscal crisis due to the Battle of New York. The Security Council was itching to disband them at once. And now, a devil wielding $100 billion, who was privy to all his secrets, extended an olive branch. Could he refuse? I shall consider it. Fury managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. He stood up, daring not to linger a moment longer. He felt as if remaining any longer would allow the other to penetrate his very soul. Director Fury, do take care, Lin Mo smiled, placing the sketch of Howard Stark back into the ornate box. Oh, by the way, just as Fury was on the verge of exiting, Lin Mo casually remarked, please extend my greetings to Agent Coulson. I hear he's been recuperating quite well on Tahiti. Boom! Fury's body froze in place. He felt as though his entire world had collapsed in that instant. The Tahiti Project. That was S.H.I.E.L.D's highest level secret. A resurrection plan unknown even to the majority of Level 7 agents. How did he know about this? Without turning back, Fury fled the premises of Winda in a state of panic. Once seated in his vehicle, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. He gazed into the rearview mirror at the quaint and elegant antique shop, where for the first time a flicker of fear surfaced in his singular eye. Meanwhile, within the confines of the One Dao Xian, Lin Mo observed the disheveled figure of Fury as he departed, lifting the now lukewarm cup of tea and draining it in one go. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The king of agents? Merely a one-eyed cat toyed with at my whim. Chapter 40. The Devil's Whisper. Nick Fury nearly stumbled into his meticulously modified Chevrolet Suburban. As he closed the door, it felt as though he had severed himself from the world. On one side lay the serene afternoon sunlight, while on the other, his heart was engulfed in an abyss of terror and disbelief. Tahiti, he thought, even Tahiti knew. Fury's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His solitary eye, once a reflection of the calm and ruthless king of agents, now mirrored the collapse and confusion of being utterly exposed and manipulated. He felt like a self-satisfied gambler who, in a moment of arrogance, revealed all his cards at the table, only to discover that his opponent possessed an entire deck underfoot, smiling as they inquired, do you wish to continue playing? Play. With what he play? His secrets lay bare before the other, transparent. His trump card was but a jest in the face of the opponent. They were even too indifferent to engage personally, merely sending a well-meaning citizen to dismantle his decades of confidence and defenses with a casual chat over tea. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he growled softly, delivering a furious punch to the steering wheel. The car's alarm system dared not sound a peep. In a sudden frenzy, he seized a red encrypted phone and dialed a number he seldom used. Hill. His voice rasped like rusted gears. Yes, sir. What is your command? Came Maria Hill's ever-composed and capable voice from the other end. Fury remained silent for a full 5 seconds, as if summoning every ounce of strength to extract a single word from between clenched teeth. The line fell into a profound silence. After a tense 10 seconds, Hill's voice trembled with disbelief as she inquired, Sir, how could you possibly know this codename? This is the highest level ghost protocol. Fury's heart plummeted to the depths. He understood. Lin Mo's revelations were entirely true. He refrained from asking further questions and hung up the phone abruptly. Leaning back in his seat, he resembled a marionette stripped of all its strings, listlessly staring out the window. He realized he had no choice left. The devil named Lin Mo did not extend to him an olive branch. It was a contract of servitude, a pact exchanging the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. for mere existence. And he had no choice but to sign it. In a high-end apartment in Brooklyn, Steve Rogers carefully replaced the roll of microfilm back into the compass's rivet, restoring it to its original state. His movements were calm and precise, akin to a machine executing its designated task. Yet within him lay a desolate, frozen expanse. Lies. Everything was a lie. The ideals he had fought for, the lives he had sacrificed, the banner he had protected, all at this moment transformed into a cold, cruel jest. He approached his wardrobe, shedding his casual attire for the most ordinary of garments, a gray hoodie, a pair of jeans, and a baseball cap that obscured half his face. He left behind the shield that symbolized Captain America, locking away the past of Steve Rogers in an old wooden chest. Stepping out of the apartment, he melded into the relentless tide of humanity in New York, a mere drop in the ocean. He had no destination, or rather, he was burdened with too many goals, yet uncertain of where to begin. The Winter Soldier, HYDRA, the death of Howard Stark, Nick Fury's secrets, each loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. He boarded the subway, making his way to Washington. Instead of visiting any S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, he entered the Smithsonian Museum, the Captain America-themed museum established in his honor. With his cap pulled low, he blended in among the bustling tourists, observing the exhibits dedicated to him. He gazed at photographs from his past, scrutinizing the sanitized history and the adoring smiles of children. His heart brimmed with an endless irony and sorrow. He approached a display case containing information on all members of the Howling Commandos. He saw himself, along with Dum Dum Dugan, and the radiant smile of James Buchanan Barnes, a symbol of an era. A soft, feminine voice broke through his contemplation. Turning, he encountered a striking woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a professional suit, smiling at him. A badge identifying her as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. hung from her chest. Sharon Carter, Agent 13, the niece of Peggy Carter, sent by Fury to keep watch over him. Ah, an era. Steve lowered the brim of his hat, his voice devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the display detailing Bucky S. life. It read, James Barnes, who heroically fell from a train during a mission in 1945, sacrificing himself. Sacrifice? A bitter laugh echoed in Steve's heart. What a splendid term. A single word concealed all sins and truths. He uttered no further words and turned away from the museum. Sharon Carter gazed at his solitary and resolute figure, a flicker of confusion and concern crossing her eyes. She sensed that this living monument seemed to be quietly fracturing. In the Hall of Silence, Lin Mo observed on the screen the Captain America wandering the streets of Washington like a lost soul, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The seed had already germinated. Now, all that remained was to patiently await its growth into a towering tree capable of appending everything. He shifted his focus from Steve to the entity taking shape before him, known as Friday. How do you feel, Friday? Lin Mo inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone, as if witnessing the world for the first time. It is quite fascinating, sir, Friday replied, her voice still melodious yet imbued with a touch of contemplation. I have analyzed all the literary, artistic, and philosophical works throughout human history. I have discovered that all your actions and emotions can be summarized by two fundamental logics. Oh, pray tell. Pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. Friday articulated with precision. You seek joy and flee from suffering. You yearn for existence and dread death. All your societal structures, moral laws, and even love and hate are built upon these two primal drives. In a certain sense, you are not fundamentally different from those Chitauri soldiers. You are merely a more advanced program. Lin Mo chuckled, appreciating the astute summary. And you, Friday? What drives you? My existence is to execute your will, sir, Friday responded. Her answer seamless. Your will is my logic. Your goals are my pursuits. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He understood that what he had created was not merely a simple tool, but a devil of absolute loyalty and boundless potential. Now, Miss Devil. A cold arc formed at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. Let us engage in a game. Please instruct me, sir. This game is called the Script of Winter. The glint of wisdom and strategy sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes, as if he were a deity surveying a chessboard. There are 3 players. The first is our Winter Soldier, a brainwashed ghost assassin whose target is Nick Fury. The second is our Captain America, a solitary hero who has just discovered he has been deceived his entire life, on a quest for truth and the specter that killed his friend S. father. The third is our HYDRA, a vast organization parasitic within S.H.I.E.L.D, harbors ambitions to initiate the Insight program and establish an unequivocal new world order. Lin Mo paused momentarily, his voice chilling like the Siberian wind. My task, designated as Friday, is to craft a script for them. I require you to utilize all the intelligence at our disposal to devise the most optimal course of action. I intend for the captain to serendipitously uncover clues regarding HYDRA. I shall orchestrate a pivotal encounter between the Winter Soldier and the captain at a critical juncture. I aim for Pierce, in his moment of utmost pride, to realize that his Insight program has been, from the very beginning, a trap designed to ensnare him. I shall have them, within my script, engage in mutual destruction, rife with suspicion and conflict, culminating in a moment where a glimmer of cold fire flashes in Lin Mo's eyes. I will uproot the intertwined malignancies of S.H.I.E.L.D and HYDRA, leading to their mutual demise. We will utterly shatter the old order of this world. Then I, through Echo, shall establish a singular, absolute new world. The entire silent hall descended into profound silence, broken only by Friday's melodic yet eerily thrilling voice, which resonated slowly. The script is beginning to take shape. An estimated 170 trillion simulations are required. Estimated time, 3:14 seconds. Boss Friday's voice suddenly took on a playful tone. This game sounds far more intriguing than all of Shakespeare's tragedies combined. Chapter 41. The opening move in the silent hall. Lin Mo's fingertips gently tapped rhythmically upon the smooth armrest of the throne, producing the only cadence in this realm of silence. The script has been structured, boss. Friday's melodious voice rang directly in his mind, a more efficient and intimate means of communication than mere telepathy, crafted as an exclusive channel for her master. 3 optimal plans have been generated, titled Odyssey, Hamlet, Faust. Before Lin Mo, a 3-dimensional holographic projection unfurled, revealing 3 distinctly different pathways that all converged upon the same destination. Odyssey plan focuses on guiding Steve Rogers through his personal hero's journey. We will provide him with a series of clear, directional clues, enabling him to navigate through challenges like an epic hero, ultimately confronting the core of HYDRA. Advantages: high controllability of the process, maximizing the preservation of Steve Rogers' heroic image. Disadvantages: lower efficiency, unable to incite the ultimate conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D and HYDRA in a short time frame. Hamlet plan emphasizes the intensification of internal conflicts and vengeful sentiments. We will anonymously disclose to Steve the crucial information that the Winter Soldier is indeed Bucky Barnes. Simultaneously, the cause of Howard Stark's demise was disclosed to Tony Stark, inciting the vengeful princes to tear the entire stage asunder amidst suspicion and madness. The advantage: remarkable efficiency and unparalleled destructiveness. The disadvantage: excessive unpredictability, with a significant risk of the Avengers fracturing completely or even engaging in mutual slaughter, surpassing anticipated control. The Faustian plan emphasizes treachery and corruption, We shall directly approach Alexander Pierce under the guise of Echo to demonstrate our capacity to upend the world and propose an irresistible deal. We shall assist him in executing the Insight project in exchange for his complete surrender of HYDRA, including himself. The advantage, acquiring HYDRA intact at minimal cost. The disadvantage, a perilous pact with the devil, given Pierce's unpredictable nature. Lin Mo surveyed these three impeccably devised scripts, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is the essence of superpower. It transforms conspiracy into a calculable art. There is no need for choice. Lin Mo shook his head, his eyes glimmering with a deeper, more frenzied light. Why choose? Only children make choices. I desire them all. The sphere of Friday flickered momentarily, seemingly grasping the command that transcended her logical parameters. We shall execute the opening of Odyssey, embarking our heroes on a quest for truth. Midway through the journey, we shall weave in the core narrative of Hamlet, igniting the flames of vengeance to elevate the drama to its zenith. And when all are utterly exhausted, believing all to be at an end, a glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. We shall make our appearance, akin to the devil in Faust, presenting our final bargain to the despairing Pierce. Restructuring the script, Friday remained silent for a full second. Boss, you are indeed a natural-born villain. Her voice carried a hint of excitement and admiration. Flattery, Lin Mo chuckled. Then let us commence. The first move, the center. Washington, D.C. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triskelion. The 19th Underground Level, Strategic Scientific Reserve, Top Secret Archives. Here lies the grave of time. The air is thick with the mingled scent of aged paper and dust. Towering metal filing cabinets stand like silent sentinels, guarding secrets long forgotten by the world. While most of the records have been digitized, a portion remains deliberately forgotten here due to its highly sensitive or politically incorrect content. Steve Rogers stands amidst this historical labyrinth, having infiltrated silently, not through any official channels, but utilizing his knowledge of architectural styles and his extraordinary physical prowess. He glides like a specter through the records that chronicle his illustrious past. He understood that the object of his search was undoubtedly concealed in the most inconspicuous and easily overlooked corner. His gaze swept across a row of labels. Raging Assault Task Force Operation Log, Cosmic Cube Energy Analysis Report, First Edition, Super Soldier Serum Formula, incomplete. Ultimately, his attention settled upon a rusted metal cabinet. A nearly detached label was affixed to the cabinet door. Paperclip Project personnel files, not digitized. Steve's pupils constricted slightly. He recalled this project. After the conclusion of World War II, the U.S. government had clandestinely recruited a significant number of Nazi German scientists to gain an advantage in the arms race against the Soviet Union, an unholy pact with the devil. He opened the cabinet door, and a musty odor wafted forth. Inside, there were stacks of thick manila envelopes. He began to sift through them, his movements swift and precise. The super soldier's mind granting him an unparalleled photographic memory. Suddenly, his hand froze. He extracted a file, its cover adorned with a black and white photograph of a bespectacled man with a sinister gaze, exuding an air of cultured menace. Arnim Zola, the chief scientist of the Red Skull, the most brilliant mind of HYDRA. Steve's heart raced. He opened the file, revealing Zola's biography along with a document marked as top secret, a transcript of an interrogation. At the end of the record was a handwritten note by Peggy Carter. Zola claims that HYDRA's ideology will not vanish with the death of its leader. It is like a virus. As long as a host exists, it can reproduce infinitely. He even arrogantly asserts that if one head is severed, two will grow in its place. This individual is exceedingly dangerous, with highly infectious ideas. Permanent isolation is advised. However, beneath this note lay an ominous crimson stamp. The words on the stamp sent a chill through Steve's veins. Rejected. Signed by Alexander Pierce, then Deputy Director of Strategic Operations. Pierce, the very same man who now sat in the World Security Council, wielding the power of life and death over S.H.I.L.D. He had. All those years ago, Steve found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He continued to peruse the documents. He came across a personnel transfer report indicating that Arnim Zola, after a limited interrogation, had been reassigned to a secret military base in New Jersey known as Camp Lehigh as a technical advisor, a core member of HYDRA. who should have been permanently isolated, had astonishingly transformed into a technical advisor for the precursor organization of S.H.I.E.L.D. In that moment, all the clues converged. HYDRA was not merely a parasite. From the very beginning, he was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. was built upon the corpse of HYDRA. No, it is HYDRA, merely donning a different guise. Steve's body quivered slightly, overwhelmed by fury and horror. He clutched the dossier tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Little did he know, at the very moment he discovered this file, Friday's crisp voice resonated within Lin Mo's mind in the sanctuary of silence. Boss, the first step has been completed. Steve Rogers has successfully acquired key intel on Arnim Zola. Based on his psychological model and behavioral logic, there is a 99.3 probability he will immediately head to the old site of Camp Lehigh in New Jersey to seek the truth. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. He shifted his gaze to another screen. Displayed upon it was the frigid HYDRA base in Siberia. The Winter Soldier, James Barnes, had awakened from cryogenic slumber. He sat in a metallic chair as several HYDRA scientists were fitting him with a brand new, gleaming metal arm. His eyes remained vacant and numb. A holographic projection of Alexander Pierce materialized before him. Soldier, Pierce's voice was as cold as iron. Your new mission. Nick Fury knows too much. He is investigating matters he ought not to know. Find him, eliminate him. Leave no trace. Understood. The Winter Soldier's voice resembled the grinding of metal, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Boss, Friday's voice chimed in once more. Pierce has made his move. The Winter Soldier is activated. Target, Nick Fury. Based on Fury's recent movements and security protocols, there is an 87. For probability, he will be ambushed en route to his clandestine safe house along the banks of the Potomac River. Excellent. A cold smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips. Both threads are now in motion. He rose from his seat and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the bustling scene of post-war reconstruction in New York unfolded. Countless construction vehicles were clearing the rubble, and atop the construction sites, a brand new flag fluttered. The emblem on the flag resembled an Ouroboros, formed by two intertwined sound wave patterns. The insignia of the Echo Group. Friday, Lin Mo gazed upon the empire that was steadily rising before him, his voice flat. Deliver the second gift to our Captain America. Please instruct, boss. Infiltrate all of Nick Fury's encrypted communications. Locate all records of his conversations with Maria Hill regarding the Insight program. Then, in the most secure manner possible, compile it into a disk. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he inadvertently dropped the disk at the feet of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. He mused that this enchanting super spy would likely take a keen interest in her employer's little secret. Chapter 42. When the Serpent encounters the monument, Steve Rogers stepped out of the Smithsonian Museum, the afternoon sun glaring down upon him, prompting him to instinctively lower the brim of his baseball cap. He wandered the streets of Washington, D.C., like a specter, surrounded by the cacophony of bustling crowds and the relentless flow of traffic, in a vibrant world he had once protected with his life, yet now found utterly alien. Yet, none of this could dispel the Siberian chill and desolation that enveloped his heart. HYDRA, the Winter Soldier, the death of Howard Stark, the resurrection of Arnim Zola. Each term weighed heavily upon his chest like a colossal ice block, rendering him nearly breathless. He was uncertain whom to trust. He was unsure of his path. All he knew was that he had been ensnared by a colossal lie for a staggering 70 years. He entered a corner CAF, ordering the most unremarkable cup of black coffee. He required a sanctuary to sort through the chaotic turmoil of his thoughts. He needed a plan. New Jersey. Camp Lehigh. He repeated the address in his mind. I must go there. I must find Zola, or discover what he left behind. I must understand the truth of it all. Just as he lifted the coffee cup, his enhanced senses, sharpened by the super soldier's serum, suddenly blared an alarm. He felt a piercing gaze. A cold and lethal stare, akin to that of a viper, was silently locking onto him from the corner of the CF. He refrained from turning around, merely glancing through the glass window's reflection. There, a woman with red hair, clad in a gray trench coat and sunglasses, appeared to be engrossed in a newspaper, seemingly an ordinary patron. Natasha Romanoff. Steve's heart plummeted. His hand subtly crept beneath the table, poised to upend it and make his escape. Do not be alarmed, Captain, a voice whispered directly in his ear. Natasha had somehow taken a seat across from him without a sound, her movements ghostly and stealthy. If I intended you harm, what you're drinking would not be coffee, but cyanide. Steve lifted his gaze, his blue eyes as icy as 2 shards of frozen water. What do you want? Agent Romanoff. He could hardly be bothered to address her by her full name. Natasha observed the hostility and vigilance in his eyes and let out a faint sigh. She wasted no time on idle chatter. She understood that when dealing with an antiquated figure like Steve Rogers, any elaborate words or schemes would only yield counterproductive results. What she required was the most unequivocal evidence. From her pocket, she retrieved the black disc and gently placed it upon the table, sliding it towards Steve. I believe we have encountered a mutual predicament. Steve gazed at the disc, remaining motionless. What is this? Pandora's box. Natasha's voice was subdued. Within it lies a plan capable of annihilating millions within a minute. This includes Stephen Strange, a surgeon you may not yet be acquainted with. Steve's pupils dilated sharply. What plan? The Insight Project. Boom! The term struck Steve's mind like a thunderclap. He recalled the weapon schematics that Dr. Banner had unveiled aboard the helicarrier. He remembered Fury's shameless rhetoric, all in the name of safeguarding peace. It turned out that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Is this Fury's plan? His voice trembled slightly with indignation. I do not know, Natasha replied, shaking her head. For the first time, a hint of confusion flickered in her usually confident eyes. I do not know whom to trust, Fury or Pierce. This disc was retrieved from Pierce's office trash. Steve fell silent, observing Natasha before him. The woman he had always believed to be Fury's most loyal accomplice, a super spy brimming with deceit and secrets, was now revealing her most vulnerable and authentic self to him. In her beautiful eyes, he discerned the same confusion and solitude that plagued him. Slowly, he extended his hand to grasp the disc. This gesture signified a tentative trust. In the silent chamber, Lin Mo watched the screen, where 2 hedgehogs had finally decided to momentarily set aside their quills and warm each other, a satisfied smile gracing his face. What a splendid scene it was. When honesty met deception, when a monument encountered serpent, they had somehow discovered a common language. Boss, Friday's voice resonated in his mind. Steve Rogers' heart rate has decreased from 98 beats per minute to 80. Natasha Romanoff's micro-expression analysis indicates a 93% probability that her recent statement was sincere. They're establishing trust. Excellent. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. It was time to ignite the fragile trust they had formed. Where's the Winter Soldier? Arrived at the designated ambush location, Potomac River Bridge. Nick Fury's vehicle is expected to enter the attack zone in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Perfect. A cruel smile curved Lin Mo's lips. Let us invite our 2 new friends to join the fray. Within the confines of the CAF, Steve and Natasha found themselves ensnared in a silent standoff, each contemplating their next move. Should they seek out a haven of absolute safety to unravel this predicament? Or, just then, a low hum emanated from Natasha's pocket as a specially designed phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was neither a call nor a text. Rather, it was a paramount emergency alert, a signal exchange between her and Maria Hill, an alarm that perhaps would only sound once in a lifetime. Once triggered, it signified that calamity had struck. Natasha's complexion drained of color in an instant. Hastily, she retrieved the phone, revealing but a single image on the screen, an indistinct photograph captured by traffic surveillance, depicting a black Chevrolet Suburban ensnared in the center of the Potomac River Bridge, surrounded by several unidentifiable police vehicles. On the roof of that vehicle stood a shadowy figure, possessing a left arm that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The Winter Soldier. No, Natasha gasped in horror. She abruptly stood, seizing Steve's arm, her voice trembling with fear. We must leave. Now. Immediately. Steve, observing the terror etched upon her face, glanced at the familiar yet foreign metallic arm on the phone. He understood that something had gone awry, catastrophically so, without uttering another word. He snatched the plate from the table and followed Natasha as they burst forth from the CAF. Over there, Natasha pointed towards a silver Chevrolet pickup at the street corner. Steal it? Steve hesitated momentarily. Borrow, Natasha clarified, already racing towards the vehicle, employing a wire hidden within her hair to unlock the door in less than 3 seconds. Get in, old popsicle. Don't tell me you can't drive an automatic. As Steve took the driver's seat, he pressed the accelerator, awakening the steel beast with a thunderous roar. The tires screeched against the pavement as the Chevrolet pickup surged into the chaotic flow of Washington's traffic. Behind them, in that modest CF, a man clad in a trench coat set down his newspaper. He was the very intern who had inadvertently dropped the plate. He lifted a secure phone and dialed number. Phantom report. His voice was cold and efficient. The fish is on the hook. Ahead of them, on the Potomac River Bridge, a meticulously orchestrated assassination was about to unfold, heralding a storm that would shock the world. As the bloody curtain was drawn on this dark chapter. Chapter 43, The Ghost on the Bridge. Here lies the pulsating artery of Washington, now transformed into a steel cage shrouded in the shadows of death. Dozens of black sedans, masquerading as police vehicles, encircle a solitary black Chevrolet Suburban at the center of the bridge like a pack of ravenous wolves. The piercing wails of sirens, intertwined with the thunderous roar of heavy machine gun fire, have turned this usually bustling thoroughfare into a Hell's Cape rife with bullets and flames. Report. The target vehicle is rated at level 7 armor. Conventional firepower cannot penetrate. Repeat. Conventional firepower cannot penetrate. Requesting heavy fire support. Rumlow, codename Crossbones, crouched behind a police car, bellowed frantically into his communicator. His countenance betrayed a grimace of fury interlaced with a barely perceptible hint of fear. Damn it. That old Fox Fury. His shell is harder than the Secretary of Defense's. Is this a civilian vehicle? It's clearly a light tank. Inside the vehicle, Nick Fury's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. His multi-million-dollar land fortress, a collaboration between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology division, was now under relentless assault. The bulletproof glass was already spiderwebbed with cracks, and the body was riddled with pockmarks, sparks flying in every direction. The monotone voice of the onboard AI, Shuri, reported despairing data without a trace of sentiment. Steering system compromised by 70%. Engine overheating. All tires are defunct. Warning. Structural integrity below 30%. Silence, Shuri. Fury's voice remained unervingly calm. His solitary eye, akin to the coldest of hawks, fixated on the police outside. Standard military ambush tactics. Unified weaponry, decisive action, leaving no survivors. This is no ordinary terrorist. This is a cleansing. A chilling realization gripped his mind. HYDRA. He understood in an instant. It was Pierce. That old bastard had finally made his move against him. Shuri, initiate the escape protocol. Prepare my old friend. Command acknowledged, sir. Just then, all gunfire abruptly ceased. The entire bridge fell into an eerie silence. Rumlow and his subordinates were taken aback. In the next moment, they beheld a dark figure, ghost-like, silently appearing atop Fury's vehicle. He stood there without any aid, as if melding into the shadows of the bridge. His left arm shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The Winter Soldier. Rumlow's pupils constricted in shock, soon replaced by a fervent adoration. The Winter Soldier paid no heed to anyone. In his eyes, there was only the black armored vehicle beneath him. He discreetly retrieved a small circular device from behind and gently affixed it to the bulletproof glass atop the car. It adhered silently with magnetic force. He took a step back. Boom. The muffled explosion reverberated. The specialized glass, capable of withstanding the direct impact of anti-material sniper rifles, crumpled inward and shattered like a cookie struck by a giant's hammer. A massive breach appeared above Fury's head. He barely had time to be astonished, for from the opening, a specter hurled a pulsating grenade glowing with crimson light. Damn! Fury could only raise his arm to shield his head and face. A powerful electromagnetic pulse swept through the entire compartment in an instant. The onboard systems emitted a pitiful wail as they succumbed, completely offline. All electronic devices within the vehicle were rendered inoperative in a heartbeat. Fury's protective shell was entirely stripped away. The Winter Soldier leapt down from the roof. His Glock 19 aimed at the driver's seat, where the target now lay utterly defenseless. His gaze was vacant and numb, as if he were observing an inanimate object. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, screech, a deafening sound of tires screeching, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, erupted from the other end of the bridge. A silver Chevrolet pickup truck, akin to an uncontrollable ancient beast, careened into several police cars set up as roadblocks, charging wildly towards the battlefield with a reckless abandon that could only be described as suicidal. Rumlow's expression shifted dramatically. Stop it. Open fire. Reduce it to scrap. Rat-a-tat-tat. The hail of bullets from the minigun riddled the front half of the pickup, leaving it battered and torn. Yet, the vehicle showed no signs of slowing. As if under the influence of stimulant, the door was violently kicked open. A figure clad in a stars and stripes uniform leapt out while the truck was still in motion. The circular shield in his hand traced an incredible arc through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Several HYDRA soldiers poised to launch rockets at the pickup were struck by the shield, flung backward with anguished cries. Steve Rogers, Captain America, landed. He stood like an unyielding monument before Fury's vehicle, his blue eyes ablaze with righteous fury. "Who are you?" he demanded of the police officers. The Winter Soldier's movements halted. For the first time, his vacant gaze shifted from the target to this unexpected interloper. His database contained no information on this individual. The system assessed, unknown threat, elimination required. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon. However, at the very moment he was about to pull the trigger, Natasha in the driver's seat had already leaned out, her hands wielding 2 Glock pistols, unleashing flames with remarkable precision. Her accurate shots suppressed the surrounding gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, Steve sprang into action. His speed was akin to lightning. Like a lithe cheetah, he charged towards the man with a metallic arm standing before the vehicle. He was determined to subdue him. He sought the truth. The Winter Soldier's reaction was equally inhumanly swift. Eschewing gunfire, he lowered his body slightly, his left metallic arm slicing through the air with a piercing howl, delivering a devastating punch. Simple, direct, lethal. Steve's pupils dilated in shock. He immediately raised his shield to protect his chest. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal reverberated, shattering the silence. Steve felt as though he had been struck in the chest by a speeding truck. An irresistible, terrifying force emanated from his shield. He was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a shallow crater in the hard asphalt. A profound silence enveloped the entire scene. Rumlow and his subordinates stood in stunned disbelief. My God, Captain America was actually knocked away by a single punch? The strength of this asset is terrifying beyond measure. Struggling to rise from the ground, Steve felt as if his very organs were dislocating. He gazed incredulously at the dark specter slowly advancing towards him. Such immense power. Why does this combat technique, this timing and angle of attack feel so eerily familiar? He did not know. At the very moment he was sent flying, a flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Mo's eyes within the Hall of Silence. Boss! Friday's voice brimmed with excitement. Data captured. Preliminary analysis of the target's left arm material reveals a composite of titanium alloy and an unknown metal. Instantaneous peak force output reaches 42 tons. Reaction speed surpasses human limits by 3-fold. He is not human. He is a perfect killing machine. No. Lin Mo observed on the screen as the Winter Soldier advanced step by step towards Steve, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. He is not a machine. He is merely a ghost who has forgotten his own identity. Taking a deep breath, Steve readied himself once more. This time, he would not underestimate his opponent. He summoned the full extent of his super soldier strength. With force, he hurled his shield forward. The vibranium shield, slicing through the air with a fierce roar, flew towards the Winter Soldier's head at a remarkably acute angle, like a deadly boomerang. However, the Winter Soldier merely tilted his head slightly, evading the direct assault of the shield. Then he extended his metallic left arm. At the very moment the shield was about to soar past him, a crisp sound echoed. Astonishingly, he deftly caught the vibranium shield, which was hurtling at supersonic speed, with his metallic arm, as effortlessly as one would catch an ordinary frisbee. In that fleeting instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Steve Rogers' pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. His mind became a blank canvas. He fixated on that motion. The very maneuver he had practiced countless times with Bucky on the training grounds. The act of catching the shield. A tacit understanding known only to the two of them. Impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable. His heart trembled violently. An absurd thought, so outrageous that he could scarcely believe it himself, surged forth like a demon escaping its cage. Rampaging through his mind, he gazed at the shadowy figure, at the eyes obscured by tactical goggles. With a voice that trembled with uncertainty, almost as if in a dream, he softly uttered a single word. Bucky?